We're not. Okay, it's 9 a.m. We will call the July 19th regular meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors to order. Supervisor Brown, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Happily. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Presentations. Clerk of the Board, item 1.1, receive an update from U.S. Forest Service representatives regarding matters of interest to Trinity County.
Good morning. It's great to see you all again. Wanted to stop by and give you an update on some of the things that are going on with the Forest Service here in Trinity County. Just wanted to start off by letting you all know, I'm sure you saw Supervisor Berkey's comments in the Trinity Journal, and make sure everyone understands we are not closing the South Fork Management Unit. We are not looking to consolidate those units, and we are certainly not looking to close any of our offices in Trinity County. So I wanted to just get that out first and foremost and set everyone's mind at ease. We are, as a matter of fact, for the first time in my career of 30 plus years, we are looking to significantly add employees. As many of you know that have lived in Trinity County for a long time, the Forest Service staffing used to be considerably higher, a lot more foresters, a lot more wildlife folks, a lot more people out in the woods. And for the first time in my 30-year career, we're looking to add a significant amount of employees. So far, we've added on the South Fork Management Unit a botanist, a forester, and a timber marker, and we are just getting started. So, and an archaeology position. On the Trinity River Management Unit side of things, we've added another admin person and a recreation technician. We're currently working through our forestry hiring event, which will, we're hoping to hire more foresters and forestry technicians for the timber and silviculture side of things. And we're also working through our recreation hiring event, which we're hoping to pick up about 14 new employees just in recreation alone. So we're working through those. I wish I could tell you it was faster, but we expect to have the recreation hiring event. We should have folks hired by the end of July. So things are happening, and that's exciting for us. We're also working through the process of hiring another hydrologist and getting things going on hiring another fisheries person. Okay, so our critical needs that we should hit the street really soon are 2 GS11 archaeologists. Right now, we are down. We added 2 to our organization to help stand up both the Trinity River Management Unit side as well as the South Fork Management Unit side to give us 2 planning teams, which will really help us get more done on the landscape. So those 2 archaeology positions are critical, as well as a wildlife position. From a fire staffing standpoint, we have a cover engine covering on the TRMU side, and we augmented over the 4th of July weekend with additional resources that we brought in from out of region or off forest. The cover engine that's at Mule Creek is actually an engine from New Hampshire, and we're hoping that they'll leave the engine and just fly new people in as they time out. So I'm really happy with our FMO for bringing in some resources from all the way in New Hampshire to help cover some of those stations. We also extended staffing during red flag events and over the 4th of July. So we stayed on until 2000 or later as needed. And we'll continue to do that throughout the summer, including going to 24-hour staffing if necessary. Fire prevention, if you were at the fair, many of you probably saw our fire prevention exhibit and also in the parade. So we're really happy. Some of those fire prevention events are kind of starting to slow down, but they did a great job over the summer at the Trinity County Fair, the Shasta District Fair, as well as the parade here in town. So bringing you up to speed on planning, as you know, we're still working on August phase 2 planning. The BA has been submitted for McFarland. We're conducting surveys right now for archaeology and botany in the WCF phase 2, Weaverville Community Forest phase 2, which will be a fuels driven program to do some more burning and hazardous fuels reduction. The B-Gum project on the South Fork will likely be rescoped. It was impacted by the August fire. This has some change conditions our specialists will need to look at and make sure that we can move forward with that project. The rec residences on the South Fork Management Unit have been given the green light to rebuild, provided they work with Trinity County and make sure their plans are approved and they meet all the Trinity County requirements as well. So we've received a couple of plans in, but that process is just getting started. I want to thank Christy for working with us on verifying that the cleanup had been done on those residences out there after the fire. They all got their certification with one exception, and we're working on that one. Bowerman Ridge is continuing to get worked on with the Watershed Center, doing the bulk of the planning on that for us. We're looking at a large project in the Burnt Ranch, Big Bar, Hay Fork Divide area and seeing how that ties in with the High and Palm project. Monument Fire, we've got folks out doing recon to figure out where the best place to do some post-fire work will be. And those areas we're prioritizing are along county roads, as well as along private property and behind private property where we have access so that we can get those dead trees cleaned up. Pilot project was signed, so we're excited about that. We'll be working with the collaborative group before we start marking that and prepping that to make sure we're all on the same page. And implementation. Forest Glen fire salvage is still logging, so that's still being harvested. The Scott Flat project will start up again this fall. Browns Phase 3 is logging. As a matter of fact, when I get done here, I'm going out to meet with the RCD and the collaborative group to look at some of the activities on Browns Phase 3. River Hazard Tree project is currently being advertised. We're using a new procedure. It's called an emergency procedure to target those high impact areas up north that were impacted by the river complex fire. That's primarily around Goldfield Campground on the way up to the Boulder Lake Trailhead, as well as some of the roads that lead to private property. So that project is being advertised now in the paper. Fields work is continuing around the county. Partnerships, really quickly, as you know, we work with a number of partners. The Forest Service has invested over $2.3 million into partners here in Trinity County. And then an additional, as you know, 1.2 through the RAC. One of the problems we've been having is getting, because of the high volume of agreements and dollars, we're having a backlog at grants and agreements, getting those agreements turned around. That's not unique to the Shasta Trinity National Forest. It's agency-wide, and the agency has started to take some steps to try to rectify that situation by adding some additional employees to the grants and agreements work area. I'm currently reviewing the Good Neighbor Authority and agreements, looking for any possibilities and potential opportunities that we may be able to work with Trinity County on. I'm certainly open to having conversations about the Good Neighbor Authority with any representatives that you may want to send my way. I have been reviewing the one that Humboldt County has with the Six Rivers, and they've been using that with some success in Humboldt County and on the Six Rivers. So doing some homework on that. Had a very successful field trip up north with the Trinity County Collaborative. Looked at some campgrounds and doing some forest health work in the campgrounds, as well as the Bowerman fuel break. I will be rescheduling the Hay Fork open house. Apologize for the last minute cancellation with the high levels of COVID in the county and some impacts to employees. We had to cancel that just in the name of public health and safety. So I think that's a really quick rundown for you on the things we're working on, but I'm open for any questions you may have.
Any questions?
Yes, I have a few questions if anybody else doesn't. So we had a meeting in Hayfork a couple months back with a group from the Forest Service and myself and people, my constituents from Hayfork. At that time, we were promised a meeting in June, I think it was, pre-fire season. Last meeting, you did not attend here and didn't give me any notification about our meeting. I finally had to get a hold of you, and you said that you would tentatively schedule the meeting for the first week, I think it was, of this month.
Mm-hmm.
So just prior to that, I got hold of you and you had a list of things that you might want to do at this tentatively scheduled meeting. And then a day before the meeting, I get a email from Ben who said that this tentatively scheduled meeting is now off due to COVID restrictions.
Yes, sir.
Has COVID restrictions, this was going to be outside in the park in Hayfork also.
Supervisor Gogan, I woke up Wednesday morning and tested positive for COVID.
Okay,
I'm sorry for the last minute cancellation. I also had some of my staff that were either them or their families were impacted.
okay. I think that first off, I'm sorry to hear that you had COVID. Secondly, I'd have liked to heard more a week prior to the tentatively scheduled meeting that there wasn't a permanently scheduled meeting. Hard for me to gather up the group of constituents from Hayfork. You guys are supposed to have out sandwich boards to inform the people. That did not happen, nor did you get back to me until I got back to you, and then Ben got back to me. So along with not being at our meeting, not getting back to me, having a tentatively scheduled meeting canceled due to COVID.
Is there,
In the last minute.
is there a question here really? Because this is more like a,
Okay, the question is, I'd like to have a meeting as soon as possible, and I have had no response about when this meeting is going to happen. So I'd like to know. And it should have happened prior to anybody getting COVID. It should happen in June, as you know.
I do know, sir. And if you would like to would you like me to send you dates that are tentative and then pick a date that works for you? Or do you want to give me some time frames that work best for you? And I'm happy to get it rescheduled as soon as possible.
You can send me some dates that work for you guys and I'll get it scheduled.
Okay. All right. I'm happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
okay, and I have a question too, just curiosity. I wondering if you have a date when there'll be opening at the Hellgate campground, or if that's going to be, if that could actually be opened as day use river access without actually opening the campground. Because I see that last time I went by there, people have been driving around the gate. Just open the gate and let people have river access would be the suggestion I would have.
Yeah, fair enough. I believe we had finished up most of what we needed to do in Hellgate, and the work that needed to continue was further in on that road down into Scott Flat and then up and around the hill. So that's a really good idea, and looking to at least get that open for day use. And I know our folks have been in there now. What I'm not 100% sure on is the facilities, the status of the facilities, but I'll definitely look into that and get back to you, sir.
Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions?
I've got one.
Okay.
High and Palm to Burnt Ranch Road, Underwood Road. Are there any plans for any brush removal or clearing or anything for that?
Absolutely. That's one of the bigger areas we're looking at taking on next. So, we seem to be stuck in the post-fire realm, but we really want to get focused, and Rachel has asked us to get focused on doing some of that preventative work. So that egress route for those High and Palm folks to come out to Burnt Ranch and that community protection area is one of our critical fire sheds and one of our critical egress routes. So that is the next large area. And when we take the field trip with the collaborative on the August 19th, we're going to be out in that neck of the woods looking at exactly that road system and some of the different prescriptions and opportunities to use in there. So yeah, we're starting to take a hard look at that and hoping to get that planning underway this coming fiscal year. So FY23.
Okay. And does Forest Service always have to do the work, or can you guys contract out with like Watershed Center or RCD, and then can they subcontract out, or can subcontractors work directly with Forest Service?
Yeah, so we have, that's one of the benefits to the Good Neighbor Authority, for instance, would set us up so that we could do some things with Trinity County, and you guys could have some people working for you doing some things on national forest lands and on lands either adjacent to national forest lands or lands that are, maybe feed the Trinity River, protect the Trinity River that we share in common. Also, the Watershed Center is doing the planning, for instance, on the Bowerman Ridge. They're doing third-party NEPA for us, so we're working with them. They're doing the bulk of that planning effort, and we're setting up the same thing with the Resource Conservation District to look at doing some of the planning here in the Weaverville Community Forest and trying to increase those partnership opportunities and give them some more work that they can help us do to do shared stewardship.
Thank you, Terry.
Yeah, thank you.
Terry, I have one more question.
Yes, sir.
So we had talked at that meeting about having Hayfork Station manned 7 days a week, and I think it was going to be split between two people.
Yep.
4 days and 3 days.
Mhm.
What's the logistics of where are they coming from to get to Hayfork? Are they manned in, is their home base, we'll say, in Reading, Cottonwood? Where do they come from to get to?
Are you talking about the line officer being in?
Yeah,
Yeah, so generally I come up from the west side of Reading. So when I'm there, I come from Reading and go straight to Hayfork. And that's the 2 days that I'm there. And the Ben comes up he is out in Cottonwood. He comes up the backside, Harrison Gulch in that way. So he spent some time when he's not in Hayfork proper, he's over in Harrison Gulch.
so in that travel time during the day to and from, is that part of the day? Is that considered, if you're in a 10-hour shift and you put 2 hours one way, 2 hours the other, or do we have 6 hours of people in Hayfork? Or
No, when I'm over there, I've been working 8 to 4:30 in Hayfork. So if the office is open, I'm there from about 8 to 4:30.
And that will be the same with Ben and the rest of the people also?
That's my expectation. And we just opened the offices back up. I think it was June 6th. So yeah,
Supervisor Cochran.
Thank you very much.
welcome.
Hi, dear. Nice to see you. Do you have any updates beyond what's on the website on what's happening with the Minersville boat ramp?
I don't. I know the Trinity County Collaborative sub group with the recreation folks. They had a long discussion about that on their meeting. That boat ramp is actually and that part of the lake is managed by the other district ranger, Sarah Acreage, on the NRA. I know they're making some progress. The estimates for the design are starting to come in. They're rather high. And I think that as far as I know, that's it's still working its way through the process, and we're getting some of the estimates in for those designs. But Sarah would be the best one to speak to that.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions, Supervisor Groves?
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. You guys have a good day.
Probation, item 1.2, adopt a proclamation recognizing the week of July 17th through 23rd, 2022 as Probation Services Week.
Good morning. Good morning, Supervisor Frazier, members of the board. I'm Ruby Firo, your Chief Probation Officer, and I submitted a proclamation to the board. And last year you went into reading that and then I spoke. Is that what you wanted to do this year?
I do have the proclamation before me.
Okay.
A proclamation of the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity recognizing July 17th through 23rd, 2022 as Probation Services Week. Whereas probation is an alternative to incarceration, and California probation's mission is to deliver a seamless approach to providing effective supervision and rehabilitation services to justice-involved individuals. And whereas probation professionals play a unique and essential role in our justice system and our communities, and are focused on helping justice-involved individuals transition out of the system permanently through transformative and evidence-based rehabilitation, probation officers are trained experts prepared to manage trauma and other needs of system-involved individuals and safely connect them to the support they need. And whereas probation connects needs with services to enhance community safety and the restoration of justice-involved individuals, probation departments are a connector in the justice system, interlacing and maximizing the resources available within the courts, local governments, and other law enforcement, social services, behavioral health, schools, crime survivor organizations, nonprofits in the community to reduce recidivism by carefully balancing direct human services and research-based deterrence and interventions. And whereas probation departments in California are focused on supporting and advocating for policies that will further the focus to help justice-involved individuals transition back to our communities safely, and apply an equity lens to ensure these policies will effectively address the diverse needs of those the probation department serve. And whereas Probation's efforts to balance the need for accountability with the need of rehabilitative treatment and service opportunities to provide justice-involved individuals the support and opportunities needed to move on to healthier and safer life pathways for themselves, to reduce victimization and positively contribute to the community. And whereas by delivering sustainable community safety, probation departments have a profound impact on the safety and health of our communities by working to reduce recidivism through evidence-based programming and supervision. Probation success ensures that our community is a safer environment for everyone to live and prosper. And whereas this week, the community is encouraged to recognize probation's immense contributions to our community and state. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed the Board of Supervisors of the County of Trinity designates July 17th through 23rd, 2022 as Probation Services Week, duly passed and adopted this 19th day of July 2022 by the Board of Supervisors, County of Trinity.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Supervisor Groves.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox. Aye. Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for taking the time to do that and to acknowledge Probation Supervision Week. And in the formality of these proclamations, I think one of the things get lost in them is the fact that this community has probation officers and support staff that really care about what they're doing. They're very invested. And we work with our community members and the people that we supervise to get them to rehabilitative efforts that they need. We're always trying to hold them accountable for what they're doing, give them the opportunities that they need to be able to do better, and always looking to have fewer victims in our community. And I think this community is very, I'm trying to think of another word for blessed, but it's just not coming to me to have such a good group of people who are really, really invested. Thank you.
All right. All right. Public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on this agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole through the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate department for follow-up or schedule the matter on a subsequent board agenda. Go ahead, sir.
I am John Hodges. If you're from Weaverville or get a dump tax, you realize that there's been in the billing this year, it was a big fiasco. So I'd been working with the solid waste trying to get this. I'd send them checks. They'd send the checks back to me. And then they sent me the new billing. Apparently they forgot to send me a billing for the fourplex on Weaver Street, which got missed. I got a notification in yesterday's mail that there was going to be a 35% penalty for this if it wasn't paid by 5 o'clock. Obviously, they were closed at 5 o'clock, and that it was going to be on today's meeting. So it's just been an ongoing. I've been working with the solid waste. I got to get this paid. He said, why don't you just keep that check and then just credit me? It's not as if I don't dump things from the motel or the restaurant. I said, I've also been trying to, because the Weaverville Victorian restaurant's been closed for 8 years. I've been trying to get that solid waste bill deducted down to $30. And that's just been an ongoing, it's never happened. And everybody knows that it's closed. Also, my mother, I had moved her from Timber Ridge over to Highway 3. That house has been vacant for 2 years. I've been trying to, but since I still heat it, it looks like it's got PUD, it's got usage. I also talked to PUD yesterday to get the 2-year billing for these several different places that have been vacant, another one over at a mobile home park. And they even made the statement that they took from lunch from the PUD, dropped their solid waste in their box, and they received a 35% late fee. So it's obvious that they've got a problem with the billing. I mailed a check yesterday for the $400 for the fourplex. It's going to be late, but it's still going to be there. But on the other hand, I told him, I said, here's a check for $1,075. Just keep it until all this dust settles, because I know it takes an act of God to get the penalty reversed at any time. Just keep it. And then it also says that if I'm going to request that a place that's vacant get the $30 a year instead of $100, it's got to be paid, and then they've got to figure out if the place is actually vacant. I don't know where to go from there. My mom's texting me, she wants sherbet ice cream. So she's, bless her heart. It's
Thank you, sir.
anyway, it's I got to go get mom. You guys got the wrong bills, didn't you, on your?
Yes,
Everybody in the room get a wrong bill for their.
Your time's up, sir.
Okay. So it's not as if I haven't been mailing these checks in to the.
We understand. Well,
already.
thank you.
Chair,
Yes.
could we ask Letty to have somebody look into this?
I will. I'll check in with solid waste.
Thank you.
Before we continue, Diane did send us an email out letting us know that that public hearing that was originally noticed in a lot of her materials that went out needed to be pushed for various reasons. It needed to be pushed until August 2nd. So the public hearing before you guys for people to request waiver of those delinquencies will be on August 2nd.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good morning, Jake Russman, Chris, proudly Hayfork. I just wanted to, I guess, give a little shout out. I got to see Jeremy Brown at the Trinity County Fair. I got to see Liam at the Trinity County Fair. I know that there's a lot of negativity at these meetings all the time. We just heard about a empty house, a closed business. You don't have to look very hard driving through town to see that the tire shop's down 60%. All these businesses are closing. But what I did want to outline was that with all of this economic hardship going on, I believe the FFA auction still brought in almost $700,000 this year. The biggest buyer, as always, was the Trinity Lumber. I believe the second biggest buyer was a local grower. There was the biggest derby purse in the history of Northern California in Hayfork, which was I think all together $30,000. I think for the first time in the history of Trinity County, they sold out the entire grandstands. There was, I believe, 1,400 people in the grandstands. I can tell you that I'm not confident enough in the infrastructure of this county to have stood up at the top of the grandstands with 1,400 people. But I can tell you that I still sort of don't have my voice back. I'm exhausted, but to see what went on at Hayfork in the last week amongst people that I know everybody's financially having a hard time in the last year was pretty cool and pretty inspiring. And I would have liked to see every person on this board up there. I know that it's not everybody's district, but it's definitely everybody's county. And it is the Trinity County Fair. It's not the Hayfork Hoedown or something. But every aspect of it, seeing all the community members together, seeing the Little Miss Trinity pageant, Little Mr. Trinity pageant, seeing people involved and stepping up was super cool and really inspiring. So it's nice to enjoy the streets being a little quieter, but it's also nice to know that when push comes to shove, you know, people are gonna stand shoulder to shoulder and make it happen up here. So.
Thank you.
Terry Mines, Junction City. In my opinion, you guys kind of got some issues going on here. I've had two what I thought were settlements with this county to only be breached by the county attorney. Not sure what's going on. We have court Friday and you guys haven't responded. Don't think that's going to be too good for you guys on this time. I'm not the one breaching the settlements. You gotta, my opinion, you probably should get some other counsel to look into this. This is, when I'm being asked to do something illegal by your county council, you guys got some problems. That's in writing too. You have some serious prior abatements that I'm involved with where there were licenses and I have documented proof. You guys got some big problems coming. Some other lawsuits and some malpractice suits coming. I don't know if you guys even have a clue what's happening, but you probably better seriously look into it. Friday's court, be ready.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Belanco, Douglas City. Despite my address, I'm also a landowner in Trinity County. And, you know, for the last 25 years, I've driven at least once a year to South Dakota. And I used to comment all the time, well, you know, the Pacific bark beetle that we have is bad, but at least it's not as bad as the Western bark beetle that is destroying forests throughout the West. Wyoming, South Dakota, parts of Eastern Oregon, just wiped out. This last year, I realized I can't even say that anymore. I had a buddy who had been on my property maybe 2 years ago, came out to help me do some stuff. And when we were looking at the trees, it's kind of like watching the kids grow. You don't really notice things as much as somebody who maybe takes a break. And he's like, what happened to all your trees? And I had noticed, you know, I used to make my path, oh, I could cut down that tree and that tree and that tree. I realized I'd be taking a walk for about 3 weeks if I was going to set out to do that. I started counting just to see how many trees I have. And I stopped at 100 and I was nowhere near even half. And I noticed that all over Northern Trinity. I haven't been south of Hayfork in a while, so I can't say it's there. Downriver, it's hard to tell because of the fire scars. But it does seem like we are having even worse impacts. I know everybody's aware I missed the Forest Service presentation, but I'm wondering if we could schedule a workshop or something to address not just the beetle, but now we have a tremendous amount of standing dead timber and what is the appropriate approach to that. And if it is to cut it down, we may need some kind of declaration because I know we're limited of how much dead timber we can knock down. So I don't know if CAL FIRE has a opinion on that of what should be done about all this. Maybe it's best to leave that standing timber standing because it just acts like a torch should a fire come. Maybe it's better to put it on the ground. I don't know, but I know I have these questions and everywhere I look on my drive in, going up towards the lake, there's a lot of standing dead. So while we have potentially the opportunity to get some CAL FIRE attention because they're not otherwise occupied, I'd love to see if we could get a workshop to talk about some strategies. And if we need a declaration, maybe move forward with that as a county. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
We have Tyler Thompson on Zoom.
Hi, good morning, Chair, Supervisors. I was just wanting to check in on an item that had made it through the planning commission, but had not gotten before you guys yet, which is the Class K housing. I don't know if it would be considered a bill, but just kind of wanted to see if that was still in the works and hope that it would be getting agendized soon. I know that you guys have a bunch of other things to deal with, obviously, all the time, but just hearing today's Forest Service presentation with some of the housing approvals for getting rebuilt down south. And I know there were several people at the PC meeting that were trying to rebuild up in the North Lake area that had interest in utilizing that should it become available. And then just in general throughout the county, I think it would be a benefit. And I'm sure there's lots of details to figure out with it. And I hope that it doesn't get passed at the expense of the building department functioning as well as it has since I've lived here. It's been one of the few departments that has pretty much functioned well for at least myself personally, and it seemed like for most others. So I'm sure that there's some issues that need to be addressed there, but I know it's never going to be perfect. So I would just ask that it gets a shot before you guys to at least further the discussion and hopefully get something approved. Thank you.
Thank you. And I do believe that that's been noticed to go on the August 2nd board meeting.
All right. Thank you.
I believe.
Planning Commission.
No, I think it was it should have been noticed in the paper.
We noticed in tomorrow's paper.
Yeah. So it'll be on the August 2nd board meeting. I think I seen another hand on Zoom.
Ryan Tarbell.
Good morning, Ryan Tarbell, Hayfork. Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Here we are in the middle of July, and there's really been very few cultivation licenses that have been approved. And I'm just wondering at this point if we need a new strategy, because it really seems like the current strategy isn't working. I hope Director Connell can provide a little presentation during the Cannabis ad hoc report, just about what's happening and why this is all rolling out so slowly. A few weeks ago, we learned that over 100 submittals had been lost for about 2 months. And these are, likely over 50 to 100 projects that just didn't even make it to the consultants for over 2 months to begin review. And I would really like a detailed explanation on why this happened and how we can avoid these kind of situations in the future, and just sort of some roadmap moving forward, because at this rate, we're going to be facing the same issue come next year. So I'd really like to see some proactive changes made now so that people, might possibly be able to get a license by next year. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right. With that, we'll close the public comment and move on to reports and announcements. Item 2.1, reports from department heads. Do we have any department heads that would like to report out?
Thank you, Chair. While I'm not a department head, I am your division director of Cannabis. My name is Sean Connell. This morning, I wanted to give you a brief update on kind of the ongoings. It's been a little while since I've stood in front of you to just do this. So far, as of today, we have 325 submitted Appendix C documents in the system. 141 of those are currently in technical review. We've issued 117 incomplete letters, meaning we've requested additional information from applicants those things can be anything from consistency throughout your document, meaning that when you say something in your project description, it should be repeated throughout your entire document. It shouldn't change based on where the next location is. And so some of the incomplete letters that have been going out have had to deal with consistency in the writings, the supplemental reports being biology reports, archaeology reports, requirements for research, things that help these Appendix Cs be codified as tiered under our certified EIR that was adopted by this board. Currently, we have 28 approved licenses with 20 issued. I issued the 20th license yesterday. You'll see a little bit of a disparity between the number of approved versus the number of issued per our transition plan. We are trying to hold very closely to that. So I have a few licenses that have been recommended for approval, that this would be their first iterations of licensure, and per the transition plan, that is to be on hold until we get through the priority as set forth. I think that will be a further discussion as we continue to develop. I think that helps to slow down the program in the long run. And that is something I want to bring to this board at a later date. I don't necessarily think today is the day for that discussion. To let you know, we've done 187 total inspections in this county. I want to bring you all the way back to April 4th when I stood before you and we started talking about the inspection being the new priority in this county. I believe I said we would shoot for 30 a week. We'd be trying to get to as many as possible by August 1st. I want to let you know at 187 with 141 documents in technical review, we are now outpacing the application pool. What that has done for us inside of the program is that has created a bit of a confusion, as inspections are required by the settlement as a part of the approval process. We've had a few instances where we've done these preliminary inspections and then we've received complaints of cultivation without the benefit of a county license. Those types of things are definitely troubling, as we don't want to give the false impression that because you've had an inspection means that you're going to be approved quickly. That was our intent, was that as we were doing inspections, those would be tied to the approval process, because that's how it's written both throughout our regulations as well as the court case requiring that we do those on-site inspections prior to approval. So with that, 205 were submitted when I stood in front of you on April 4th. We've done 187 inspections. That's with the help of LACO and Helix. That's with the primary mechanism of our county staff, as well as the additional hires that we brought in just over a month ago. My 3 environmental compliance specialists have been out in the field over the last 3 weeks, making sure that their training is adequate so that they can start performing inspections on their own. So we will start to see those inspection numbers increase. I believe there's a further discussion later on 5.1 for us to kind of talk about how these tie in. As I've explained, there's a lot of belief that because I've been inspected, therefore I'm good to go. What I do not want to do is to allude to that type of situation. You are not allowed to cultivate without both a local county license and a concurrent state license for the same project. As of this month, we've received 18 complaints for cultivation on parcels. We've vetted 6 of those. I still am a little hamstring with code compliance specialists. I have an open recruitment. I should be filling out the rest of that to having, essentially I'm going to create teams where one code compliance specialist and one environmental compliance specialist will essentially link up, and every 90 days they'll rotate. So that way that we get good coverage, fair coverage across the board. Daniel Marvel is working with me in order to kind of break down the county into respective areas based on density of cultivation applications. And so we feel that as we continue to grow, as we continue to get better at this, then we'll be able to serve the community even better than where we are now. I do want to say that we still do not accept inspection requests. In review of the April 4th meeting where we had this discussion, I know former CAO Coons had alluded to creating some type of request form. As I've said before, it really allows our staff to do good work when they're dictating, knowing what's coming out of the pool for compliance inspections. And it really just allows us to keep a very close grasp on the program. I believe there was a public comment wondering why things are taking so long. What is the slowdown? I can't speak to how things were done prior to my arrival here. What I can speak to is that this is a CEQA evaluation. CEQA has been on the books in California since 1972. It is the California Environmental Quality Act. It is a very, very thorough document. It gets reviewed very thoroughly. We look at everything. The biggest issues that we're having in approving permits is, from the county side, it's simple things such as expired building permits, inactive seller permits, back taxes due to the franchise state tax board. Your ID is expired. You're now in requirement of a variance due to the type of inspection that we're doing, and we're starting to catch things that have kind of increased into that property setback requirement. So there are a few projects that we've realized this year. This will be their third inspection. This is the first time we've realized they should have had a variance the entire time. So things like that definitely slow down the process. We are actively trying to figure out what we can do to help expedite the process. What I can say is that we can only do so much. This is a complete team environment. It is not just the county. It is not just the hired consultants. It is not just the county consultants. It's everybody. It's the applicant working with their consultant, working with our county consultants to get to approval. Without that full level of teamwork and commitment, we will continue to have issues. This is a high level document. It requires a lot of work to do and to bring forth for it to be compliant. It requires quite a significant time and inspection. From what I've gotten from LACO, it takes approximately 12 days to go through the initial checklist. That's just making sure that your document is there. You have the things that are required. Now, I will say if you get an incomplete letter based on that first 12-day review, it does not stop you in your tracks. If possible, they will continue to move you through technical review. You just will never receive an approval letter until they have everything that they've requested. That is kind of standard for the industry. And so in that aspect, technical review has taken approximately 55 days. We can round that up to say 60, giving correspondence back and forth, incomplete letter reviews, things of that nature. And then from there, it takes roughly 38 days following technical review for a completed technical review and receive a compliance memo. That's an additional 38 days of vetting, making sure that all paperwork is proper, making sure memorandums are done right, making sure the county has it. And then there's an additional, you can add on 15 days of county work. That's my staff reviewing it, making a recommendation to me reviewing that project in totality, as well as preparing it for legal noticing. And then there's an additional 10-day for legal notices before we can issue those licenses. So if you do that rough math, you're looking at about 115 days before you have a license. So that is why it takes time. It's over 100 days of review before we even get to approval. So if people want to know why is this so slow, those are the reasons. The documents need to be consistent. They need to say the same thing from your project description to your mitigation implementation table. Everything should be consistent, and it should be tiered off of our certified EIR, which is the environmental document adopted by this board that oversees the cannabis program. With that, I'm available for any questions if there are any.
Any technical questions for Director Connell?
I'd like him to expand, as we heard today, that there was a log jam in the email situation. Could you explain how you have fixed that and what's going on there?
Correct. Yes, we lost a staff member, I'd say middle towards the end of May. So that took my county staff from 3 people plus myself down to 2 people, which were both inspectors and then me, the division director. So with both my inspectors being mandated to be out in the field doing inspections per the former guidance of the former CAO, that left me at the counter, which meant that between trying to operate, establish, and create policies and framework for this program to operate, I also had to answer every person that came through the counter door as we had limited staff. What I have done is, as I have continued to say, is that I have worked to hire staff, adequate staff in the right positions to do the right job. I have 2 administrative coordinators that work for us that have actively gone back and made sure that every email that was not addressed has been added to the consultant list. Not only that, in addition, every Wednesday and every Friday, the consultants are sent an updated list of any project that has been through our office handled by our administrative coordinators. We have an online active live tracking sheet that's shared between county staff and our reviewers so that they can see any of the issues that we're dealing with. We did have a slowdown as when you lose staff, when you have less than adequate staff, it definitely becomes an issue. I have made it my personal burden to not have staffing issues and to make sure that I am fully staffed so that I can adequately serve this program, this community, and this board.
Could you give an update on that staff right now?
Correct. I have 3 environmental compliance specialists. That is the full total for funding for that. I have an open recruitment for code compliance specialist, an open recruitment for a cannabis planner specific. And then I am working on some back-end work with human resources for my 3rd administrative coordinator that would be working in our department, which brings us to just about full 14 staff members for the cannabis division to serve this community.
I have a few questions for you. Thank you for your presentation, Sean, Director Connell. So of these 100 or so emails that were lost when we lost one of our employees here, it took 60 days to get those emails back up and running and out to these people. Is that what I'm hearing?
It wouldn't have said 60 days as we did have a 30-day emergency extra help staffing that helped to alleviate that. But yes, the staffing issue definitely slowed down that transition between getting it in at the county and then getting it over to our consultants, correct?
And that delay was up to 60 days?
As I said, I wouldn't say 60 days as we did have 30 days of emergency extra help in our office that was actively helping through that process. So I would not say 60 days. No, Supervisor, I would not.
Is there any way to make that up to those people who were lost in transition here?
No one was lost in transition, Supervisor Gogan. What happened was we did not have enough people to handle the workload. So what happened was that our priorities are established by the board. The board made the priorities that we do inspections. When I have 2 inspectors, that means both inspectors must be out in the field doing that work, leaving only myself in the office to answer emails, facilitate counter questions, check on statuses of permits for people who are in the counter, return emails back to consultants, work with outside agencies in order to do meetings, meet with Southern Humboldt that does our local assistance grants. As you can see, it's quite a lot of work for a single person to do, as well as sit behind the massive inbox of CEQA Cannabis or Info at Cannabis and vet through all 100 emails. It just was not physically possible, Supervisor Gogan. And so we took the priorities that were established and we executed on those priorities, knowing that we were going to be having things that fell behind. There is some constraints when you do not have adequate staff.
All right. My next question is, we have, I think you said on October 4th, we had 107 inspections done, I think it was. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, one more time?
On October 4th, we had done, April 4th, we had done 107 inspections.
On April 4th, I was standing in front of you as I was getting direction that inspections would be our new priority. On April 4th, there were 205 total submitted Appendix C documents. Today, we've done 187 inspections. If you can think back to when we were there in April, I promised you that by August 1st, we would be at 100% inspected based on that 205 number. What I'm trying to show here by 187 is that we are on par to meet that promise.
Was it not stated somewhere on April 4th, we had 107 inspections? Just now?
No.
Maybe I wrote that down wrong. Okay.
I did not hear that in the April 4th meeting. I can always go back and check it for the numbers, but that's not what I'm aware of.
All right. So technical review takes 12 days of 8 hours a day for about 100 hours of technical review. Is that what you were stating?
I'm sorry, one more time?
You said technical review takes 12 days?
No, sir. Technical review takes up to 51 days. Initial review takes 12 days.
Okay, initial review takes 12 days.
Yes, sir.
8 hours a day?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it takes 100 hours to technically review one submittal? Is that what you're saying?
Not at all. I'm not saying that at all. No, I'm saying that it takes roughly 12 days for let me give you a hypothetical. Let's say that you submit your Appendix C to the county. It takes roughly 12 days from the day you submit it for the consultants to either draft you an incomplete letter requesting new information or moving you into technical review. Did I make that clear?
Absolutely. Thank you. And then the review time of the county after that is how long?
So it takes 58 days roughly for technical review. So you're looking at, what is that, 60 something days already that we're in?
Sure. And then the final thing I have to ask is this 2-week notice that I've been hearing about, where they're going to give you a couple weeks advance notice for inspection. If you are not present or don't have someone present for you, you stand the recommendation of being excluded from the cannabis program. Is that correct?
Not exactly correct. So what we have done in order to make sure that we are doing what we were directed is that we have tried to give people at a minimum 7 days to prepare for their inspection. What we've run into is we've run into a lot of people who've had to request a different day, which is understandable. It is summertime, kids are out of school. I understand vacation times, things of that nature. It has been a policy for our division that we will request 2 inspections. We'll work with you to reschedule twice. At the third time, there is no more requesting. We are mandated to do these inspections by the court. This isn't something that I get to choose to do, that we get to not do. It's a requirement of the process. And so we will do everything in our effort to move projects to approval. And if that means that we have to do a mandatory inspection with or without representation, it is signed. Each applicant gives us the authorization during normal business hours to enter their property to verify the information that is provided in their application. We are doing everything we can to make sure that we are doing our jobs fully. And so some of that is working with applicants. We give them 2 opportunities to reschedule their inspection. At the third request, we tell them the day and time that we will be on their property.
So there'll be no recommendation to drop them from the licensing program if you guys inspect on the third time.
Correct. If they fail that third one and they have lock gates, they put in new locks, they change those combination codes, I don't have any other mechanism to move them forward. It would be a 7-day non-compliance issue and a recommendation for denial following that, which is per our ordinance.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
You're welcome, Supervisor.
Any other technical questions? All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Have a great day.
Any other department heads that would like to report? Have any on Zoom, Susie?
I do not see any raising their hands, chatting me, unmuting, or any.
All right. Report from County Administrative Officer.
Okay, so the last couple of weeks, Susie and I and consultant Craig Goodman held our preliminary budget reviews with all department heads. I really want to thank all the department heads for presenting their budgets very well. It was, very interesting conversations, a lot of good information, challenging, identifying areas that we may have to consider cutting. However, I just definitely want to acknowledge the department heads for putting together their information, their presentations on their programs and services. It was done very well. I also want to let you know that I did meet with our PG&E representative, and she is going to plan, requested that she come to our board meeting in August to do a presentation to identify some of the safety measures that they've been placing on their power lines. So I thought it'd be good information for those areas in our county that are served by PG&E for good safety information. And that's all I have at the moment.
Thank you. Number 3, reports from the members of the Board of Supervisors. We'll start with Supervisor Groves.
The things that aren't on the agendas. I did have the Weirville Community Forest ongoing issues within the county and working on fuels management. Also, I met with Tara Jones, and she gave you a report very similar to, I have talked to Sarah about the Minersville, Sarah, who's the NRA's supervisor, about the Minersville problems and those ongoing issues there. And yeah, that's it. That's not on the agenda.
Supervisor Cox.
So a couple of committee assignments that I have would be that need additional representation from Trinity County would be Superior California Economic Development and PSA 2. And so we're working to get those positions formally posted for the 10-day period so that those can come before the board for appointment. So we'll be good to have those. It won't be fully filled, but it'll be a long stretch toward what is needed. The senior nutrition program is not moving along as quickly as I had hoped. And so that still remains, but I have inquired as to whether the time delay could extend the time that meals are provided or increase the number of meals that are provided so that we don't lose any of the funding that was coming our direction. I attended a broadband meeting with CEO Garza and Barbara Hayes from RCRC, and that was a good meeting to get up to speed on some things that are going to be needed. So tomorrow we'll continue that conversation with Connie Stewart, who is the consortium lead for Trinity County. There are some requirements that are going to need to be put together quickly for us to be a part of funding that's available so that we can bring to the county what is available to us. SRS funding, which is Secure Rural Schools, the federal government has decided that it is time for counties to re-elect what they will do with the Title II and Title III funding. So Title I remains the same at 85%, and the county will need to elect as to whether or not Title II remains at the 12% and Title III remains at the 3% that it's currently at. So we're looking for a letter to come in the mail any day, and we are carefully watching the mail because the federal government will not communicate with counties. They will only communicate through the state. So we have to get our ducks in a row with that information back to the state timely. So we're on that. I have requested a status update as far as our local area advisors are concerned to come before the board for appointment, and I don't have an update on that, but I am continuing to try to figure out what that is. I believe Health and Human Services just brought a resolution forward under OES at the last board meeting, making those appointments.
Did I miss that?
I didn't see. Yeah, it was within the last couple board meetings. There was a resolution that came forward making some appointments for local area advisors.
Oh, I do recall that now. My bad. Sorry. We'll check that box. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Great. And that is the end of my report. Thank
you. I did attend some budget hearings this past week. That was an interesting learning experience. Other than that, I don't have any, I haven't attended any meetings outside the county this last couple of weeks. I will have some this week. So hopefully at our next board meeting, I'll have something to report out. Until then, nothing.
All right, a couple quick things here. We did have some budget meetings with myself, Craig, Letty, and Susie. It was good to go over the budget kind of line by line and see where some possible cuts could be made. And I think we did the best we could at that. I'd like to thank Susie for doing her job, the budget job, and the clerk of the board job, which is a lot to do. So thanks for doing all that. I really appreciate that. That's just a lot of stuff. I went to a Fish and Game Commission meeting, which went fine. We're trying to bring in an antlerless hunt here, which is being some resistance from California State Fish and Game, but we do have the largest doe to buck ratio in California. So it would be a good thing. So we'll continue with that. We had a couple hour TMC, Training Management Council phone meeting last week that just went over some policy and things, and that also went well. And the last thing I wanted to mention was, and I think Jake stole a lot of my thunder here, so thanks, Jake. The fair was unbelievably successful. It was, for me, I've been a supervisor here for 2 years, almost 2 years now. The first year, we didn't have a real fair. The COVID thing took it out of it. So this year we did have a real fair. And to get over there and see the people, the sights, the smells, the activities was just amazing. The people at the fairground board and all the people that support them did a fantastic job. As Jake said, there was 1,400 people at the Derby, and they gave out $20,000 for the winner of that Derby, which is the largest payout in the history of California for a Derby. The Derby was great. Donnie did a great job with it. Carrie, the head of the fairgrounds, unbelievable. Adrian's on that committee. They're just a phenomenal committee, and I can't thank them enough for what they did for Hayfork, Trinity County. It was great. I did notice, though, that they separated me and Jake on either side of the stands for the Derby. I think it's not because we don't get along. It's because of the weight issue, I think. They were afraid that the stands may cave in. So they had it right. It didn't cave in. It was super 3 days there after, some of the local businesses, Hayfork Hotel. I saw a lot of good people there. My son played there for 2 nights. I think everybody had a great time there. Brought a lot of money to Hayfork. To the people of Trinity County, especially the people on the fair board, Hayfork, it was just a fantastic weekend. And it's good to see all the hard work and the people back to come do that. I thank Trinity Lumber for being the largest donor to the auction. And I think the second leading donor or to the auction, the legal cannabis grower, who made this auction $700,000 strong, which is a lot of money here in Trinity County for these kids. So I can't thank them enough. It was fantastic. And that is all I have to say. Thank you.
All right. On the 9th, I went and met with the Norrell Muck tribe at Cox Bar School in Big Bar and discussed the Big Flat Wave project. They are interested in hosting a community meeting to share and look at the range of concepts that this could include, and especially bringing an emphasis to their native culture. And we're hoping for, end of August, maybe the beginning of September. Theoretically, the consultants are going to come out to that meeting, and I'll be keeping everyone posted, and they'll be doing social media posts for that meeting. So that was exciting development. And I also informed them about a broadband grant so they can theoretically tie their new tribal headquarters into the digital 299 fiber line. So that was kind of nice outreach to have. And I was able to be a gold medal recipient at the California State Fair for the first year ever cannabis competition. And another Trinity County farm, Soul Spirit Farm, was also a gold medal winner as well. It was really neat to see this first time ever exhibit. I think it's been in the works for a number of years, and they did an amazing job of having an educational and informative, interactive walkthrough exhibit about the history of cannabis internationally, not just within California. I know Adrian had a lot to do with that. I saw a great picture of Adrian up on one of the walls there. And it was just great to represent Trinity County at that event. Really special. And I wanted to thank Supervisor Cox for her thorough note-taking on the broadband meeting. A lot of the broadband stuff ripples through RCRC. And it's great to be utilizing these resources that the county has. Lastly, I was able to take my kids to the fair. And it was their first time to the Trinity County Fair. They had a blast. It was great to see the community coming together, kind of a sense of normalcy for everybody, and to hear about the money raised from the auction. That's pretty fantastic. I think last year was $500,000, and that was all on a Zoom auction, a digital auction. So having it in person obviously makes a big difference. So big thanks to everybody who made that happen. That's all.
All right, thank you. Report from the Cannabis Cultivation Program Ad Hoc. You want to start off, Keith? Or do you want me to? There you go.
There's not a lot to add.
I don't think so.
I will, if anything I'm talking about is stepping on our later agenda item, please stop me. But the numbers that were given by Sean continue to show progress, but albeit slow progress. We did have a discussion with the sheriff that came in and also talked to us as a group. I think there's something really important out of that. We hear a lot of people complaining about cannabis and the impacts on the county, yet the sheriff reported to us all of last year. So for 1 year, he got 8 complaints.
Nine complaints.
Okay, 9 complaints. I'll change. Julie. So, and he dealt with all those 9 complaints. So that's a frustrating thing to me, that if you go out and people, if you're at the grocery store and people are complaining and you tell them to pass along the complaints to the sheriff's department, that seems not to be what happens. So I guess my ask here is if you do have complaints about illegal activity, and this is separate from what Sean described as in our program activity, is to make those complaints. The sheriff's department does answer and look into those complaints. We discussed within that group that some people don't want to be known. So the sheriff is looking into making this a totally anonymous complaint forms. And he did give us numbers on his total. Go ahead and give the totals of
115 notices of violation and 12 abatements stemming from with only 9 complaints. So they were, the rest of those came from stuff that they just encountered basically while they were engaged in complaints, or that were forwarded from our code compliance folks in the program.
The other thing that we are seeing pretty much for the first time is we're seeing people within the program complaining about illegal activities, and that how they're being hung up in the CEQA process, why illegal activities still moves on, and asking for something to be done about that. So we'll have further discussions on that process today. Dan, what else do you have there?
I think that's pretty much it, except for the fact that our agenda item 5.4 comes from part of the discussion we had at ad hoc, and that's just, we'll discuss that when we get there. So
yeah, to notify the whole board, the public side of the hearing is really waned off to virtually nothing. Very few comments, and I mean very few, and very low participation. So the public meetings of this are down to 10 to 15 minutes, which when we started, they were
An hour and 15 minutes? or
Yeah, an
more?
hour and 15 minutes. So I don't know if that's a good thing that the public is still in the process or is getting more and more trust in the process. One issue that Sean didn't bring up is that we have had no appeals of the now 20 that have gone through, which I think also shows that there's some strength in the process working and people feeling that that they've been protected in this process. Yeah, so are there any questions?
Yeah, I have one question, Keith. Would this be with the 15-minute ad hoc meeting now for the public? Would this be a good time for us to discuss possibly, dropping the ad hoc, especially with Ed coming aboard and doing a good job being the kind of the go-between between the public and Director Connell? I know it's a long way for Dan to travel every Thursday, and I know he has a lot of things to do for a 15-minute public meeting. Maybe we could do it a little bit different, or have.
I'll go ahead and jump in and then let Dan answer. The public meeting part is we are definitely getting there. And to answer your question, that we're getting to that process. I don't know if we're quite there yet. As we'll talk in the agenda item, there are several things that we need to bring forward towards the board as a whole. And I think it's still beneficial for us to act to clear these out and address those issues and bring them up to the board. I think we're still supporting Ed and Sean in their process and giving and helping have this discussion. But I do believe we're getting closer to the end, and there's a light at the end of the tunnel for this process to take over and act on its own. It's up to Dan's decision when he feels that we're done, but
I do. I do believe we're getting closer to the end. I think that we have had some discussion internally as an ad hoc about going every other week, which may come. But we only spend 15 minutes on the public portion of the meeting, which is usually just an update. And we do have some people that come in to listen to that update. Then we usually have some private meetings scheduled, and then the actual ad hoc meeting has still been fairly robust. And actually here recently, new questions have come up, which I was thinking we were really close to the end, and then we've had these new questions. So I think that we're getting closer. We're not quite there. I think we'll have to have a discussion about moving it to every other week because there are some weeks when it's really not that much happening, but I'm hopeful that by the time we get to the end of our latest Zoom link that we'll have a program that's standing on its own and the ad hoc's done.
That's great. I'm glad it's moving along and it's doing what it should be doing. So you guys are the guys, so we'll keep it going till you think we don't need to have it.
And I'd add one thing that we're also communication is better with the department than the applicants, but it's still not what I would like to see it if we get fully vetted in a lot of the applicants, this is their one chance that they get to have a free and open discussion and vent their issues. And so we still definitely are taking a lot of that.
Any other questions about ad hoc? All right, that we'll move on. The consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions, comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do you have any public comment on the consent calendar?
Can we pull 3.2, please?
What's that?
Do you want to clarify that that's not how you do the consent calendar anymore or no?
Well,
All of Jake's comments.
I think you could request that a board member pull it, but you can't pull it yourself. So if you would like to elaborate on why you would like to have somebody pull it, that would be okay, but
I've never had something pulled before. I've sat in hundreds of hours of these and I guess I haven't seen it done properly to date. I guess my question is, well, I would request for it to be pulled by a board member, I suppose. But my question is, if we've had 9 complaints last year about illegal grows, we have a lot of things that we need to work on in this county. One is, why are we taking funding to put more of our limited sheriff to dealing with evidently 9 illegal grows? My second question is, in a general sense of today having to do with 3.2, are we looking to deal with unpermitted cannabis grows with the sheriff, or are we looking to tax unpermitted cannabis grows?
So I will pull 3.2 for discussion under, I have a couple different questions about that.
okay, so wait till we close public comment. Any other public comment on item 3.2? I'm not item 3.2 on the consent calendar. All right, seeing none, do we have any on Zoom?
I have no raised hands and no new chats.
All right, that will close the public comment on the consent calendar and bring it back to the board. Any board members wishing to pull items? Now you want to pull
3.2, please.
All right. And any others? All right, hearing none. Anyone care to make a motion on the,
I'd move to adopt the consent agenda as presented minus 3.2.
all right,
I'll second.
any further discussion?
Supervisor Brad?
Aye.
Supervisor Gross?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, item 3.2, approve establishing a new special revenue fund, Fund 116, SB 170, unpermitted cannabis grows under the sheriff. Supervisor Gogan, you had questions?
Yeah, I did. I started looking at this on Saturday, and I think it's 300 pages long. It's several $1 billion. And I was just wondering how much of this is actually going to get to our county. I do appreciate that it will be sectioned off from in the general fund as this fund alone. There are so many different things that are pulled out of this fund that I'm not sure exactly how much, or do we even know, or do we have any presentations from the sheriffs on what this may or may not do, or how it fits into our county at this time? It goes down to things that I'm not even familiar with, that are not even, ocean waves and just a lot of different things that I'm not sure pertain to us. Not that we couldn't use some extra money in here, but I get lost after a while trying to keep up with how most of this will pertain to Trinity County. So if we could have maybe someone down the road give us a update on how this would fit into our county from the sheriff's department, I would appreciate that.
I was just going to say, I have Christine Gaffney from the auditor's office on Zoom, prepared to address some of those questions.
That'd be great.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that'd
I
be
had
great.
reached out to Angie as well, and she had informed me that we have already received funds for this account, so we did have to designate a special fund for it. So if Christine wanted to provide more information, that would be helpful.
Good morning, board. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Basically, I'm just going to say what Letty has just stated. We have to put these funds somewhere, and we wanted to put them in a new fund specific to this revenue. And as far as any expenditures or how this will be spent, I am not positive, but we wanted to keep it separate so it would be easier to track. And that's why we wanted to just establish the fund to be able to put those monies in there, because if it just goes into a general fund, it's going to be a lot harder to track and monitor the expenses and whatever else, whatever this money is going to be used for. So we wanted to establish this fund to put that money in it, and then whatever transpires after that, we'd be able to track it better.
It is primarily for tracking purposes. And what I've learned from our budget review meetings with Angie and Craig and Susie is that there's a lot of tracking of the different revenue sources we have. And we want to be as transparent as possible to ensure that we're tracking all expenditures and revenues specifically for what they're for. So.
Thank you. That answers most of my questions. I was just unsure how this came through our program and how we kept it aside and all. And if those are the answers,
Mr. Chair, if I may, that line 287 of that very long bill, it says $300,000 to Trinity County for enforcement against unpermitted cannabis grows or grows that are not in the permitting process. Where there are illegal water diversions or environmental degradations, these funds shall cover overtime and per diem.
what page is that on, Keith?
It's line item 287 of that. I'm showing it page 284.
Okay. I mean, I take it. So you're reading it correctly.
All right.
How I found that is.
Would someone like to make a motion before we continue with the discussion?
I would move to adopt as presented.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right. Finish the consent calendar, and I would suggest let's take a short break before we get into public hearings. So
What page is that?
2. We will come back at, say, 10:35.
Number 287.
Number 287.
On my phone. Same thing. All right. Everybody here. I lost my microphone. All right. We will reconvene our July 19th regular meeting of the Board of Supervisors. Public hearings, cannabis, item 4.1. Take the following actions regarding the establishment of a cannabis processing ordinance. 1, find that the adoption of the proposed ordinance falls within the scope of the Cannabis Program Environmental Impact Report certified by the Board of Supervisors December 21st, 2020. Introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance establishing Chapter 17.43I regarding cannabis processing. Direct staff regarding the issue of prohibiting all agricultural processing facilities on prime agricultural soils countywide. Direct staff to coordinate with fire chiefs regarding appropriate content, personal safety and fire prevention, building safety, etc., and review of required fire plans, and direct staff to file a CEQA notice of exemption within 5 days of the final action by the Board of Supervisors. No fiscal impact.
Good morning, Chair, board members, CEO Garza, County Council. I'm Sean Connell. I'm the Director of Cannabis for Trinity County. Today, we are going to do another light introduction because Heidi Shuden, who is our consultant for ordinance writing, is going to take the heavy lift on this. She's done most of the work, and this is our first reading. So with that, I'll kick it off to Ms. Heidi.
Thank you very much, Director Connell. Good morning, board members and members of the audience. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you very much. This proposed ordinance would create a new commercial cannabis license type for the county that allows commercial cannabis processing. So processing means to trim, cure, dry, grade, package, or label cannabis. And currently, anybody who has a commercial cannabis cultivation license may do that for product grown on their own premises. But in order to accept product grown by others, you're required to have a commercial cannabis processing license, and this would allow that. In addition, as a part of this ordinance, we are also recommending that there be something called a self-processor license, which would allow multiple licenses on the same or immediately adjoining property to be processed at one shared facility. Basically, right now, you have to sort of tape off different areas to process, even if it's the same property or adjoining properties, and this would allow for a more efficient process without modifying any of the tasks that you're already allowed to do if you're a commercial cannabis cultivator. So these regulations would do the following. They would establish a requirement for a CUP in order to have a processor license. However, the self-processor would not be required to have a CUP provided it's in association with a licensed cultivation site. And again, that's because it wouldn't change what you're allowed to do. It also says that commercial processing may be conducted in commercial, industrial, and agricultural zones as identified in the ordinance. Those are coincidentally the same zones in which cannabis manufacturing is allowed. For self-processing, that would be allowed in any zone in association with a licensed cultivation site. Also, commercial processing would not be conducted in any of the prohibited areas that are identified, for example, including adopted opt-out areas. Self-processing, however, would be allowed in an opt-out area, but only in association with an existing licensed cultivation site. And finally, this regulation would establish that applicants must include a cannabis processing plan with each application so that the staff can analyze what's being proposed. Created by your Planning Commission on June 23rd. They conducted a public hearing, and by unanimous vote, they recommended to move this forward to your board. They had several changes which are included in this ordinance. One is that they changed the buffer for cannabis processing facilities from a youth-oriented facility, school, church, or residential treatment facility. They changed that from 1,000 feet to 600 feet, and they also eliminated churches from the listing of sensitive uses. And they made that change provided that odor mitigation is implemented, and that is shown in section 17.43I.040C. They also deliberated a previous prohibition related to prime agricultural soils, and they recommended that the board direct staff to consider how that should or should not be included in the ordinance. Since that time, we've done some research and we've concluded, based on information from the Resource Conservation District, that there is no prime farmland acreage in Trinity County. So it would not be necessary to make that specification as a part of this action unless there's additional information that others have that contradicts that conclusion. With respect to 17.43I.040E, included in that a requirement that a minimum of 75% of the cannabis processed at a facility had to be grown in Trinity County. The Planning Commission deliberated that and ultimately removed that from, or recommended to remove that from the draft ordinance, because at least at the front end, it would be very difficult to meet that. And I believe their discussion also supported that that might be better considered as a policy rather than a regulation. There were also some clarifying modifications to a few other sections, one of which I'll raise with regard to fire plan requirement. The wording for that was changed to a fire safety and prevention plan. And as a part of recommended action number 4, the Planning Commission also suggested that the board direct staff to work with the county fire chiefs regarding what the appropriate content would be for that plan. In their deliberations, the Planning Commission also considered some additional changes to section 17.43I.020B that are shown in the staff report. The vote on that particular item was 2-2 with one abstention, and so the direction from the Planning Commission as a result of that was that that action failed. However, the Planning Commission did ask that we inform the board of their discussion. And so in the staff report, you'll see that there were some clarifications to 020B having to do with geographic prohibitions. Those are the ones that failed. They're not included in what's brought forward to you. However, I would point out, for example, that while the Planning Commission deliberated specifically adding Rush Creek Estates opt-out area and Lewiston Estates opt-out area, the language in the ordinance as it's currently drafted nevertheless says that processing would not be allowed in any opt-out area designated by the Board of Supervisors. So it's my belief that that additional clarification would not be necessary. The activity would still not be allowed in Rush Creek or Lewiston Estates. So with that staff report, I am happy to answer any questions. We recommend that you take public input, a public hearing, conduct a public hearing, deliberate, and then move this forward. Thank you.
Anyone have any technical questions for Heidi before we open the public hearing?
Yes, Lewiston Estates, would that be the Lewiston expansion, Grass Valley Creek?
Well, to the extent that the language currently reads any opt-out area, it would be all of those areas that are currently identified by your board as having restrictions.
I understand that, but here it was the recommendation, or it was a failed recommendation, but you have it here as Lewiston Estates. I'm just trying to make sure which
Lewiston?
That's a very good point, Supervisor. I actually think that was intended to be Lewiston expansion.
Okay.
Area. I believe that
makes more sense.
Any other technical questions?
Could you go over the self-processor part again?
Sure. And Sean may be able to do a better job with this, but let me just take a quick try. So currently, if you have a cultivation license or if you have multiple cultivation licenses, each one of those, by the definition of the state, allows you to also process your own cannabis. And so if you have multiple licenses, even if it's on the same property, you're allowed to cultivate the cannabis from each of those licenses, but the state requires you literally separate those processing areas, even if it's within the same facility. So you're doing the same amount of processing, but you have to move from, for example, one corner of a building to the other corner of a building, if that's how you've designated it as a part of your state license. The self-processing license would be, in a way, a local workaround that would enable us to allow people to not have to physically move their table from one corner of a building to another. They would do the same processing of the same product grown on site, but they could do it at a shared facility, a shared table, a shared corner of a building. And Sean, did I do a good job with that?
I don't think I could have said it any better.
Thank you.
So I want to, under the state rules, does the ownership have to be the same?
Yeah. So what we're trying to do here is there's a few different instances where this happens, but essentially if you have multiple license types, what happens inside of your processing facility is at the state, they require, like, for example, let's say that you have a 1 acre license here locally, but at the state you registered for 4 10,000 square foot licenses. If you have a shared facility, each one of those 4 that makes up that 1 acre has to be sectioned off. That means administrative hold. That means area of work. That means materials. So if you have, let's say you have 6 employees and they process all of your grown product on that location, they would literally be moving chairs, tables, water from one designated area for a license type, literally across an imaginary line to a new area. This seeks to remove that requirement. It gives them the ability to say that they are processing their cultivation from their farm in one cultivation shared facility, because it's all on the same farm, same premises, same ownership, same applicant. That's what we'd be looking for. If you were trying to take another applicant's, another parcels that's not under the same ownership onto your process, you would need a full out processing license. It would not be authorized under the self-processing. Self-processing is only for your product grown on your site.
Okay, so let's say you have a site, you have one license. This is not a scenario we can do today, but you have one license that's under your name and one license that's under somebody else's name, but it's on the same property. Is that a self-processing or no?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Any other technical questions before I open the public hearing?
Yeah.
All right, seeing none, we'll open the public hearing on item 4.1.
Morning, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Belanco, Douglas City. I think this is a great draft, an ordinance that is really a mitigation in itself. Other than smell, I think the biggest complaint that we have seen across the board from commercial cannabis was all the cars, all the trimmers, all the workers. By consolidating the processing activity, which is the most labor intensive part of commercial cannabis, at least on this end, we remove a lot of those impacts from the neighborhoods, from our dirt roads. So I think this is very appropriate. It's going to help our general approach to mitigating the impacts on particularly the people who aren't involved in this industry. I do want to just acknowledge that planning and county staff, as busy as they are, catching up with CEQA and doing everything with cultivation licensing, found the time to process this ordinance, process the processing ordinance. I also want to acknowledge the method that I think was very well thought out, where prior to going to the planning commission, when we had the ordinance in draft form, there was a public hearing with planning staff, and it was open to the public. Anybody could come in, make some comments, and some of those comments were reflected before it even got to the planning commission. I think it was very efficient to be able to do that, so that the planning commission hearing was much smoother, much faster. So to the extent, and I think that should apply across the boards to whenever we're creating ordinances, it doesn't have to just be cannabis. It was useful to, get some kinks out. I think the self-processing aspect came up in that meeting, and I think that's a very useful thing. I would agree with Ms. Schuden's comments about listing the opt-outs, that last one and any other opt-out doesn't need to be there because we do articulate which opt-outs are there. So other than that, I would urge the board to adopt this as it's written. I think it's great. I'm happy to have it. Thank you.
Dan, can I talk?
Just go ahead.
Okay. Joe Moyer, your ag commissioner. I want to apologize to the fair. I was at the National Weights and Measures the week of the fair. The fair is now changed. I'll always miss it. We got the scales done, but I really love Jake's comments, your comments, and I feel guilty not being there. And having said that, from what I hear, this sounds like a good thing. We definitely will need import. We don't have enough since we originally started by only having 10,000 basically small grows. A processor needs continuous product. That means product will move in, and I doubt that quarantine implications have been considered. I don't need this in the ordinance. It could all be worked out simply by requiring that the processor have a quarantine compliance agreement with the ag department. So product moving in that has a pest that we don't want or haven't had or whatever can be can be stopped or somehow mitigated, and trace back capabilities to get back to where it's coming from to alert them that they have a problem is going to be necessary, if you ask me. Thank you.
Jake Grossman, Chris Hayfork. Huge supporter of us finally getting processing in Trinity County. I'm not going to copy everything Tom said, but it is by far the biggest impact cannabis has on the social aspect in our community is the fall in processing. I would absolutely love to see the language on the opt-outs cleaned up. Our site in the industrial park, or what is zoned the industrial park with very little industry, is an exact example. I also think it's important that we look at, as I've talked about many times across the board, if you take the big cannabis out of it, what we're talking about doing is essentially the same thing that Keith does on his property with grapes. Inside a closed building, sealed up, all these things are mitigated. So I'd just like to see that language cleaned up so that this can be in the appropriate areas. And I'm excited that we're working at taking migrant trimmers out of tents off the side of mountains and giving jobs to Trinity County families. Thanks.
Good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I would really like to stand in support of everything that Mr. Blanco brought up. I think he really nailed it. Not too much more to say about it. My question is, and this is probably reiterative, but just looking for what the justification for a CUP on this is. The state performance standards and requirements address all the various issues. Directors' use permits move along a lot quicker. They're still 100% conditionable. So any regulatory promulgation that happens after this passes can be part of a condition of a license. That could include, specific odor mitigations. It could include what the Ag Commissioner mentioned about any kind of quarantining protocols, all those sorts of things. I also agree that the ability to consolidate the labor force into an appropriate zone and have that have all the processing happening there, of course, by the choice of the cultivator, it would take such a load off the roads in this county that it would be this ordinance itself, I believe was said before, would be, I mean, it's kind of a mitigation in and of itself. A farm could include in their mitigation plan that they will use this offsite facility and they will be able to reduce their vehicle miles traveled in their Sequoia exponentially. Like the vast majority of the miles traveled likely would fall aside in this case. So I would like to see these sorts of license be able to be issued sooner than later, because it would provide a net environmental benefit under the program. And as Jake said, it would also provide the stable type of jobs, less itinerant, more localized. I think it would be a real benefit for the county. So I'd like to see this passed, but I would also like to have it DUP be considered. Thank you.
Hi, Steve Land, Junction City. You can also call me Pessimistic Peter for today. I think the county has created such an incredibly unfriendly environment for cannabis that this processing ordinance is almost pointless. Other than, I think these guys who've been planning on one facility, I doubt anybody else is going to build there's going to be Humboldt, Mendocino, they're not going to import weed to a processing facility here. Nobody's going to open a processing facility when it requires a CUP, when our record with CUPs is abysmal. I think we've missed the boat once again. Arcata has a couple of beautiful processing facilities that they hire, including one of my son's girlfriends worked there for full time. Great job. I think we have continued to create an environment that makes it hard to run a business in this county. There's roadblocks at every avenue. Even if this ordinance passes today, it's going to be years before someone gets a CUP through to actually begin operations. There's going to be appeals. If they try to put a processing facility in the industrial zone, there's going to be appeals. It's going to be crazy as usual. And I think we've missed the boat once again. And I'm super disappointed.
Wow, Terry Mine, Junction City. That was awesome. That's the absolute truth. I'm the only one actually that's imported something probably from outside this county, believe it or not. Some from Grass Valley, some from Humboldt County. And that's never going to happen anymore. As far as missing the boat, 100%. Talking about the kids, doing something for the kids. What a joke. Jobs for people is what everybody wanted here. It's what this whole licensing procedure was about. It's why we all started back in 2015, 16. Let's come in here, provide jobs, provide an economic opportunity, bring some economic viability to this community. Boy, I've actually proven you can do it. But you had to have an opportunity. Sabotaging everybody the whole time, creating this joke of what you guys call an ordinance, hiring incompetent people that can't get anything done. Really? And then allowing a county council to run ethically amongst all of us, bringing more lawsuits and not winning them. I promise you, not winning them. You guys have monstrous problems. You better call your insurance company. That's reality. Working on a processing license, that's like working on opt-out zones. What a joke. No one's coming here to buy a farm. I promise you, everyone's farm is up for sale. Good riddance is what they all say because they can't earn a living. You guys didn't destroy the market. I will not blame you for that, not even slightly. It had nothing to do with you. That has to do with other reasons. But giving a person an opportunity to compete, that was in your guys' hands and you failed. So much so people have committed suicide over it. And that's not a joke. You're ruining people's families' lives and have destroyed this county like I have never seen. Complete failure at the top level. Hiring incompetent people when you should have hired someone that actually had cannabis knowledge to implement a real business. Maybe hire a business licensing, get some people hired to actually implement a real licensing program. Not one where people come in here and make up excuses why they can't give you one. Actually give you one and do it. Mendocino, same kind of issues. They made sure their people had licenses where you people did not. You guys should really hire someone qualified to make decisions around here. You guys have failed miserably.
Tough act to follow. Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Specifically on the processing ordinance. Thank you to staff and to Ms. Shuden for bringing this forward in a difficult, busy time. The workshop aspect, tremendous. It led to a much more efficient process at the Planning Commission because a lot of the ideas and opposition and things to put in got worked out earlier. So please do use that moving forward. I think that it is really important that you do have very specific language regarding the carve-out areas. There was some confusion with the retail, the paper interpreting how that reads differently and creating confusion because I think we talked about the Lewiston Estates. I think it's the Lewiston expansion maybe is the more appropriate. I think you need to itemize those. Really the only opt-outs that have clearly said no other cannabis activity are the Rush Creek Estates and the Lewiston Grass Valley. I know there's discussion. Nobody wants to put a processing facility in the historic district. I think that's coming up on retail, but those should really be the only carve-outs that continue to carry forward. The other ones are primarily focused on cultivation and the smell nuisance and so on, which this would be contained in a building. So please do kind of clean that up. I'm still not kind of clear about how that language reads from the staff presentation. But I would ask for clarification to avoid confusion and avoid business disruption for some people who have plans with the processing license. The CUP, that's going to slow things down certainly for this season. It would be nice if there could be a consideration possibly for a DUP for a certain zoning, perhaps industrial zoning, to try to expedite that so we could get something in for this season. I think it would be really valuable to the farmers, to the environmental impact, et cetera. So thank you.
Hello, board. Carl Wampler, Hayfork. I just wanted to say something real quick and just hope that you guys can make this a DUP. CUPs effectively kill everything in this county. We all know that. Please keep it a DUP. Thank you.
Do you have any other public comment in the room? All right. Any on Zoom?
We have Veronica.
Good morning, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I want to thank the staff for bringing this forward. It is something that has been needed within the industry, as I've done my research on that as well. I would like to counter something about there being a public meeting. There was a public meeting that it didn't invite the public. They invited the industry. I even reached out to Director Connell via email about it, saying, when will you be doing a public meeting? Because this one was directly for the cannabis industry. I'm not sure why the Planning Commission wanted to remove the buffer or lower it on any youth-oriented facilities or remove churches. It kind of got tit for tat during that meeting for a bit, so maybe that's where it came from. And changing any fire requirements, just want to ensure that the strongest fire requirements for any business are part of an ordinance or part of the business plan, because we all know how that can work out for us, unfortunately. And I do want to say thank you for the decision of using it, or possibly the decision of using a CUP, because without a current general plan, it provides a path for Trinity County residents to have a voice in the changes that are happening to the community before that general plan is done. So I think a CUP is appropriate. And I thank you all for all the hard work that you're doing. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Tyler Thompson.
Hello, Chair, Board again. Good morning. I just have a few wording clarifications, I guess, as well. specifically tied to the self-processor, and was able to bring this up during the planning commission, or at least during the workshop. But there's just a couple other things that I had discussed with DCC some years back, or I guess prior to being DCC. I don't even remember what acronym BCC or CDFA was used at the time. But anyway, it was in regards to the self-processor portion, and Supervisor Grove's clarification on some of this, basically requiring that the same entity ownership be required for the self-processor, but to allow, instead of just being able to walk or drive, I guess, the product across a property line, it was to allow somebody that also had a self-transport license, and if they had a farm down the road, to self-process at the shared facility as well. So it was the same idea of being able to self-process if you had multiple licenses on one parcel or an adjoining parcel. The way it's currently written, it almost reads that you could process your neighbor's adjoining parcel. It doesn't say anything about entity ownership, but if you did own something that was not adjoining under the same licensed entity, the DCC allows for it to be self-processed at a shared facility. And it's, I believe, in concept, the same intent that it's being put under, adding that self-processor, but if could possibly not just be adjoining parcel, but under same entity ownership. And that was the clarification that they had given me. And then I'm curious as to why we have to have an additional license for that, if it's because it's currently already allowed under state regulations and under our county licensing, that if it's already allowed, just stay allowed as is instead of requiring another license. If it is necessary, I do appreciate having the self-processor license. And a clarification in that, it says a CUP is required for commercial self-processor, and then a self-processing or a processing plan for processing licenses. Just to clarify, does that processing plan need to be for self-processing? Because we already have that integrated into our cultivation plans usually. So to not put additional requirements on something that's already allowed. And then to consider just doing a DUP. If you already meet all the requirements as the ordinance lays out, why make it years of a CUP to get a processing license? Thank you.
Next, I have Rhoda Kane.
Hi, good morning. This is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center. I would like to echo Tyler's comments about the adjoining parcel issue. I agree 100%. But of course, I'm going to talk again about the grandfather clauses. Grandfather clauses must be honored as written. We have to stop blanketing these. The commission voted against an all-out opt-out zone ban. The Board of Supervisors has repeatedly discussed honoring the grandfather clauses as written, and still it appears, and I don't know why it's happening, but still it appears that staff continues to use the staff reports to push their personal anti-cannabis agenda. This includes the CUP requirements as well. And by the by, do we all think it's okay for supervisors to arbitrarily create opt-out zones willy-nilly based on their personal bias? Thank you.
Okay. Chairman Fraser, I have no additional raised hands and no new chats.
All right. With that, I guess we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I would move to adopt for discussion.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Would you like to lead this discussion, Supervisor Groves?
Yeah, I think the definition of self-processor needs to be cleaned up. I would agree with Tyler that if you're growing in multiple locations, you should be able to self-process. But we also need to make sure that that's for that entity only, and not sneak in a processing facility. The other thing that I question is, where there's several things, but the 600-foot setback, I'm okay with, but I'm not really okay with a variance on that. We've tightened it up, and then to put another variance, I think it should be stuck at the 600 foot. Where are my other notes here? I'm not sure that the facility to bring in outside, I guess in the self-processing, I would also add that that would be self-processing for your facilities within the county. So if you held holdings in Santa Barbara, that you shouldn't be able to bring them into Trinity County to process, if that was something that you were thinking about. But I get that if you're having a processing license, that you can bring stuff in from other counties. I do agree that that's really not an issue since Trinity doesn't have access to roads and massive labor. I'm a little confused on the opt-out on a BF, where it says any opt-outs are designated by the Board of Supervisors. You can't grow, or you can't. So that would include the whole Weirville water district. Is that what that would pertain to? Or is it just opt-outs or cannabis grow opt-outs? So that's more of a question. So with that, I'll stop. It's under allowable zoning districts. Let's see, the number is 1743I02. And then you go to BF, where B has all the districts, but F kind of just throws this thing on top of it, that any opt-out on top of that. So I'm not quite sure why that's in there. So I'm done for now.
Okay. Any other? Discussion items?
From the planning commission, I'm unaware why we would not continue with consistency. I don't understand why we remove churches from this list of allowable distance. So I think that for the sake of consistency, that should not be stricken. And also agree with what our ag commissioner has requested, that it seems like it would be smarter to just put the quarantine compliance agreement right into the ordinance.
Sure.
You can't hear me. I think it would be better to put the quarantine compliance agreement right into the ordinance as per the ag commissioner's recommendation. And one last thing before I finish. The recommendation for the of the planning commission to have us look at, I'm not sure where it is, to do with the fire plan. So if my understanding is these facilities are going to be tightly secured. So there should be ingress, egress plans that are made with the fire department, I would say, as a part of their licensing.
Well, I do have some questions about that because they're asking, let me find that, for the direct staff to coordinate with county fire chiefs regarding appropriate content. And I just, I'm kind of curious what other businesses are coordinating with the county fire chiefs rather than the state fire marshal. I mean, do we have any other businesses that go to the Chiefs Association for their fire plans, or does everybody get certified by the state fire marshal for their?
Well,
That,
I guess where I'm thinking is the industrial park, and that would be under Chief Corbett, who serves as, I believe, not sure what the verbiage is on that, but he is the designated fire marshal. So however you want to word it, that's who it would be.
So, but I'm fine with that. My question is though, why do we add another layer? Because if you're a business, you're going to have your fire, your ingress, egress plans and all that. You have your evacuation routes like are posted on the wall at the schools, all that stuff. That's not, I just question how we can, as a board, direct the Fire Chiefs Association to do this.
It's not directing the Fire Chiefs Association. It's directing there to be a plan, I think, because of the tightness of the security, to make sure that if there's a need and it's at a time when everything's locked up and no one is on site, that it can be accessed for their safety, really.
Yeah, that's, I have the issue I have with it though is how do we actually coordinate with the Fire Chiefs Association? It's not, we don't have authority over them. They don't have authority over us. So if we say, okay, we want you to do this, there's no way we can mandate that they provide us this. And so if we're throwing up a roadblock that we have no way to remove, I do have some issue with that. I see Heidi raised her hand, so maybe she can help us out on this one.
I think I can provide a little bit of clarification. So the discussion that occurred with the Planning Commission was what was the procedural, or excuse me, the substantive content of the plans. It's not uncommon, based on my review of your other cannabis ordinances, to require a fire plan. The question was what goes in it. So that the Planning Commission had directed that it be renamed a Fire Safety and Prevention Plan. And the only point of the direction was so that staff would coordinate with the fire chiefs as a collaborative process to develop like an internal template of what would go with that plan. And then as people apply, they would be given the template and they would be able to know exactly what was expected of them.
If I may, through the chair.
Right.
Just for knowledge on the fire prevention plan, I have a template that I have sent out to the listed fire areas, I guess you would say, districts within the county. I'm waiting to hear back. I've also worked with Commissioner Fall, who sits on the fire chiefs board, in order to go and attend their next meeting where I can bring this forward and actually get comments. The basis of this fire prevention plan is, it is not how your building is fire safe. It is what are you educating your employees and training your employees on to be aware of fire situation and fire dangers and how to properly mitigate those at their employee level. So it's not as much as what does your building look like? That's captured at the building department when they go through the review, whether it's a new building or if it's a tenant improvement. Those all are required under the California Building Code. You'd be looking at an F1 occupancy building for processing under the California Building Code. And given sizing, that's where fire sprinklers and other fire safe Chapter 9 mechanisms kick in. But for the fire prevention and safety plan, it is literally how you, the business owner, are going to train your staff on how to be aware of the things that trigger fires and how to mitigate them at their level.
So it has nothing to do with ingress, egress, access in a secured building.
It would have to do with a total approach. So just as was just exampled, at a school, you do a fire prevention plan. Part of that is having safety exit signs, lighted pathways, those types of mechanisms. That would be something that we were looking at as well. That is also part of the building department's review process. They will look at ingress, egress, fire safeties, things of that nature. Yes, ma'am.
Are you done, Joe?
Yes, thank you.
So I have a couple of questions here. As far as Keith asked about section B or letter F, any opt-out areas designated by the board, can we change that to previously designated by the board?
One more time, if I may, through the chair. Director Connell, Cannabis. So the reason why it says, hang on, let me make sure I'm on the right page. The reason why that language is written there is, if you remember, we still will be bringing back to you at a later date the process in which opt-out areas are established through this county. So this F mechanism is used to capture not only where we stand today, but where we stand 2, 5, and 25 years down the road. And so by leaving it in any area as designated by the board, it gives us the ability to mirror the ordinance and the county as it continues to grow or subside. And so that way that we're not going back and having to redraft and recodify newly adopted or removed opt-outs, whichever way or pathway we may go going forward. It just allows us to capture it all in one sentence, being that any opt-out as established by the board will be precluded from, particularly as we talk here, processing. Thank you.
My next question is, and I don't know who this would be aimed at, either Director Connell or Heidi. I saw that church was scratched from the planning commission. Is there any reason why we shouldn't have this near a church? I don't know what religion or anything has to do with this. So are we leaving this out? Is that what we're recommending?
If I may, through the chair, Director Connell. Honestly, this is the recommendation that was received from your planning commission and was put on your desk to make that ultimate decision. As staff, I don't particularly have a sway either way, left or right. It's ultimately a decision for you. If I can't remember the exact conversation on why this was removed, but I do know that that was the recommendation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Third question is, and this could be for you, Director Connell or Heidi, can we do this with a DUP and not a CUP? And why did we choose the CUP version, knowing the length of a CUP compared to a DUP?
I want to take my time as I answer this question, because I feel like it is thrown around a lot that we take too long to process a CUP. I want to remind everyone, both at the board, in the audience here, and on Zoom, that we have one planner for the entire county. She not only is taking the heavy lift of your general plan update, but she's also dealing with all projects that go through the department single-handedly. It's one person. I think that might be why it takes time. Now, what I do know is that my director and our planning staff has done a very good job of hiring and offering a job to a second planner that gives us 2 planners in the whole department to deal with all development in the county. That's not only vetting CEQA documents, that's not only vetting future ordinances, that's not only educating and training themselves on how to properly do their job, but it still falls down to 2 people that have to prepare all of the paperwork, all of the presentations, and make sure that it makes it to the planning commission. It is a lot of work for one individual. It's an absorbent amount of work for one individual, and we are very lucky to have Skylar Fisher be that one individual, because she is handling it outstandingly. I don't think anybody can really complain about how she has been able to do her workload. What I will tell you is that before coming into this meeting, I made sure to ask Skylar to give me the numbers on what we are sitting in the rears. As far as CUPs, there are 12. There are 12 conditional permits that are in the rears and those are in the rears as far as requesting information from applicants, making contact with applicants and ensuring they still want to pursue that conditional use permit, evaluating environmental documents, making it available on the planning commission calendar. It is not a simple process to take any CUP, whether you're in Trinity County, you're in Humboldt County, you're in Mendocino County, you're in any county. It is a long process. It is always a long process, but I would think most other counties have more than one staff planner to utilize to get through that process. So as our planning staff continues to swell and grow, our service commitment back to this county will be that much better. If you can remember when I took over my position here in March, that was my biggest worry, was that we didn't have staff to deal with the amount of work that was standing in front of us. I have been on the hiring spree since Ed has been the appointed director. He has been doing the exact same thing in order to better service the community. Now, as far as why we require it to be a CUP versus a DUP, it is about community engagement. Through a CUP process, there is a full-blown noticed hearing. You have 5 members of a commission. It will hear public comments, both left and right, staff comments, both left and right. And ultimately, it will be a 5-party decision versus a single person, which would be the director in my office. And that is why we have leaned more towards the CUP process. I hope that answers your question, Supervisor.
Yeah, it does answer my question. I did not mean that to be a slight towards the cannabis department or Ed, that I know you're understaffed. I know it takes a long, long time. I understand what's going on there. I would have thought with what you just said and all the overbearingness on the department and the staff, that maybe at this time having it be a DUP until we are staffed up, and then we can change this in the future. A DUP might be the way to go with all the things that you just mentioned that we don't have in this county, and the 12 that are pending that may be, how long, I don't know. So just for expediting perhaps for now, until we are staffed up, I think it would be a good idea for all the reasons you just suggested.
And thank you, Supervisor, if I may, through the chair. While I understand that point of view, when we create regulations, what we want to bring to you is regulations that are going to stand. One of the biggest things that I think that you will hear throughout the cannabis community is that we move the goalposts constantly. So the idea that we would make it easier here, but then as we get more staff, we would come back to readjust this. What we want to bring forward to you to make decisions based on is how we want this program to work outright, regardless of staffing, regardless of the number of applicants. We want to bring forward the best regulations that will codify what we want to do here in Trinity County. I feel like that's what we're bringing before you. If we would like to adjust them based on staffing requirements or processes or economic feasibility and viability, I think that we would be attacking ordinances every supervisor meeting for the inevitable future. Now, granted, this is a decision that ultimately rests at your board level. It is just the recommendation of staff as it's been prepared today.
Liam, if I may,
Certainly.
I think there's a misunderstanding the differences between DUP and CUP. So from an environmental standpoint, can you really discuss or can you explain the differences?
Correct. So the biggest difference between a DUP and a CUP is a director's use permit is based on what is in the ordinance. That's what we're looking at. For a CUP, it's based on not only what's in the ordinance, but additional comments. You can add a layer of conditions. There's just a few subtle differences. Ultimately, they are basically the same. It's still a land entitlement that will be issued to the land. And so, I mean, in a very high level, quick overview, that's essentially the difference, is that a DUP requires it be through the ordinance. Everything in the ordinance needs to be met, where a conditional use permit has a little bit more play in the system, for lack of better terms.
I see Heidi had her hand up. So do you want to help out on that, Heidi?
I certainly can. Sean gave you a good overview. So from a planner's perspective, generically, they're both use permits. So they're both discretionary actions. I think the question you asked Supervisor Groves was as related to CEQA. They're both subject to the same requirements under CEQA, whether that's the planning commission making the decision or the director. So the key differences are the decision-making body, which is what Sean was just explaining. One is the director, the other is the planning commission. And then probably the primary difference is whether or not a public hearing is held. And as Sean explained, with a use permit, there is a hearing process. With the DUP, there is not. Nevertheless, they both have appeal aspects to them. So with the director permit, the decision is tentatively made, it's documented in a letter, and it's posted or noticed, and there's an appeal period. I believe in Trinity County, it's 15 days. With the Planning Commission, it would go through the hearing process. The decision would be rendered by the Planning Commission, and then there's a 15-day appeal process. So they're very similar. They're both discretionary, and they're both subject to CEQA.
So I understand that we've been held up on CUPs forever, and it's embarrassing, and not just on this project, but all projects. But the one thing that I think you should look at when deciding between the DUP and a CUP is that the responsibility that you're putting on the director. So if you have controversial projects and you're asking the director to make a decision, that really becomes unfair to the director versus having it vetted fully in the public in a CUP process. To me, from a planning standpoint, I mean, I look at this and you could say, well, you could do, I would, if you're going to do anything like that, you would split it and you would say, maybe ag and industrial could be DUPs and the other, it'd be CUPs on the other ones. Because when you're looking at vetting to the public, what entitlement is there that you feel is that the public could expect that to go on? And so in industrial, there's all sorts of uses that you would say, well, this is nothing different than all the other ones. But in C2 and C3, maybe it is. So that's just kind of my comments. The environmental side, somebody still has to do that work. And it doesn't matter who makes the decision in the end.
So Heidi, I just want to get clarification. Both of these are almost exactly the same. And I know there would be burden on Director Connell to do this, and that's probably why we hire him, I guess. Again, back to the time frame. I'm not saying that the county is slow with CUPs or quick with them, but the process seems to be very similar, except the time frame could be helpful to the community at large to get a processing plant into this community in a timely fashion. Am I saying that somewhat correctly? Heidi?
So I definitely understand the point you're making, and was very appreciative of the point Supervisor Groves made as well. In my experience in the planning world, and I've been a director in many locations and a planner for a very long time, I would say that it is accurate that generally the lower the level of decision making, you try to match that up with the least amount of controversy for reasons related to public participation and transparency. So on the issue of controversy, to the extent that you have established that a use permit is required, whether it's issued by the director or the planning commission, it would be appropriate to consider the likely level of controversy associated with a particular decision to make a determination between the two. I do appreciate that it's a faster process at the director level. That is generally because it tends to be, or it should tend to be, a less controversial action. If it's controversial and it occurs at the director's level, it could actually take longer to surface depending on how you've structured it, because typically a director's decision is appealable to the planning commission. The planning commission has to hear it as your lay planning body, make a recommendation to the board, and then the board ultimately determines the appeal. And I need county council to confirm for me if you use those three steps, but that could actually take longer to resolve an item. which is another reason why the issue of controversy is relevant to how you aggregate out those decision-making requirements.
Thank you, Heidi.
I got some questions. And I'm not sure if it's going to be for Heidi or not, but if there's a certain threshold of environmental impact, would that be maybe a determining factor of whether it was a DUP or a CUP?
I would, oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I was just going to kind of expand, you know, if something falls within the current EIR, within the programmatic EIR, would that be able to be processed with a DUP? And then if it was outside of the EIR or was exceeding a threshold of one of the environmental reasons, then it would become a CUP and the director would have that discretion to make that choice?
Supervisor Brown, that type of determination actually is generally more related to whether you would make it a discretionary or ministerial decision. Because of the nature of your programmatic EIR, and this was explained, I think, in the staff report, it's my belief, and the Planning Commission shared that belief, that it is appropriate to require a use permit because that ensures that there would be additional CEQA that would take place. You would typically, so for example, for the self-processing, because the way it is structured currently in the draft ordinance, it would be no different from the way processing is allowed now under a cultivation permit. That one we did not identify as requiring a use permit because it does fit within that programmatic CEQA document. So I'm sorry, that was a long answer. Typically that determination is more related to whether it's ministerial or discretionary and not related to whether it's a director or conditional use permit decision-making authority.
Okay, thank you, Eddie.
Do you have any other questions, Jeremy, or you said you had questions?
Oh,
only one.
No, that's it.
Okay. Well, does anybody so would anybody like to make a motion proposing changes, or do we want to vote on the motion on the floor or continue discussing?
You're the chair. I will make some, I guess we have to make a competing motion, right? Instead of.
You could withdraw your motion and make a new motion, I guess.
Should I
But
amend mine? I think after this long, I know these things.
It would be more appropriate for you to make a motion amending whatever you want to amend. And then that would be the motion that would be voted on. If that passes, then your original motion would fail.
Trying to get back into my computer and I'm forgetting all my passwords. There it is. Okay. Well, I would move to, well, this would be a competing motion if you're described then. So competing motion with my own motion. Yeah. Sorry. So under item 1743I, 04C, I would strike the last word, which unless some variance is obtained.
You say that one more time?
yes.
Under 1743I 040C, strike the last sentence, which is unless some variance is obtained. In that, I would also unstrike church. and add that back in. Holy cow, I had stuff here. Under the self-processor license, I would add in it says a license type that allows processing of cannabis grows on the premise and or on immediate adjoining premises. Under multiple cannabis license, I would add in that under same ownership, and I would strike immediate adjoining, just say on and premise under multiple license of same ownership.
Were you going to make that
Within Trinity County, thank you.
I would note that there are some, I know specifically one of my constituents on South Fork Road has a parcel that goes across, or they have adjoining parcels on both sides of Trinity and Humboldt County.
So then adjoining would cover that for them?
Part of it's in Humboldt County.
But the adjoining portion of what he said would cover them in that case?
I'm not the lawyer, I don't know. Passion of.
Okay, all
having-
right. So we'll add that in Trinity County, unless, and Ms. Lawyer there, please stay with me. Unless adjoining other county property, unless other adjoining or adjacent, whatever is appropriate word, in another county.
Like one parcel that covers two counties.
Right.
However you write that. Okay. Susie's looking very concerned over there, Keith.
Well, I didn't catch the first part of your modification to self-processor, the definition. So self-processor is a license type that allows for processing of cannabis grown on the premises. And then I got lost in there. I apologize.
On
Taking out or.
Premise. We're taking out immediately adjoining.
On.
And it could say on any premise.
On.
Under multiple cannabis license, under same ownership.
Cannabis licenses.
Of
within-
Trinity County.
Within Trinity County, unless adjoining slash adjacent. I'm going to look to Sophie on which terms need to be there with property in another county. Is that?
Yep.
Okay.
That's the spirit. I don't know if that is the legal.
Let the legal people figure out the legal.
Okay. At least I caught the spirit.
Do you look like you're still looking for more changes?
Still working on it.
Okay.
Where do we talk about the CUP?
Keith, I just have a question regarding the church, because the planning commission did recommend to strike church unanimously. So I'm just wondering what the basis is.
Well, I don't think you could say it was unanimous. It was 2-2 with one abstention, or I don't think it was a recusal. Right? Isn't that what you had said, George Connell? One abstention, and it was 2-2.
Keith, the use permit section is under 03030 applications. I've got a search function at my fingertips for stuff.
Let me just borrow my computer.
Could I make a clarification to the board?
Go ahead.
The deletion of the word church was unanimous.
Very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a reason? What was the reason?
Logic.
If I may, through the chair, Director Connell, I can't scratch my head and remember the exact level of conversation. It was quite a lengthy planning commission. So I can't exactly answer why they removed it. Maybe Heidi might have some notes on her that she could speak to that.
There were two things that I recall. I don't have a lot of notes though, so I'm a little bit tentative on this. One was there was quite a discussion about one of the commissioners' experience with, I believe, a local pastor, and that churches were not opposed to this particular use because it is inside of a building. And the other I recall was some discussion about churches as a land use are essentially a commercial land use, a commercial type of land use, in a sense that may not be appropriate in the same list as the others. But without looking up my notes, I can't come up with too much more than that.
Is there any location that someone is wanting to put this, that leaving that in for the sake of consistency is going to be a problem? Is there like a particular area someone's aiming at that if you don't strike that, it ruins someone's wish?
As I recall, there was some specific concern that was expressed. I'm not familiar enough with the locations or the operators in your county to be able to tell you which one that was. Director Connell may know, but I do recall that there was a specific instance, or perhaps more than one.
Correct. Director Connell, if I may, through the chair. Heidi, Ms. Shuden is correct. I also am still fairly new here to Trinity County, so I don't know where every church is located, but I do know that was one of the things, is that, it basically, I couldn't tell you directly if there was a potential site that this could influence. But as I've said before, right, we want to bring you ordinances that reflect both community input as well as how we get to that process. So this is vetted through your planning commission, and these are the recommendations that we are bringing forward to you based on those land use entitlements from the planning commission.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm going to suggest that before we finish this conversation about whether church is stricken or not, that we let Keith finish making his motion.
Okay, under required conditions that must comply with the Trinity County Ag Department regulations, just in a general overall view. And I'm fine with the fire safe thing because that's already what's in the ordinance is fine.
Keep the last statement. Where were we? Are we adding something somewhere?
Yes, so we are adding into required conditions of
section
070
Thank you.
that applicants or licensees must comply with Trinity County Ag Department conditions or regulations. And weights and measures.
You were on use permit, and
so back to use permits and that was 40.
30.
030.
Okay.
I think it goes into 40 also. There's a mention of it down there.
Okay. Conditions. Okay, so I'll throw this out and then we can fight over this, is that that a DUP shall be required in industrial and ag zonings, and CUP required in the other zonings.
Are you done?
I am done.
I'll second all of that.
I think I've confused everybody enough.
I think I've actually stayed with you fairly well. So we have a motion and a second on Supervisor Groves' motion. Does anybody
I have a question. So the church is brought back into your motion?
Yes.
Yeah, so if we're having discussion on that, churches have been part of in this whole process have been part of our sensitive neighbors. And maybe it's just my life in the alcohol world as churches are part of that. I'm not quite I'm kind of with the consistency part of this.
One of the issues I have, same way, I do like the consistency. Also, with our mic share.
No, we're getting a lot of.
In the
Somewhere.
going through the building of these cannabis ordinances at the planning commission level, one of the issues with churches was churches are often youth-oriented facilities also, which aren't listed under the youth-oriented facility section. So there is and also sometimes churches are where you have your AA meetings and those things also. So it's more of it's not just the religious aspect of it. There's a reason to include churches, and I think we should stick with it.
So I guess with that being said there, that this was vetted to the public at the planning commission, and it was 5-0 to not have churches. I don't know why we're kind of rehashing this. I think the proper procedure was taken. The public was there. It was stricken, and I don't see why we're spending time on the church thing since it was 5-0.
Well, I'll go ahead and put out subsequent motion 2, including all of Keith's amendments minus the church amendment. Does that make sense?
Do we have a read back on that then?
Yeah. I did have one clarification for Supervisor Groves' motion before we were going to go there. So I'll get that. Keith, under your director's use permits were for which zones?
Ag and industrial.
Thank you.
Question, if I may, through the chair. When you say ag zone, Supervisor Groves, do you mean both to just include agriculture only, or do you also mean the ag preserve and ag forest that's available here?
Yes, I was going to clarify that.
Thank you, sir.
As soon as you coughed, I realized that all the ag zones. So ag, forest, and
If you have another department.
Well, let's finish our read back here.
All right. So I'm going to slash adjacent with property in another county. Then we're going to go to the application, section 030. I didn't grab all of the modifications here. We'll have to read through it and work with council to make sure we catch them all. But we're basically stating that a director's use permit will be required for all ag and industrial zones, and a conditional use permit will be required for any other zones for a processing license.
Could I suggest a clarification just to make sure we're on the.
Is there a reason why TPZ isn't included in allowable zones?
Because it's not an ag zone. And you would have to get a conditional use permit to put a processing facility on TPZ anyway.
Okay. So we'll work through the ordinance to make all of the corrections regarding which type of use permit is required. Under 1743I040C, we are adding churches back in. Or D also says unless a variance is obtained. Was it your intent to strike that as well?
go ahead and tell me where we're at again.
Section 1743I040D.
Yeah, I would go ahead and strike that one also.
And now Supervisor Cox, do you agree with that?
I do.
All right, so that motion's been amended.
And then under 1743I070, we are adding subsection I, applicants or licensees must comply with the Ag Commissioner / weights and measures requirements. Is that what that statement was?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a brand new.
And that is all that I have.
I guess the one thing that we didn't take on was the opt-out, cleaning up the opt-out section here.
So we do have Supervisor Brown's motion to be everything that was included in your motion, except for the adding of churches on the floor without a second, because we were waiting for clarification on what that was.
So I will second.
Okay, so now we have a full slate of motions and seconds.
And that brings up a question I've got, because isn't there a approved CUP for processing within a theoretical exclusion or opt-out zone with the industrial area? And would it be the wasn't the
self-processing is allowed in opt-out zones. In all opt-out zones.
no? Yes, I understand that.
Okay, that's not what you're asking, all right?
But isn't there a commercial processing CUP that's been approved for the Weaverville area?
If I may, through the chair, that is impossible. Because this is your first reading of a processing ordinance, there would be no way to approve a processing license if we didn't have regulations in front of it. So I don't believe that could have ever been approved, as there is no processing regulations in the county. That's what's before you today. Thank you.
We do have nursery and
It's either manufacturing.
So we have several motions and several seconds. Are we ready to vote on the second subsequent motion? That would be yours. Or are you going to further amend your motion?
Well, we talked about cleaning up or making more concise the opt-out section, and I'm kind of a little lost on this is under 020H. And I respect Sean's comments that we're trying to do this for the future, but to me, we get confused in these opt-outs because we have different opt-outs, and we think of them as cultivation opt-outs, but we have opt-outs that we have manufacturing. I think I'm remembering manufacturing, but not distribution. And so we look at this, and correct me if I'm wrong, Heidi, is you're taking a lot of this out of the manufacturing ordinance. Is that not correct? Or the zoning?
You are correct. That was the model. And you are also correct that there is some amount of variation in your ordinances for the different cannabis use types. I'm just looking at a list that I prepared to help keep myself straight in terms of where certain things are allowed. So your point's a good one.
So under H, wouldn't we, unless we're...
It's actually F,
I think you're under F unless you're looking at the recommendations part.
Oh, I'm looking, okay.
So
I think that the section that the planning commission
That's what I'm looking at.
attempted to modify but was not successful is 020B under item 2. And if you wanted to see what the Planning Commission was considering, that's on the second page of the staff report.
Okay, yeah, I apologize. I was looking at the commissions and in the ordinance, it's F. Wouldn't we say any manufacturing opt-out area designated by the Board of Supervisors, since we're following manufacturing zoning? And I know we're a little, I guess I'm in discussion of mine. Versus any opt-out.
Well, do you want to amend your motion to say that? Or do you want to?
Okay, yes, I will amend my motion for F to say any manufacturing area designated by the Board of
Supervisor Cox?
I need clarity because my F and your F,
So-
any opt-out designated by the Board of Supervisors, and you're saying any manufacturing.
Right, right. Since we use the zoning for manufacturing and not just cannabis, I mean, just not cultivation.
I thought that was allowable anyway, so I'm fine with the second on his.
Okay, so now we have an amended. All right. I have a question for council now. Since he just amended his motion, do we vote on it first or do we still vote on this subsequent?
I can adopt his amendments,
Okay, so now,
as long as the second is there.
You technically are only supposed to have 3 motions on the table at a time.
I withdraw
So,
my first motion.
so we've had multiple ways of doing this. I think everybody is clear that the original motion was Keith's. Keith made a competing motion that he has amended a couple of times that Jill has seconded. And now Jeremy is confirming everything in Keith's with the exception of churches, and council or board member Gogan has seconded that motion as currently spoken. Correct?
so, yes,
So we have 3 on the table right now.
all right, so
You take Jeremy's first.
that's why I just wanted to make sure that the amendment doesn't move the order.
We're not going to do that.
Okay, perfect. I'm good with that. So,
Can I clarify that Jeremy's motion now includes the addition of manufacturing that we just amended Keith's motion to include, or does it not?
I have never heard the amended second from Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Okay, so now it does.
Okay.
All right, I believe. And you keep standing up there. Do you have something that you are concerned about with this motion?
Yeah.
Well, just if you recognize me when the appropriate time comes, yes, two little things.
Okay, well, I don't know how to go about doing that because I would have to reopen public comment and I think we're beyond that. Well, that's not, I don't think that's, I'm looking at
Chair,
council.
it's your discretion if you would like to recognize Mr. Morio, but you're right. Public comment is closed.
Okay, so I think that,
Could I just say something there? We did have a department head speak already in
Well-
this. And then I just would like to
Well,
get the
it's
most
a-
information possible from the department heads is my only clarity I like.
well, the difference between Sean is presenting this item. And Joe is not presenting this item. So to me, I believe to get Joe's take on it, I have to reopen public comment. So that makes it a little bit more difficult. Certainly, you understand? Okay, so we do have a second reading coming up where we can incorporate anything that is an issue. I think unless we have further comment or discussion, you can call for a vote
All
on
the board, Supervisor Brown's motion. Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
No.
Supervisor Groves.
Aye.
Chairman Frazier.
No. It's not your computer.
Computer away from the mic.
Not.
Is this me? Static.
Did that motion pass 3-2? So that would remove all of the motions from the table and conclude that item. Am I correct?
It's this? No, this wasn't part of your problem initially.
Was I correct on that 3-2 vote?
I was gonna confirm with council, but I believe so.
Okay, so with that, I think I just heard a request for a short recess before we move into county matters. So
I broke your charger.
how long do we need?
10 minutes.
All right, we will return. We'll call it 12:20.
Maybe it's just random.
All right. Susie?
Oh, yeah.
Good with this?
I'm over it.
You're too funny.
Gotta teach my kids something.
All right.
It is 12:20, so we will reconvene the July 19th meeting of the Trinity County Board of Supervisors. Moving into county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters and are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request an item be heard out of order. Anyone like to hear any items out of order?
No, but I will be recusing from item, which one is it here?
5.3.
Correct. Because my FPPC allowance does not allow me to participate in cannabis tax issues.
All right.
Maybe we should hear that one.
So
Unlicensed, I mean, for unlicensed business also.
I'm being cautious.
which is
Fair.
Yep. All right. So if there's no other requests, would you like us to move that on the agenda somewhere, Supervisor Brown, or just take a break right in the middle?
Oh, I don't care.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll move into item 5. Board of Supervisors, item 5.1. Adopt a resolution ordering a special election consolidated with the November 8th, 2022 general election, approving ballot language and an ordinance to be voted on by the people of Trinity County regarding the imposition of either a 5% special transient occupancy tax or the imposition of an additional 5% general transient occupancy tax. If passed by the voters as a special tax, approximately $250,000 for volunteer fire services, promotion of tourism in the sheriff's office for animal control. If passed as a general tax, approximately $250,000 in additional discretionary general fund monies. All right, who's my lead on this?
What does it say?
This is a board of supervisors, so it's
Jill and Liam.
Jill and Liam, I believe, are.
Do you want me to speak about the first, Jill? I'll talk about the TOT if Jill doesn't mind.
Yeah, that's what one more on
Okay,
item
so
5.1.
Right now, we bring in approximately $250,000-$300,000 in our TOT tax.
Mr. Microphone.
In our TOT tax, I warned everybody about that, not me. In our TOT tax of 5%, we bring in approximately $250,000 to $300,000. Generally statewide, the TOT tax is 10% or higher. We would like to raise ours from 5 to 10%, which would bring an additional $250,000 to $300,000. We do need to make note that the original $250,000 to $300,000 to 5% that's allocated now will stay with the same allocations it has. The next 5% will be allocated as I'm going to say. So this will not have anything to do with the first 5%. It already has its allocations and they'll stay that way. So the second 5% that we will be voting on will be allocated as 50% to volunteer fire departments, 30% to increasing tourism, and 20% to sheriff/animal shelter. This is not a tax on, we'll say, the general public of Trinity County. It's a transient tax, mostly used by people who use our Airbnbs, our hotels, and like things in this county. I personally think it would be a great thing to have. We need all of the above. Our volunteer fire departments could seriously use the money, as could our tourism. And I just think this is, to me, this is a no-brainer. So that's a general rundown of it. If anybody has any other questions about that, I would be more than happy to answer those.
Open public comment on this item.
Chair, can I add something?
Go ahead.
Supervisor Gogan, were you going to also address that it's also the option of becoming a general tax?
Yes, absolutely. This will not be a special tax. This will be a general tax, which will take 50% plus one vote to pass, not a special tax, which takes 67%, we'll say.
So we have to make that decision in this deliberation, which way we're going to go with that.
For
So,
for clarification, when you guys, if you adopt this resolution, you'll need to specify which resolution you're adopting, either the special tax, which allocates out that 5%, as you stated, to the fire departments, to the tourism, and to the sheriff for animal control, or if it'll be a general tax, which will roll into the discretionary general funds and will be allocated through our normal budget processes.
all right, with that clarification, I will open public comment on item 5.1. Do you have any public comment?
Chairman Fraser, I have no raised hands and no new chats. Oh, I have one raised hand. Carla Avila.
All right, go ahead, Carla.
Good afternoon, I suppose, board. This is Carla Avila from High and Palm. Thank you, Chair and Board, for bringing this item forward. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. I definitely think, as Mr. Supervisor Gogan has said, this is a no-brainer. It's kind of overdue that we need to just get our tourism tax up to the 10%. So I'm totally supportive of this. My only comment is, originally, I thought when this came up on the agenda, that we were going to put it on the ballot, and if it got 50%, it would go to general fund, and if it got more, it could be a special fund. So I misunderstood the agenda items. So my comment might be a little bit, I was like, oh, that's a great idea. It's a win-win. But I think the special fund is a great idea, but the library is not included, and that was one of the items that was tagged as like we might lose the library if we don't get funding. So I just didn't know how difficult it would be or not to like consider including the library, or maybe there was a reason it wasn't included. But you know, for the special election, if you go that route, as far as which way to go, you know, it's a hard one. If we can communicate to the voters that this is not a tax on residents, but this is a tax on visitors, you know, it might be easier to get the special fund allocation. But I think the most important thing is to just make sure we get this money into the county any which way possible. This is really, of all the ballot measures today, this is really the only one that's a no-brainer, and the one that, you know, brings revenue from the people that benefit from visiting our county, rather than taking it out, extracting it from the people in our county. And I think that's really crucial. So I guess I leave it to you to know what your constituents really where they lie on this subject. And I just think the most important thing is to make sure that this passes in November. As much as I would love to see it be a special allocation, I just think the most important thing is that we get this happen. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you.
Next, we have Tyler Thompson.
Hi, good afternoon now, commissioners or supervisors. I guess I had some of the same concerns that Ms. Avila had, just with making it a special tax. Just Trinity County seems to generally be hesitant to approve additional taxes. I think this one has a higher potential because it is not resident based so much. I know it will have potential some minor effect on businesses. Hopefully, due to the fact of Trinity County's location, you can't just go across the county line to a different locality that may have a different tax rate. And I think it will have great benefits. And I do foresee a need for additional revenue in the county with some of the lack of other tax revenue that's being generated currently. This could help fill the gap, and potentially that loss of, you know, revenue that was hoped to have been gained with cannabis industry being what it is. There may not be as much coming in from that as was originally hoped, and hopefully some other industries can help fill that void for the county. So I don't have a recommendation one way or the other on which way to go, but you guys know the county better than I do as to what may pass, and I think getting it passed is definitely important. Although having discretion over where the funds go is great. I think having the revenue is much needed. Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands and no new chats.
All right, I guess with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. Anyone care to make a motion?
I'll move to approve as presented.
No, you won't
You
because you
can't.
have to pick one or the other.
Yeah.
Oh, the special tax, sorry.
So we have a motion. We have a motion to approve a special tax, a special TOT tax. Do we have a second? All right, I will second it for discussion.
I mentioned the 50-30-20 as far as volunteer fire department, 50-32 tourism, and 22 enforcement / animal shelter, which would take 67% of the vote to pass. As we probably all know, that Trinity County is not the most passing of taxes of any sort. Myself and Jill, who have been on this committee, and Letty and Margaret have spoken about this and extensively, I would say, about this tax and which way to go, as a special tax or as a general tax. And we've been back and forth, the language, and what would be the best thing. I think the consensus is that we put this forward as a general tax, and it takes 50.1% of the public to vote for it to pass. I think that anytime you ask for 67% in Trinity County, it may not be a good thing. So my motion would be to pass while we're still discussing. So go ahead.
Well, you can make a.
I would make a motion to pass this as a general tax with the additional 5% that may be voted in going to the general fund to be used at the general fund's discretion.
We have a subsequent motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second for discussion.
Okay, so
So I think that the other component to consider is that if we vote it in as a special tax, then the allocations of those percentages to those entities can never be adjusted.
That's right.
You would have to go back to the voters again if you want to move it. And while these may be what we see as important criteria right now, that doesn't necessarily mean that that will be the case down the road a piece, and then we have to come back and put it on a ballot all over again.
I'll say that from what I've heard over the last 3.5, 4 years about the TOT not having been risen already is based on a lot of the lodging owners' feelings that the money used doesn't get back to them the way they see that it should. And that's kind of why I support the special tax with the percentage of required voters to pass it. That is a big downfall. I'll admit that. But in an effort to gain the support of the people that collect the TOT across the county, if they knew that a certain amount of that income was going directly back to them, either through the chamber or through advertising, things like that, I think you'll see more support for the TOT from the business owners that collect the TOT. And if they're not in support of it, often they'll tell everybody to not vote for it. And the people will listen because they're the business owners that collect it. That's just what I've heard myself. I just want to make sure that that was shared.
So I guess I would share this too. If this does pass, I do like to make it clear that I remember where we'd like this to go without needing the 67%. So it's not lost on me where when things come up in the future where this may be allocated with only the 50% needed. So I still say with the not a special tax, but with keeping in mind some of the things that have been said today about volunteer fire departments and tourism.
Chair, if I may, I would just like to add, just as Carla mentioned, the library is one that is of concern of surviving financially. And if we were to approve this special tax, it would not allow for any additional funding to support much needed areas of county departments. So having it be a general tax would allow the county staff and the ability to determine where those needs are. And I can understand the concerns of the trust issues. However, I would like to impose some more transparency on how we are, tracking that money. So I would just be careful, being a special tax, we'll earmark those percentages just to those areas, which I totally support every one of those. However, being aware that there's other departments that have a need. And again, seeing what a great presentation Carla did for tourism and marketing, we definitely want to support that. But, it'd be nice to have a balance of how we can approach it to ensure that everyone's represented and covered financially.
Okay, I'll rescind my motion.
So now we only have one motion on the table?
Nope, then I'll make a motion. McKean, Jeremy's.
All right, so now we've really confused our county council. All right, I'll second Keith's motion, I guess.
Do we have a reading on Keith's motion?
Yeah, what is Keith's motion?
Keith's motion would be
To adopt a resolution ordering a special election consolidated with the November 8th, 2022 general election, approving ballot language and an ordinance to be voted on by the people of Trinity County regarding the imposition of a 5% special transient occupancy tax.
I will say that I'm kind of shocked and really dismayed that nobody from the tourist industry is here. I think that's a bad sign. I think that probably both of them will fail because there's no support from them for this. We saw it last time. They kind of single-handedly, well, that's unfair. They led the charge to defeat it because they had their monies they wanted to spend elsewhere. And without them here giving us guidance, I think that's a sign that they're not going to support either one. But I do fall back on that, and I've said this before, so it's a broken record, but guests to this county, which I make a part of majority of my living off of guests coming to this county, don't pay their fair share of the cost to the county. And my years on the fire department, 30% of our calls were medical calls for tourists that didn't pay a penny. Now, that's a great part of why, they come here and enjoy and have a good time. And when something goes bad, we're there. The citizens of this county are here to help them. And that's wonderful. And that's why we're Trinity County, but it doesn't seem fair to me that they don't pay that share. And then the amount, a county that tourism is number 3, probably revenue gainer in jobs is, we spend what, $80,000? What $70,000 in marketing, $70,000. That's a half a person. And we're supposed to gain thousands of people here to come and enjoy this and drop their money here. And so I get that a special tax is hard to pass, but to put this in the general fund, $250,000 with the $14 million, I just don't see it as significant impact. Of course, unless it's my job that got cut, but so I support this being earmarked. I know it's a tough climb, but that's where I'm at.
And I think that, well, I would have to agree with Supervisor Groves. I think that one of the transient occupancy tax should be benefiting people who are impacted by transient. The tourism industry does have a major impact on our volunteer fire departments and the sheriff's department. I do think that we should it should say Sheriff's Department. And if we add animal control in there, that's irrelevant to me. I mean, that was the discussion we had the other day, but I do think that it should go to the Sheriff's Department. If right now the need is for animal control money, but if it's allocated to the Sheriff's Department, the sheriff will always be able to spend that money, and Sheriff's Department is impacted by tourism considerably. So I think it should be, we should earmark this funding. Personally, I think we have to the community if we're telling them where we're going to spend the money rather than say, oh yeah, we're going to have this $250,000. And I know Liam has said that, well, we can still allocate it to our volunteer fire departments and to what, but the truth of the matter is if we have a $6 million budget shortfall, the volunteer fire departments would not be on the top of our list to get that money. It would go to fund our departments, which was understandable. So I think that I would be much more likely to support it as a special tax.
So I'd like to put a third motion on the table if I can, and that would be to adopt the special tax with the one amendment. Can you hear me well enough if I don't touch this mic? Am I okay?
You can go and move it. It should be okay.
Okay. I would amend that 20% going to the Sheriff's Department to just be to the Sheriff's Department and not specific to animal control.
I'd second it. What the heck?
All right. So we have our full slate of motions. Do we have any further discussion before we have a vote?
I just need to go over them. Sub 2 is a special tax without animal control. Is that right?
It's just removing the reference to animal control. So instead of saying that that percentage is going to the Sheriff's Department for animal control, it's going to say that percentage is going to the Sheriff's Department. Correct?
That way the sheriff has, because if we're looking at this as it's supposed to serve the needs that get created by visitors coming into Trinity County, visitors to Trinity County don't really, from my observation, cause a problem with animal control as much as they
traffic control.
Right. That way the sheriff can do with as needed. He can put it there if he or she can put it there if needed.
Okay, and then the sub 1 was Keith's motion with the special tax as presented.
Yes.
And then what's our original motion?
General tax.
The general.
So,
Mr. Chair, could we ask for council to explain the voting process on a tax?
Just with all the sub motions.
No, the amount that
you have to pass this with a
you have
4/5
to have
vote.
4/5 vote, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for the in-depth explanation.
Like me to elaborate?
All right, so you can go ahead and
Okay. We are voting on Supervisor Cox's subsequent motion to approve it as a special tax, removing the reference to animal control. Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
No.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
Chairman Frazier?
that
Motion fails.
motion fails. So now we will go to Supervisor Groves' motion.
Supervisor Groves' motion to approve it as a special tax as presented. Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
Aye.
Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
No.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
All right. Another motion fails.
Okay, now we're going to go to Supervisor Gogan's motion to approve it as a general tax. Supervisor Cox?
Aye.
Supervisor Gogan?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Aye.
Supervisor Groves?
No.
Chairman Frazier?
Aye.
Thank you. Passes 4-1.
All right. Item 5.2, adopt a resolution ordering a special election consolidated with the November 8th, 2022 general election regarding the imposition of additional 3/4 cent use and transaction tax and approving ballot language and an ordinance to be voted on by the people of Trinity County, if passed by voters, approximately 1.1 million in additional discretionary general fund monies. I believe this would be your presentation, Supervisor Cox.
Okay. So you can take a look in the backup data and see what kind of projected revenue would be generated by this tax. I think if anything, I supported putting this on here because I wanted to hear from the people. We're going to do that, and then there's going to be some more discussion, which I want to share some things at that time. I don't know that I think that's probably the better time to do so than now. We have some financial need, obviously, or we wouldn't be bringing this to the people. So I think that as far as anything more that needs to be said right now, it kind of is what it is. And we can open it up to public comment maybe, and then we can have more, I would have more to say about it later.
Anyone have any technical questions of Supervisor Cox before I open the public comment? All right. Do we have any public comment on item 5.2?
I have Robbie on Zoom.
Go ahead. I didn't catch that name.
Robbie.
Robbie?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Again, sales tax is the most regressive tax there is. It affects mainly your low income, and your elderly would be the most affected by this. And your people who cannot leave the county to go do their purchasing elsewhere. Those who can already do. And they're going to go to Shasta County where they shop, where it's only 7.25%. This is going to cause the opposite effect of what you're looking for. And it's going to badly affect your elderly and your impoverished in Trinity County. I strongly suggest you do not do this, and particularly not a 3/4%. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands and no new chats.
Jake Grossman, Chris Hayfork. I think something to think about with this, and I think it's great that Supervisor Cox wanted to poke the discussion and bring this up, is that sadly throughout the years, I have now had to endure my beautiful wife reading the general plan to me, driving up I-5 from Los Angeles. And I've sadly had to endure listening to Kenny Wiley tell me everything in the community plan in Hayfork. And I think the big thing as a board and as a county we have to look at is that no matter where you live here, we need industry. And I see a lot of, let's take some from here and let's take some from here and let's take some money from here. Now, when you read the general plan and you read the community plan, especially Hayforks, which I know, it is pro-industry. If you go to the FFA auction, it is pro-industry. If you come to the Board of Supervisors, it is anti-industry. And when you're talking to people about increasing the taxes and adding more taxes and doing this, they're going, where are we getting the money to pay these taxes if we don't have any more industry? And every day right now, especially right now, we're losing industry faster than we've ever even seen it grow. So I'm not saying do this tax or don't do this tax. I'm saying as a whole, we need to be looking at how do we create more here instead of how do we take more from here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board. Brian Gossman, Hayfork. Coming up with an extra $1 million with another tax, just by doing the simple math of what Sean was speaking to earlier, 155 days at $20 an hour equals, with 300 licenses, $7.44 million that you have spent just to get 300 licenses out to the people. So consider for 155 days, 8 hours a week is 1,240 hours per license. At $20 an hour is $24,800 of this county's money per license. We should figure that out, and then we'd have lots of money for other things rather than getting a new tax. Thank you.
Thank you. That was awesome. You guys need to hire an accountant, I think, because you guys are doing some bad business. We'd all be out of business if we operated like you. Keith, you run a winery, you know better than this. These other gentlemen, I don't know what kind of business they run, but you actually run a business that's based off of X's and O's, and if you don't have money at the end of the day, you're out of business. This county's out of business, you guys. You guys failed. I don't know what to say. You got to fix the problem that will generate the money. This gentleman just explained that to you very carefully with numbers, something I could never do. I just know X's and O's to make sure my business works correctly. Adding another tax when this county is failing to even attract a business, wow, let's stick our head in the sand again here. Let's fix some problems, people. You guys keep getting so far out on left field. The DUP, CUP thing, man, hold on, I understand what you're saying, but this has to do with economics. 2 to 3 years to get through a CUP when we were told from Rick Tippett, Keith, 2 to 3 months. Let's call it a failure when we call it a failure. This was a complete failure. Now let's go back and fix the failure. That's called accountability. Okay? To sit here and act like there is not a problem with our CUP and our DUP and have some gentleman come in here and complain he doesn't have anybody when how many millions of dollars did you guys get to hire people? I suggested a planning business when I was a supervisor. I brought to the table a company that you hired
Can you
brings in
stick with the
planners.
tax?
Well, that has to
issue?
do with making the tax revenue possible, getting someone in here that can get the CUPs and the DUPs and everything completed. Okay, that way you can generate income like this gentleman said, $7-point-something million he just said. I don't think we need to sit here and waste time adding new taxes. We probably need to sit here and actually fix the business we have to get the 7 million in the door. That's what we need.
Anyone else in the room?
Another raised hand on.
I seen a hand go up. I didn't see who it was.
Tyler Thompson.
Good afternoon again, supervisors. And if this was a tax being voted on by the board, imposed by the board, I think it would be a very different conversation. I forgot to say Tyler Thompson from Burnt Ranch. But you know, at the end of the day, inflation, cost of living increases, wage increases throughout departments, I'm sure, with projected revenue shortfalls, something needs to be done, and allowing the people of the county to decide that, I think, is a better approach than something that is imposed upon the people of the county. So although it may not pass, it is at least left up to the will of the people. So for that reason, I would potentially support putting it before the voters if the alternatives are something that is imposed on the voters. Thank you.
Thank you.
May
Go
I?
ahead. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Lisa Wright, Lewiston. Just kind of thinking about this more and some of the comments. I'm generally opposed to taxation, especially on, goods and services. I'm really more in favor of, and I would like to see the county do more, certainly to support businesses, because that's the way that you really fuel the economy. And that should in turn fuel government through, the business activity and money turning over repeatedly within the economy. Look at the cannabis tax. There is a tax. I didn't vote for it, but it is in place on cultivators. And the cultivators put this forth and wanted that accepted, wanted to pay that tax for the community. Right there is a pot of money that we're just letting drop off, go down the drain, because we haven't been able to successfully process applications and get people legal that have been in this process for a long time. So I would urge you to stop looking at ways to raise, $1 million at a time from new taxation, but look at ways that you can better support business development and growth. And that would lead to some of the existing taxes being more fruitful for you as a county. Thank you.
Steve Lyon, Junction City. I'm going to somewhat agree with Tyler that I think this tax is clear. It's well written, and that putting it to a vote by the people is the appropriate way to do it, versus anything imposed by the will of the board. I think there's no ambiguity about what the 0.75% sales tax does, who it comes from. I think there's a lot of reasons for and against. I'm not saying that I would vote for it on the ballot. But I do think that it should go before the people of Trinity County. It's a clear, well-written, easy to understand sales tax.
Anyone else?
Jeff?
Hi, Jeff Gadella, Xenia. As a South County resident, I hardly spend a dime in this county. But it's the truth. I mean, there's nowhere to spend it except the Ruth store. And if you looked at the prices there, I mean, you're already getting taxed 200%. So, I can't believe nobody's mentioned the children this is going to affect. Please think of the children when you want to impose an additional tax when we have record inflation. The people this is going to affect is taking food off of their plate. Because if they can't afford to go to Reading or Eureka to hit Costco and save money, especially in Reading, it's just going to affect them. It's going to affect, as the first speaker said so eloquently, the elderly and the impoverished. And I don't think there's any need to kick people while they're down. This isn't going to affect me either way, but I know it's going to hurt people, so I'll definitely be voting no on it.
I think we lost you, Jeff.
Not just the current board. Can you still hear me?
We can hear you again. We lost you there for a second.
Sorry about that. I don't know what you lost me. I had some good quips in there. Yeah, I'm still going to vote no on this, even though it doesn't affect me, because it just hurts the people that need the help the most, and I'm always going to be for those people. It's just kicking people while they're down with this tax. If you guys managed things properly and had a functioning industry that was bringing in tourism, they would get more revenue flow, all these things. But you guys are so anti-business and you're so scared of people being successful in this county. You end up with the situation you have where you have to put forward these obscene taxes that you know is not going to pass with the voters, but you have to bring it up. So that's all I got to say. I'm pretty just disgusted with the whole board, the county itself, and how they run things. It's really starting to take a toll. Thank you.
I have no other raised hands and no new chats.
All right. With that, we will close public comment on item 5.2 and bring it back to the board. Yes, ma'am.
If I could, I just want to make sure that I share this information with you. Being part of this conversation with this item with several board members, my role as your interim CAO was to see what we could do to address the negative $6 million that we're facing. A few weeks ago, I polled department heads to see how many vacancies we have. And at that time, I want to say there's 35 positions that are unfilled. We are facing quite a few items that are on our debt list, which we did review with Craig. And again, I totally agree. We do need industry in this county. We do need some businesses. And having this type of tax, it would allow us to pursue some grants that could provide us some funding for some economic development, as well as housing. Housing seems to be one of the top items that we are challenged with in hiring and filling positions. So I just wanted to share that information with you. While, I respect, your decision here, and I respect every public comment that's been made. But again, in my role in looking out for the financial stature of our budget and our county operations, this is a concern. And if this is voted not to pass, I just would like the public to know that we have made efforts to see how we can address the vacancies that we are faced with, and possibly having to reduce services in different areas of the county that we provide now. So I just wanted to share that information with you. Okay.
So I guess I have a comment to make that I would hope that we are trying to bring forward some economic development here in Trinity County. I know it's been slow and it's been tough. Along with this tax, it could be a good thing for this county. I think we do need economic stimulus. If we got the cannabis part running a lot better, we would bring in a lot more money. But this tax is for the people of Trinity County to vote on.
I think we need to have a motion before we get too far into discussion.
Okay.
So make a motion.
I'll make a motion to pass this as written 5-2.
Okay, we have a motion to approve as written. Anyone care to second? I will second it myself for discussion. All right, now.
As I said before, I strive for economic development here. Obviously, I work hard to try to get as many people in the program here as possible, as much money coming through this county as possible through all the programs. The 7.75% tax is what it is. It would be another way to help this county fill the vacancies that we have. It is needed. All the revenue is needed. We are behind here, $6 million behind. With all that being said, though, it's up to everybody out there, the individual person, to decide whether this tax is good for them or not. The writing's on the wall. I'm saying it as it is. my constituents, people of Trinity County, vote with your heart, do what you want to do what you think is best, and we'll see what happens. That's all I can say.
Any further discussion?
I guess one of my biggest concerns is having more than one tax on the ballot. The nice thing about the TOT tax, in my opinion, is that it comes from visitors to the county, not from the residents itself. After hearing everyone's comments on the effect of a sales tax and who's really bearing the burden of that, I do have concerns about having multiple taxes on. I'll just say that.
So the piece that I kind of wanted to explain before that I will explain now is I've been back and forth, as CEO Garza knows. She's in, she's out. She's in, she's out. I didn't even want to bring it forward because I don't want to be the supervisor that puts a tax on a ballot. I don't like paying tax myself, and I don't like imposing taxes. And when I heard the public comment about think about the children, if we're taking, something away from a child that they could have had because the margin is slim, that's painful to me. I don't want to do that. However, additionally, I look at the budget, I look at where money isn't. And I've had people come from my district and say, I don't know what your problem is with hiring people in this county, just hire them. And I want to say, with what money? I don't see it. So when I dug deeper, I see problems and mistakes that have been made probably over the course of 10 years or more. Pointing fingers at any one thing or multiple items of things or any person that doesn't help anything. That's never productive. It's never the point to try to identify what exactly those things were. The point is we are here today where we are. And we have to figure out a way forward. And, one of the things is we need to raise fees. And so that fee study has to be completed because that's true. After, is it Prop 16 that brought in the fee for services, 13 or 16? That was where it was decided that we wouldn't just continue as a state to raise taxes to pay for all services to all people, that people who were utilizing services would pay for the services they needed. So to look at what does it actually cost to issue a building permit or whatever it is that you need as services, then those departments have to zero out. So they have to be paid for, and they're paid for by the people who utilize them. Without that fee study having been completed and the fees being where they need to be today over the course of what we figured was 2012 when they were last updated. So we're behind. And you can't make up that deficit by putting fees above where they need to be. They still have to zero out. So you're never going to, you can stop the drain, but you're not going to fix the faucet problem with the fee study. So while that's really important and a necessary step, it's not going to solve this problem. So the reason that I wanted to continue to do this, just to have the discussion, is because we need to realize that until we over time fix the deficit problem, something is going to hurt. Either we're going to lose some services that we all wish that we had, that will hurt, or we pay a tax to keep them all in place while we even things out, that will hurt. And the suggestion that I had brought forward was not on this, but just in conversation, was considering what if it wasn't a 3/4 cent tax? What if it was only 1/2 cent? And what if it was sunsetted? And every time I brought that up, it got poo-pooed. What a silly idea. Except I remember in 88 or 89, and there was a huge earthquake in San Francisco, and we needed to all pay an extra 1/2 cent sales tax, 3/4 cent, I think, till that Oakland Bay Bridge got fixed. And I remember at the time, and I didn't follow politics or any of this at all, but I remember that. And I remember thinking, once that's imposed, that'll never go away. Here we are, and that's just, we're here for good. And it did go away. They did do what they said they were going to do with that money. they fixed it and it went away. And I remember being completely shocked and I thought that would just never happen. And so I do think that is a feasible idea to consider if the public said, okay, yeah, it's on, we'll do this over a limited amount of time until it's fixed. And then we expect that the fee study will be in place. And there was another revenue stream. Oh, there was some collections that have not been up to date. That needs to be, is, you know, worthy of public input. I don't like being in this situation. I don't like having to impose a tax. And I do want to clarify for one commenter, I hope that nobody thinks that the board can just agree and implement the tax. This is only a conversation to put it on a ballot. So if someone is thinking that, that's not the case.
And just, excuse me, Chair, if I may. Yes. And just to clarify on this possible reduction of services, that would include law enforcement patrol. It would include funds that we provide our volunteer fire departments, which I really support. I mean, I really want to continue funding our volunteer fire departments. So it's services like that that really mean a lot to everyone in this county, which concerns me because we haven't identified the areas that we're going to cut, but it just makes me nervous that we have to even have that discussion. So I just want to put that out there.
You know, it's also hard to say it out loud, but you have to. There are certain services that by law cannot be cut. And so you would have to look at, okay, bare bones, what would you be down to? By law, you cannot not staff the jail. That will be done. It has to. By law, you don't have to provide patrol. That's optional. You don't have to have a library. You don't have to have an animal shelter. You do have to provide for rabies. Yeah. That's funded, I think, out of health realignment. And you don't get to choose whether or not you follow the CEQA. For licenses that are put through the planning department, you can add up the hours and what it costs to do that, but you don't get to choose whether or not you do that. By law, we do that. And so those dollars aren't on the table as negotiable that, you know, certain monies shouldn't have been spent a certain way. By law, they have to be.
Well, do we have any?
Find out where supervisors are at with this, but I would throw out on the table, what if it was only a 0.5 cent sales tax sunsetted in, I don't know how long it would. I would put out as a competing motion just for supervisors' input, the idea to have just a 0.5 cent sales tax sunsetted in 3 years. 3 years? 3.
I'll move. What?
Sure, what the heck?
All right. So for
you know, and really I put that out there for discussion. I mean, I want to hear what others, you know.
all right, so
What was his motion?
to deny the putting to my understanding, is that correct?
Same as
If we
putting it
didn't,
on? I mean, why is that a different motion?
I guess in my take is that if the ballot has if the ballot has multiple tax items, there's less likely to be support of any of them.
I think Supervisor Gross is asking, how is that different than, because we already have a motion to approve, and if we don't vote in favor of that, it would have the same effect as your motion?
That's fine. Mine's just more dramatic.
Okay, and I have a question for you. Does that require a 4/5 vote? Because it's still,
Because it's a tax measure.
okay, I just wanted clarification.
Can deny it with 2.
Yeah,
No,
later.
For clarification, if Jeremy's motion to deny does not pass,
Jill's motion for the 0.5 cent sunsetted in 3 years. And if that does not pass, then we go to Liam's motion to approve as written.
thank you.
Jeremy's would only take 3, correct?
No, she said it takes 4 because it's still a tax
We're still
measure.
a tax measure. Because the whole thing is a tax measure. We're not going to separate it out and make it a 3 majority vote when we're
Doesn't-
talking about a tax measure.
I guess this is just, I get to go to class today. So to deny a tax, it takes 4. Unless you say you want to affirm the tax, and it takes 2.
What?
Well, you're saying
Takes a 4/5 vote.
to deny the tax.
Yes.
Or to approve it.
But to approve the tax,
Takes a 4/5 vote.
it takes 2 to deny it.
So,
Yeah.
so I think, so Sophie, for clarification, if let's say we didn't have the other 2 motions on the table and we just had Jeremy's motion to deny, and Jeremy's motion to deny did not pass, it didn't get 4/5 to deny it, would we be at a not putting it on the ballot, or would we be putting it on the ballot?
The original motion was only Jeremy's motion, and it did not pass by a 4/5 vote to deny the motion. It would go back, there'd be no motion on the table, and the board would have the option to either make a motion to affirm it or any other motion at that time. And if no motion was made, then it would fail for lack of a motion.
So Susie, would I be able to rescind my first motion?
Okay, let's not get too crazy yet. What's your thinking behind that? Just,
Well, my thinking behind it is that when I look at the numbers and the budget, there's no good way to continue services as we all know and enjoy them today with the money that I see right now, today. And so I'm looking to find a way. I think public comment's closed, the only thing.
public comment is closed. Don't.
Okay. Sorry. It was in a infinitum forever. It's to try to fix some maybe oversights of the past that have left us where we are. And it's the discouraging part to me is that if the fee study had been updated, I don't want to do it, but I do want to see things fixed. And so we just have to figure out where that balance is. And so that was my goal, was to find an area of compromise and find an end date so that it's not just forever.
Excuse me, Chair. Council just advised me, I did have a recommendation to reword the information that would be in the ballot content. So can I read that to you as far as what I would like it to read?
And that would go along with who made the first motion? Liam? That would go with Liam's motion if it was passed. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So in section 3 of the resolution, where it mentions the tax ordinance shall be submitted to the voters on the ballot in the form of the following question. This is my recommendation on how it would read. Shall the County of Trinity adopt an ordinance establishing a 0.75% or 50%, whichever, use the transaction tax providing approximately 1.1 million annually to include, but not limited to, maintain county services such as including volunteer fire departments, neighborhood patrols, animal shelter, and increase efforts to provide more housing and economic development opportunities. Okay. So
Yes. And
I share that because to me that are some key phrases that I would hope would draw attention to the needs of our county and services and opportunities for growth in our county, whether it's industry or basic economic development businesses.
Can you read that one more time? So $1.1 million annually to include, but not limited to.
To include, but not limited to.
So after county services, it would be a comment to include, but not be limited to. Maintaining county. What is
Here. Such as
volunteer fire departments, neighborhood patrols, animal shelter, and increased efforts to provide more housing and economic development
opportunities.
I mean, that brings up within that resolution, I kind of object to that sort of pandering Because yes, that's where it may go or it may not go. You could say it could go to frivolous things that people don't want. It leads to people thinking that that's where it's going to go. And it'll be up to the new board to decide where that goes. And I doubt very much that any of it will go to a volunteer fire department if you're $6 million short. So that's just kind of a general philosophy statement.
Oh, well. Where are we at this point? Are we ready to?
I think we are confirming that our original motion maker
Do you
and our
agree with
original seconder agree to add that
Do
to
you
their
agree with
motion.
those terms in your motion?
Is it possible for me to rescind my motion?
Yeah,
It's always possible for you to withdraw your motion.
My motion will be rescinded.
all right. Well, then we get,
And I'm gonna, because I don't like the process, as I understand it, I'm rescinding my second on Supervisor Brown's motion. The process doesn't make sense to me, where it would take 4 votes to not place this on the ballot, yet if we didn't pass any other motion, it would only take 1 vote to not place it, 2 votes to not place it on the ballot. That process doesn't make sense to me, so I don't want to go down that path.
all right, so that brings,
Can I rescind a second?
so no.
So I guess you can ask if somebody else wants to second it. I don't-
Anyone else want to second Supervisor Brown's motion, or are we just down to one motion and gonna vote and go yes or no? All right, I'm not saying a second,
All
so
right.
we will vote on, let me look at my notes, Supervisor Cox's subsequent motion, which would be a 50%,
50.5
half a percent sales tax sunsetting in 3 years. Correct?
Correct.
And half a cent,
Not 0.5%.
half a cent. So, next question is, are you looking to adopt the language that Letty put forth on your motion? So no, just as it's stated. All right, so we have a motion and a second. So I believe,
So let me pause for 1 second. Supervisor, or CEO Garza, when you read your addition here, approximate 1.1, Alan, what was the actual wording? The intent to go toward those services, or what was the language?
it was
Yeah,
just
the
including
language, the
those.
original language that's on there now, to me, is just too vague. To me, I would rather provide more information than no information. Because again, it's just stating we're just going to allocate 1.1 million to the county, but I wanted to provide the county public information on examples of how that money can be used, because there's such a need in all those areas. Although there's other areas, of course, in county departments, but that was just an example of uses of how we could use that money.
So I think what I wish could be conveyed to everybody is how hard our interim CAO has worked to try to figure out how we're going to balance this budget, and how much she would like her heart understood in the needs of those funds and where they need to go. I understand what Supervisor Groves is saying and appreciate it, and agree with it. I think that we can't just talk about transparency in government. I think we're trying as best as we know how to live that and to show these are where we see the needs. And there are certain choices we can make and certain choices we don't have any say over. So I think with that understanding, I would adopt her language into my motion.
Supervisor Groves. Will you agree with that with your second?
I will not.
Okay. Anyone else care to second that motion? Any other motions? All right. At that point, this
So-
item 5.2 die for lack of a
have-
motion.
Yeah, you have no motions on the table, so unless a board member makes a motion, it will die for lack of a motion.
Does anyone care to make a motion?
Unless Supervisor Cox is willing to withdraw her amendment, correct, Sophie?
Okay, so I don't really see support here.
I don't either. All right. I say item 5.2 just died for lack of a motion. And we will be moving on. That was a lot of discussion. Moving on to item 5.3, Supervisor Brown.
I'll be recusing on this because I recuse on cannabis tax.
All right. We'll give you a moment to bug out. So we're going to have a unanimous vote at this point in order to put this one on.
Is that how that goes?
It has to be four. It has to be 4/5 even though there's only 4. Yes. sir.
Public knows we tried.
It's a pretty tough sell. All right. Item 5.3, adopt a resolution ordering a special election consolidated with November 8th, 2022 general election regarding the imposition of a cannabis tax for unlicensed businesses and approving ballot language and an ordinance to be voted on by the people of Trinity County. If passed by voters, unknown increase in discretionary general fund monies. Supervisor Groves. I believe this is your item.
Bringing this up at this point because of the discussion on taxes, but this really was not designed to be a revenue raiser. This is designed to give fairness to the licensed grower and to promote licensed growing in the county and to benefit those businesses. We have heard for years that licensed growers have to compete with people. The number on this was $100 a plant. I can't remember why it got changed to 2. The original thinking was that's the tax that if you take Humboldt County's $10,000 for 10,000 square foot, 100 plant ordinance. There's been several objections county. Number 2, there's been objections about how do you get the money if they refuse to pay, and then we'll end up with properties that the county would be responsible for. This is the same system that we use in tax liens on property tax. I don't personally think that's a huge issue, but some do. To make this work, the county would have to put together and commit to, a little too fast, the licensing date is not June of 22. It would be of July 1st of 23. And that would be, because that's the time that you're either through CEQA and have a license through the state, or you're not in the program even from a state level. And that also, one of the arguments previously is that since we don't have a functioning program, that it's unfair to people that are trying to get in. So that solves that question by the functioning program by July of 23. This is not against, I saw stuff on Facebook that this is not against personal grows. This is against commercial illegal or unlicensed cannabis grows. It's relatively simple. We have the money to get a satellite system through grants. We just haven't had the personnel to put it together. It would take 3 people to do satellite imagery and send out.
Any technical questions before we open the comment? All right, With that, we'll open public comment.
I don't get really angry listening to all of like the craziness and then speak later. I think that Supervisor Gross just outlined exactly why this is an insanely flawed document. I don't want to throw you under the bus on this one, but you are in the ad hoc committee. You are the longest standing board member here having to do with cannabis. And you think there is a single licensed applicant in this county that grows 100 plants in their 10,000 square feet. We grow between 4,000 to 5,000 plants in our 10,000 square feet. I also want to be abundantly clear, and I guarantee you there's not a single licensed grower in this county that'll disagree with me. The number one biggest problem with running our business, bar none, and not even close to competing with anything else, is Trinity County. While you do nothing out there, because it's a pretty easy thing to see, we had 9. Abatement system doesn't work. Literally, it's the same thing. Somebody complains about a grow, you go out, and if they don't pay the fine, they come and cut it down. We keep giving money to this and giving money to this, but obviously it doesn't work. Even in the worst market ever, there's 1,500 planted gardens in Post Mountain. There's a picture of it posted today on Trinity County Community because we're now delivering food shelf items out there, I think twice a month or something. And there's a picture of Post Mountain, and it literally looks like it's an ag community. It's insane from the air. So, one, this is a huge document that was thrown to everybody at very short notice that is insanely flawed. For numbers' sake, on 1 acre of cannabis that we plant twice, you are talking about, if it was an illegal grow, $8 million. You know, nobody pays their abatement fees. All of Post Mountain is going to literally just wait until they go through the whole purgatory in 5 years. And maybe the county takes them. And if the county takes the properties, they're going to keep growing on them. And they'll go out and doze everything to grow more, because the violation for dozing stuff goes on the landowner, which is then the county. The county then has to look at dealing with all of this. And I know you're saying it doesn't have to do with anything like that, but like, this is from a basis, one of the most flawed things that has ever come in front of this board. Thank you.
Okay, we'll let the crazies take over. That's me. This is beyond ridiculous. I swear, this is getting funnier by the minute. Your problem is the abatement process. You have unethical people running an abatement process. They abate the licensed growers. Are you kidding me? I've got 3 PRAs right now about to hit for Rob Barcelona. You guys, I mean, we've hit them. You guys aren't coughing it up. You're doing some crazy extensions. You got a bad law firm. Hate to tell you, really bad. But this has to get to taxation. This is what I was trying to ask before. You've put out this list of what we will lose if we don't get this money, but none of us here are complaining if we lose abatement. I promise you that. They're not abating the bad people. That's what the state of California is going to do. They've hired a lot of people. They're going to come in here and clean this up. I know that's about as successful as our county, Keith. That's why I said it, because it's a joke. Nobody's going to abate anybody. No one's going to stop illegal growing. What's going to stop illegal growing is the price of cannabis. It's an economic thing. When you can't make money doing it, you're going to quit. That is common sense. Right now, what we're doing is quitting our legal farmers because we're not helping us. You ask about where the money is, I believe you got millions from the state to hire people. Don't act like there's a deficit.
I think we're veering off course here.
It's still taxes and it's revenue, and we're talking about trying to get
Stick
revenue.
to item 5.3, please.
Gaining revenue, well, I will then. Let's go back to what we're talking about here. Raising taxes so we can implement a program that doesn't work, which we already have one that doesn't work. So why don't we lower taxes and then quit these services that don't work? None of us want to pay for the abatement any longer. Get rid of it.
Adrian Keys from Hayfork, and I have to fall into the same boat as some of these other folks. I was blown away when I read this. This is license cultivation. Really goofy language is in section 040, line 5. It refers to ancillary products and accessories. no definition for that in the measure. Would that be potting soil, fertilizer? Is that and this is a tax on illegal plants. So are you going to then fine a nursery for if they sold, say, 100 bags of soil and you say, well, one plant goes in each bag, you're going to fine them $200 a plant? What is that? I don't even know what that means. Another one that really sticks with me, there's actually quite a number, but I know that they're going to get cut. On line 13 in the same section, it's like that typically acceptable activity under state regulation. You can make wine or beer at home. You can have people to your house and you can share a glass of it. It's a taxed item. You're not committing tax evasion by doing that. That reference is bizarre. It's literally bizarre. And it's really, somebody who's really tried to have faith in this program for 7 years. It's real hard to maintain that right here today. Another component of that line 13, no donating. Have you ever heard of the compassion programs that exist in California? I right now, and this would become, my personal garden would become a commercial operation if I choose to donate excess cannabis from that to an organization like MedVets, which is what I intend to do. I have donated my excess cannabis, my personal garden, to nonprofits, to patients for 20 plus years. Okay? And so you want to take away our ability to donate to MedVets, an association that provides free cannabis to veterans with post-traumatic stress illness, disease, whatever. They do more than that. They provide them with access to food and housing. They liaison for them for social services. And I would not be able to provide them with free cannabis. It's not metric. It's my personal garden. I'm sorry, but I'm just kind of blown away by this. And so because our present personal use ordinance confines people by their acreage sizes, there are highly likely people in violation who are disenfranchised, elderly, who grow 5 plants instead of 4. Would they be cited? Would they get a $200 tax on the 1 plant, or did they lose their exemption?
Time's up.
Gotcha, Dan, sorry.
Hi, Steve Lyon, Junction City. Unlike the sales tax, I think this one is very unclear and should not be sent to the voters for a vote. I think there's a lot of ambiguous language. It's full of holes. All of us looking at it see a ton of worst case scenarios that are just pretty terrible. There's some of that ambiguous language. My experience so far with the county is anytime there's an ambiguous language, it gets interpreted in a way that is not beneficial for me. I would expect that to happen with all of these. I have no trust that some of these wishy-washy definitions are going to go my way. They're not. What I see is that I'm a licensed cultivator right now. I'm one of the very few. I see tons of ways that the way this is written is going to impact me if I mess up my metric one time. Metric is crazy. It's a very complicated system. If I'm out of compliance with metric, suddenly I can get fined. I'm really surprised that this came this way at a last minute like this. Keith, Mr. Groves, I've appreciated your work on cannabis issues over the years. I think you've been pretty solid. I'm really surprised you didn't consult with the industry on bringing this forward. I understand the gist of what's trying to happen here, and I think you could find some general agreement on how to, bring in county revenue from, large illegal cultivations. I think you could find some agreement on that general idea. The way this is written is not that. You've freaked everybody out. There's tons of holes. There's errors. There's just basic errors. Anything that mentions cannabis business, now you're including me. I'm a cannabis business. I think there needs to be a clear, undeniable separation between licensed cultivation. Don't bring that anywhere into this. Anything that brings licensed cultivators should not be at all involved with the county trying to squeeze money out of unlicensed cultivation. please send this back, consult with industry, have a workshop. You've got a lot of people with a lot of experience who can bring a lot of great ideas. I know you see this week in and week out at ad hoc, how there's a lot of great ideas. Bring this to the community to sit down and let's have a serious conversation about some of the best practices that we can use to achieve this goal. Because I think you could find agreement on the overall goal, but not this way. Thanks.
Brian Gossman, Hayfork. Approving ballot language. It's so critical that you get that correct. I've been here since the inception of this program. We've all spent so much time just over language, over words, variances, CUP, very basic things. I know things need to be brought up at some point. Something so important such as this needs to be thoroughly combed over. It can't just be put out there to vote on. Anything in this measure that has to do with licensees or current licensed businesses needs to be completely stricken from this altogether. How long and hard have we fought to have licensees not be mixed up with the agenda of figuring out how to get money from both us and the thousands of other people out there growing in this county? You cannot continue to mix the two up. We've all spent your time, our time. Why throw that back into the mix now? As a licensed cultivator, I'm not worried about unlicensed farms getting not taxed. That's not what's crushing my business. So this has to be combed over. It can't be mixed up. It's too complicated and it's too important. And anything having to do with licenses needs to be stricken from the record. Personal use is not even a definition under state cannabis law. So anything having to do with personal use, you guys are going to need to figure out how to legally insert that into your definition to even figure out what that means and how that is controlled in this county, minus any sort of compassionate use, which is what that is. So why you would even impart that. I know you were talking about, on a commercial scale and not a personal use, but that's also the language that needs to be clearly defined in this. Thank you.
Marie Peterson, Weaverville. This morning I woke up to a phone call from a very respected, well-known rancher and white market cannabis farmer worried about the extreme overreach and violation of privacy being proposed in this regulation today. He said he's leaving the program if this passes as is, and many others will too. So I have 3 questions. Is it legal to tax an illegal business, or does it just legitimize it? Why are we still punishing white market farmers? They should be completely removed from this document. Why does county staff keep on bringing regulations forward that sabotage the rights and freedoms of our citizens? Humboldt County used instant imagery services to locate illegal gardens, and then they sent out letters demanding the violator to contact the county and establish a timeline for compliance and to get into the program. We are limited by our cap. Let's amend our CEQA document, or get a new one, or whatever it takes, get rid of the cap and allow for stacking. That would also fix our money problems in the long term. But continuing to push out all cannabis farmers is not good leadership. And on the subject of not good leadership, Jill, you are extremely polarized. You are unable to participate in the bigger picture.
You have to
recuse
stick
from all
to,
cannabis business.
you need to
all
stick to the
cannabis
item
voting.
on the agenda.
Recuse.
Hey, you don't get to attack board members. You can stick to the item on the agenda or you can remove yourself.
Okay, That's all I have. Thank you.
Afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Tom Blanco, Douglas City. First of all, I get the intention behind this. Not a revenue raising measure. It's actually a means to increase the financial cost to people who essentially have not, it costs a licensed grower a lot to get to the same place an unlicensed grower gets. Now, they have different risks than I have, but as far as this approach, given that I understand where it's coming from, I don't think we should proceed with this. And the reason is not because it's a silly idea to have unlicensed cultivators have a financial burden, but because the state is really out ahead of us on this one. That's not always the case. Trinity County has led the state in certain cases, not the least of which its definition of outdoor cultivation. The state has finally caught up with Trinity County and said, if you pull tarp, that's outdoor, as long as you don't have lights in there. In this case, the state just 2 weeks ago enacted the latest Governor Trailers bill, AB 195. I don't have time to go through all of it right now. All of us cultivators know, oh, it did away with the cultivation tax. What else do we care? Well, it did a lot. If you've heard me talking about county enforcement of state regulations for years, this recent legislation changed the requirements. It used to be county council or county DA can enforce state cannabis regulations as long as they do a memorandum of understanding with the attorney general. Well, no one knew what that was. They took that out. So now, with nothing, the county council or county district attorney can enforce state regulations. That means you can triple fine any unlicensed grower, triple what the cost of the license would be. They added a new $10,000 a day fine for anybody who aids or abets unlicensed cultivation, AKA landowners. That's law today. AB 195, check it out. It removed the requirement that it takes CDFW or the water board to bring a civil action when there is unlicensed cannabis. So now county council can initiate their own action for fines for fish and game violation. I'm not talking criminal, this is civil actions. And half of that money goes into the county fund, AB 195. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Lisa Wright, Lewiston. So we talked about this at ad hoc, I know, because there were some people from the cannabis industry, very frustrated that enforcement kind of focuses on the legal cultivators or people in the program and not their neighbors who are growing illegally. I think the example was, the Post Mountain area. And Keith, you had mentioned this illegal tax and bringing it forward, or the illegal cultivators tax. And I think in principle, that makes sense. I think that the issue kind of with this measure is that we were all just taken aback by this additional language that was added about the licensed farmers and access to our bank account and the tax collector having that. And that information is in this ballot measure. So who wrote this? I guess is my question. How is it vetted? I really like the suggestion, if you're going to bring something like this forward to gain, political support and public input, is to hold those workshops. I think that was, one of the most valuable things in my experience with the cannabis program was having that workshop on processing, for example. And I think it could just lead to a lot less of this back and forth in time and outrage at some things that come forth. AB 195, first I heard of that. Thank you, Mr. Belenko. I think that sounds like a potential revenue source for the county. I also know that the you were trying to avoid, I think, by doing it as a tax, being able to just add it to the tax rolls rather than having to go through the court system, because that's much more difficult and can be, right, and take more time. So I get in principle what you're trying to do. AB 195, I think that should be reviewed. I think a public workshop on this topic would be beneficial before trying to push a measure through from the board to the ballot. And then just anything that you do, strike any reference to the licensed cultivators, because you're not going to get any of us to support that if you contain us within that somehow. And there's fear of our, turning over our metric credentials and our bank account information and that kind of thing. We won't support it. And as you saw, the cultivators were able to actually pass a tax on themselves. So there is a big voting block here. I don't know that we always necessarily vote well, but I'm sure that people would come out against this very strongly. So let's try to get it right. I appreciate your time.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Supervisors and staff. I'm curious who added this additional language to some concept that Keith and former Commissioner McHugh had talked about for some years. I've never heard it mentioned in any other circles. And this thing does have big problems. Perhaps legal might want to take a look at this. Could be double jeopardy in the sense that if you're already imposed code enforcement fines that recently got raised to $1,000 to $5,000 per violation per day 2 years ago, that you would also be paying a tax on that illegal activity. Perhaps could be double jeopardy, but I'm not an attorney. Anyway, this so poorly fits Trinity County that it really should not be approved. I want to encourage not approving of this item today. I agree with, I think, every single comment I've heard, which is rare, especially in Trinity County. It's problematic for many reasons. And the optics of it are that the county has nearly completely failed to implement the licensed side of the cannabis program. We've got, I think, 19 or 20 licenses issued with full CEQA compliance. It's great. We're off to a start, but it's been years to get to that. And the county has never kept up on processing applications or renewals, ever, for one day. And through no fault of their own, the people that have attempted to comply and participate in the program often find themselves without a perfect state of licensure every day of every year through no fault of their own. It's the county's fault. Year after year. We're hopeful that will change. So, in addition to the patient's rights side of this and the possible sweeping up of truly medical folks that might find themselves out of compliance, it was only 2 weeks ago that the Board of Supervisors was considering eliminating the 6 plants of outdoor adult use or medical on less than 10 acres. I think, only 9 complaints to the Sheriff's Department last year. I don't think it's the problem it once was. And I recommend denial of this. Thank you.
I'm Catherine Fryer. I'm a new resident of Hayfork. Just been here a month, and I am flabbergasted at the state of affairs here. I am a Navy nurse veteran. I have been a chief nursing officer for a 700-bed hospital. I have been a dean of nursing for 52 years. I am also, was also very anti-weed through my whole career. 2 years ago, I was looking at a total hip replacement, total knee replacements, both knees, on blood pressure medication, cholesterol medication. My physician took 2 months to convince me to try RSO. I have lost 75 pounds, eat like a horse. I am off of all of my prescription medications. And that this language is going to restrict medical personal use, and that's been brought up, is appalling to me as a healthcare professional. What's also appalling is that the reputation of Trinity County for having one of the largest medical production areas in the country does not even have a dispensary within the county. I have to drive 2 hours to get my prescription for RSO filled. That is appalling. I'm on a fixed income. I'm retired. Thank God I had savings and I can afford to drive to Eureka and Reading. And I look at the services in the county, and I come from a very rural area in Missouri. I look at the prices here. It's astronomical. And there's no reason for it other than mismanagement. And being an administrator for 52 years and operating my own personal budget, sitting in this meeting for the first time is just, I'm like, oh, this was probably a mistake to move here. A big mistake. And at 70, I don't want to have to move again. Thank you.
I'm sure we have some Zoom.
Hello, I'm Carl Wampler from Hayfork. Good to see you again, board. Please remove all the legal licensees from this language. We've paid so much. I've come from the dark side into the white side with your graces and have a permit now. Please don't drag me through the mud and make it even harder to operate. And I mean, and let's be real. It's not, I'm selling my weed in the white market now. The black market's not the competition. It's not what's negatively affecting us. We need this area. We need help. We need to pass the tourist tax and leave the sales tax and the cannabis tax. Leave the burden off of our citizens. Let's put it on the tourists who want to come here. Please, we all need help right now. Please remove this from the becoming a ballot. Thank you, guys.
On Zoom, we have Sam De La Paz. I apologize if I said that wrong.
Go ahead. Sam?
Sam, are you there? Oh, there you go.
Yes. Hello. Sorry, everyone. My name is Sam De La Paz. I'm Vice President of Hessel Farmers Grange in Sebastopol, California. I am a consultant that's worked in several different counties. And I just want to emphasize, the level of nearing human rights issues that we're dealing with in the cannabis sector and in every county. And when I hear what's happening here in Trinity, I just want to really usher a very serious alarm that treating our legal operators and even those that don't have a viable pathway to licensing with further prohibitionary approaches is only going to make this industry fail even further. I just really, really would love to see Trinity County and some of our legacy producing counties really take a stand and listen to the cultivators, listen to the demographic that makes up such a large swath of your county and that can bring revenue into your county, and listen to the people who are saying, hey, you cannot just continue to tax us without representation. We need more market access, more expansion, more license, and more pathways to licensing. So I just really, really want to emphasize that for all of my comrades there in Trinity County. Please, further prohibitionary tactics, especially those that cross language over and insinuate anything about licensed cultivators or backyard growers, because we know damn well that most permitting departments and things like that are going to go after the low-hanging fruit. They're not going to go after the big cartels that are growing massive amounts of cannabis because y'all are scared. And that's, you know, understandable, but not understandable when you're going to sit there and pick on the mom and pops and, you know, really push out the legacy community that has been a constituency for decades in your communities. Thank you.
Next, we have Carla Avila.
Hello, this is Carla Avila from High and Palm and Executive Director of Trinity County Agriculture Alliance, representing hundreds of licensed cannabis farmers through our organization. So I want to reiterate and emphasize what has been said by all of the commenters. Please listen here. I'm not going to even talk about the philosophical idea behind this because I'll run out of time. There's so many things in this. First of all, when you talk about personal cannabis cultivation, that's not a legal term at the state level. And so adult use is legally different from medical use. A person may grow as an adult and as a 215 holding medical patient. That is still in the Health and Safety Code 11362. So it describes personal cultivation, but personal cultivation as an example is something that, you know, is really up to the person. It's personal. Their doctor, if they're a medical patient, is who can determine their plant count. Law and code enforcement officers should not make extra legal field determinations of violation of medical cannabis law if presented with a valid 215. So how is that going to work when you're saying, prove to me you're not a for-profit business because you have X number of plants, old lady, and then she's going to have to go have the burden of proof, but you know, she's a medical patient. It's not up to law enforcement, it's up to her doctor what her plant count is. And if there is a violation of that, questions of legality of number of plants or pounds have to be settled in court or administrative hearings prior to destruction of plants or seizure of medicine. So this isn't some easy free-for-all low-hanging fruit solution. And maybe that isn't the intent, but that's the way it reads. The other issue with it is that everywhere in it, it mentions track and trace. It says for persons who are not able to keep accurate records of sales through the cannabis track and trace in section 50. Well, first of all, track and trace doesn't keep accurate records of sales. It doesn't record sales. It records your plants on your site. It records every plant, every leaf you take off every plant, every piece of material on your site, but it has nothing to do with sales. Plant count also has nothing to do with sales, incidentally. So we're mixing up a lot of things here, but let's make sure that all references to licensed cannabis businesses are stricken entirely. This tax should have nothing to do with state licensed businesses. The very first section that talks about, you know, who's this applicable to, it says, in section 50 that the tax imposed, every person who is engaged in cannabis cultivation for profit in county shall pay an annual cannabis business tax. That should say any person engaged in cannabis cultivation for profit in the county who does not have a license with the Department of Cannabis Control. Otherwise, you're including everybody in this. So, you know, in mentioning track and trace, who's going to have track and trace records for an illegal business? Nobody. So who is this really written for? And how are we supposed to trust it? Well, that's all I had time for.
Next, we have Rhoda Kane.
Good afternoon, Chairman and Board. I'd like to start by.
Can we stop for 1 second, Rhoda?
Yes. Yeah.
So after talking to council just now, I think I've heard enough. I would like to make a motion here to drop 5.3 from the agenda in its entirety. That would be my motion.
I'm looking at council.
Mr. Chairman, you can ask public comment to be limited to, you know, you can say you've had enough. You could say that any further proponents of, you know, of the denial of this, you know, please do not repeat anything further, or you can simply limit public comment at this time and say, if there's anybody in favor of this, we'd like to hear from you. Otherwise, the board's heard the public on this and you're limiting the time.
All right, well, that's not really the question that Supervisor Gogan's asking, he's asking that he's making a motion that we basically deny this and without finishing the public comment and pull it from the agenda. So
So my recommendation to Mr. Gogan and to yourself was to, finish public comment and then he can make the motion to deny it. I would recommend that you finish your public comment, but I also understand, that, there are time limits and you can impose time limits as the chair. And I would recommend that if you would like to do that, understanding Mr. Gogan's position at this point is a motion to deny, that you can certainly limit public comment, especially if everybody's just going to repeat what's being said.
I would like to ask the public to help us out by not repeating the same things over and over. If you do have anything else, or like our latest commenter who actually had numbers and of where to find their issues in the proposed ordinance so we can look at them specifically, not just blanket objections, that would be more productive. But with that, I think we should continue on with our public comment and endure for a while.
Chairman Frazier, at this time, I have 5 people on Zoom with their hands raised.
Okay, thank you. But then I don't think we'll need to impose any limits on public comment. We can just try to keep it quick, guys.
So for interrupting Rhoda there, I'd like to apologize for that. I didn't know how many we had left, and I certainly didn't not want to cut Rhoda off from speaking. So I'm sorry, and I apologize.
All right.
Okay. Rhoda?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Board. I'll try not to repeat a lot, but I'm going to be pretty quick. I'd like to start by voicing my support for Tom Blanco's statements. I think that those are pretty clear and everybody understands. But yeah, here we go again. It feels like a one step forward, 2 step back situation. Why am I going to keep paying license fees if I could just pay $200 per plant instead? This may not be true for everybody, but for me, it would be much easier and possibly cheaper than being in compliance. And so backward we go. We need to start encouraging compliance or we'll never be able to move forward. If cannabis is not being grown for gain or profit, then it seems a lot more like a fine than a tax. I think we should just call things what they are. And who will be making these determinations and what will the criteria for the decision-making process be? I think that's super important. It seems like we're really getting deep into some Fifth Amendment territory here. I also, definition number 13, yes, citizens of the state of California are allowed to share, give, and donate. And that action does not make a person into a business. Section XXX050 tax 1 impose the track and trace. If by track and trace you're talking about metrics, I'm agreeing with Carla. This does not track sales. It only tracks transfers and leaf matter and what goes into the waste. Illegal grows do not use the tracking program, but we're still including language that treats compliant farmers like liars and criminals. Why does it still feel like our county leaders and staff are still using discrimination as a tool instead of a problem to be overcome and solved? Please remove all language regarding licensed farms. This only serves to perpetuate misinformation. Is this county thinking about auditing people that sell firewood on the side of the road and make sure they're paying their taxes? Or is it just people that grow cannabis? Thank you.
Next, we have Veronica.
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly-Albies, Douglas City. Well, let me start my comments with thank you for trying to think outside of the box in a very difficult situation in trying to deal with illegal, I shouldn't say illegal, cannabis industry that is not part of the program, the legal program within Trinity County. Tom, Carla, and Rhoda have some solid suggestions. Even I have to admit, there were some interesting things in this document. Right now, I mean, how do you get an illegal operation to pay a tax? Are they paying the fines for the ones that have already been abated? I mean, are those coming in? I've been hearing lots of things about people aren't paying things, and that's within the program. And how do you enforce it? There just didn't seem a realistic way to enforce a lot of the things that were in this document. But I really do appreciate the thought and thinking outside the box of finding a way for not just more revenue to the county, but also a way to put that financial burden on those outside of the program and who continue to operate in the dark market. I encourage the public workshops like Lisa was saying earlier, but it can't just be an industry workshop. Public, it has to be public. And so you can get a very balanced voice from the county. And I would say this, at some point, everybody sitting in those chairs has seen polarized because maybe we didn't agree with what you were saying or your position. And that's how it works. And I think all of you put forth the best effort to try and create something, no matter what side you're on at the moment. So keep doing that. Keep researching, keep finding ways to create a better balanced industry in Trinity County. And this may not be the document for it though, but I do appreciate the idea of trying to think outside the box, Supervisor Groves, and thank you guys very much.
Next, we have Butter Creek Base.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just, I won't repeat everything that was said earlier. I feel that a lot of what was said is clearly the way I feel. Longtime resident, Pat McCaslin's my name. I live in Hyann. We need to pull this measure, have public input, and try to find a realistic solution. There are parts of the measures that we see can generate income, but as of now, just pull it and we'll work something out. Thank you.
Okay.
Done.
Next, we have Resident. Is their name on here?
Thank you, board.
Go ahead.
I just want to comment that if you enforce the code compliance fines on illegal cultivations, you would be able to make all the money that you need without any new burdensome taxes that the county isn't even capable of properly administering. Additionally, before you start asking for the financial information of your licensed cultivators and business professionals in the county, maybe you should consider getting the bank information and audit each and every county employee personally and the county departments as a whole because of the history of extreme corruption and graft in this county. Finally, Jill, please resign. Thank you.
Can you please state your name for the record?
And that's Debbie.
Next, we have Jeff.
Hi, Jeff Cadella Xenia. Going back to section 5.0, where it tacks on people that don't have accurate records in their track and trace. Wow, the state has access to all that and they already are on top of it and we get fined if things aren't lining up. And they're trained on it. It's a complicated system and they have the back door to see everything we're doing. If you leave anything up to a clerk at the tax collector's office or to county council, they're going to view it to not be very fair to how it's written or to any cannabis cultivator, legal or illegal. You can't leave things up to people to interpret, especially in something like this, where most of us legal operators, when we're operating, that is, and have licenses, have a couple thousand plants in our metric. And at 200 a plant, that's it. That's game over. if you fine us for because some untrained professional is can't understand what they're seeing. $400,000 fine for 2,000 plants. Yeah, I'm going to lose my property on that. So now I've lost my livelihood, my business, my home, and my life savings all in one. You guys got to do better than this. You should be ashamed to be coming after people like that are trying to do the right thing. It's appalling, and it's kicking us while we're down, and it's not very nice. And it's destroying what any shred of trust there might still be in the county, between us and you guys. And I know some of you want to see us go away. We're never going away. It's never going to happen. The only thing that makes us go away is if somehow people stop smoking cannabis. And that's also never going to happen. That's all I got to say. Thank you for your time. Please destroy this bill or whatever you call it.
Okay, next we have Nicholas Holiday. Nicholas, are you there?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yep.
Yes. we
Okay,
need-
hello, Nicholas Holiday, Burnt Ranch. Hi guys, I'll be pretty quick with this one. I have 3 licenses with the county, 1 being a nursery license, 2 being cultivation. 1 is valid. 1 is not. 1 cultivation is valid. The nursery and 1 cultivation are good. My metric is broken up into 7 different licenses with the state. It is a mess when it comes to transferring out product, and some goes to some distros, some payment comes back, some gets transferred to another distro. It's really just a mess. And the last time I had to pay my taxes with you guys, it took 5 people to figure out my taxes for you guys. So, and I will add this. When it was all said and done, you guys tried to only collect half of it. So I, in good faith, paid the extra $20,000 that I owed you guys because it was the correct tax. Now, ultimately, when you guys audit my books for these 7 licenses, and you've seen that I've thrown away tens of thousands of plants from the nursery for reasons of pests or just failure to thrive or whatever it is. And when ultimately you find that my books are good and yours are not, are you guys going to reimburse me for my bookkeepers and my attorneys and my metric managers? Because that will be something that will be very costly, that you guys honestly just don't have the capacity to handle this. I would like this to be stricken from whatever you guys are trying to do. I really appreciate the board member who said, let's squash this now and not even talk about it. But I wanted to bring up the point of who's going to pay my fees when I send them over to you guys when your bookkeeping is ultimately incorrect. Thank you.
Next we have Daryl Davis.
Hi there, board. I'm a little bit torn on this one. I'm completely torn between being fully embarrassed or fully humiliated. I'm sure there's a couple board members that understand what I'm talking about. It's like time and time again, we get to going on something. And it's kind of like the federal government. You guys think you could just throw a monkey wrench in, add a trailer that has nothing to do with what we're talking about, and see if you could slip it by. You can't. We're here every time. And we would, I know it's probably not the board's situation, but can you guys figure out who would try to institute and make you guys, now this is where I'm embarrassed, that you guys are hearing all of this again. So like maybe don't agendize something so ridiculous that's gonna make you guys look this as bad as can be. This is ridiculous. I don't want to say too much more, but I'm seriously let down. This is not a good show of faith. It almost never is. And there's got to be a reason. We got to get through this. Don't do what you're trying to do. Don't sneak anything in. Not this time and not ever again. Let's stick to what we're trying to pass and make it happen. Just like a lot of other counties, just like the state has laid out for us. Thank you.
Next, we have Ryan Tarbell.
Good afternoon, Ryan Tarbell, Hayfork. I'll make this quick. I urge you to vote against this. It's very contradictory and ambiguous. This really shouldn't deal with licensed cultivation. Yeah, this is really, I view it as an admission that code enforcement and nuisance fines aren't working. Maybe we should focus on that program, the one that's in place, and actually stand that up and make that work to deal with the unlicensed cultivation rather than trying to throw the licensed cultivators under the bus. Thank you.
Next, we have Tyler Thompson.
Hi, good afternoon, board. Again, Tyler Thompson from Burnt Ranch. And when I first looked at this, I was thoroughly confused. But after reading it several times, I do see the intent behind it. If it's not going to just be removed from the agenda, I do request, significant work on it, just specifically some of the language that was mentioned that potentially could involve licensed cultivators. I do see several places where there was protections put in place for I guess you would say licensed cultivators. It doesn't affect personal and state compliant medical cultivation. The tax doesn't apply to businesses that held a state or local license within the last 12 months. The tax doesn't take effect until January 1st of 2023, which now was mentioned until July 1st of 2023. So, I do see if something like this is going to be an option to generate revenue, to just really work through it, to hopefully be able to make the intent clear and not have unintended consequences or casualties due to improper wording. And then the requirement of access to records, is I would say the hardest pill to swallow in all of this for somebody who would want to do business in Trinity County. So to uncouple that would be great. And I do see the potential that Keith or Supervisor Groves had already mentioned of the pay to play. A decade ago, this tax probably would have been welcomed by the cultivation community in Trinity County. But currently, I think the landscape has changed a lot from what that was when Mendocino more or less did something similar. So I don't know if a fine instead of a tax would be more appropriate, or as some other have said, just focusing on our existing abatement policies that are already in place. Thank you.
Next, we have Galaxy S10 Plus. Whoever's on their Zoom with the Galaxy S10 Plus as your name and your hand raised, it's your turn to give public comment.
All right.
or not.
Anyone else?
That's it. That was my last.
All right, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. Anyone care to make a motion?
My motion would be to drop point 5.3 from this agenda in its entirety until we get a better look at things as a board.
I think.
Did you second? Okay.
All right, well, we have.
I'll have some discussion.
Me too.
So I appreciate Tyler actually read it and went through it. And yes, some of the language was actually crossed out on mine that were on this, and it was clumsy and came fast and was written probably 2 or 3 years ago. And that all I'm in. But it also, and I get that growers that are in the program are very paranoid about getting screwed over. This had a lot more protections than it was portrayed. But it also confirms one of my beliefs that as I wind down my time here, is that when I got involved in cannabis, I really thought that people wanted licensed growers and to get rid of the unlicensed growers and the illegal growers. I've really come to the conclusion that Trinity County doesn't want to get rid of the illegal growers. And that's not just from the grow side, that's from the anti-grow side. Everything that I've seen take place is to punish people trying to get in and benefit the people that aren't getting in. So I think maybe I made a really bad assumption that this was something that needed to be dealt with and people wanted to go away when really I think people like the way it's ran for 50 years and would like it to stay running that way. With this, the intent was to do just that, is to punish the people that don't play by the rules and benefit the people that do play by the rules. And I mean, to me, it's very clear when it says an unlicensed tax, and it was never meant to come after people in the program. Was two separate things. So with that, I would apologize. I mean, I'm the one that brought this forward. I would apologize that it was being portrayed that this is coming after the white market. White market really has nothing to do with the intent and the thoughts behind this. So I understand that this won't move through and probably will never move through because I think we're happy with the way things are running.
That's
in the illegal market.
The comment I have is that it's amazing to me that we heard person after person who's involved in the white side of the cannabis industry stand up and basically say that they didn't want us to do anything to harm the black market. That's amazing to me because it's the public comments closed, but the things I see in here, I do see some issues with this, but to me, it's not what it's portrayed as by the public comment. And I understand people being a little touchy, but I think that at the very least, it's misunderstood and possibly misrepresented. And I do see Supervisor Groves put a lot of effort into it. Also, we had about 15 minutes to get it on the agenda when he decided to do it. So it's not like he had time to go have a public meetings. I think the intention behind it is good, and I don't believe that we're going to get the support to get it on the ballot. So I kind of would have liked to see it go to the ballot just to see what people see what the feeling is in the county for unlicensed cultivation. So Do we have any other comment, discussion? I do have a question for council because Supervisor Groves made a motion. I don't know how he can make a motion to remove it from the agenda really because it's on the agenda, but he's making a motion to deny.
Well, that was my question. Is it a motion to deny it or is it a motion to table it to a later point in time?
Because if it's a motion to deny, it's going to require a 4/5 vote.
It should, but I mean,
It takes 4/5.
Still takes 4.
4/5. So I'll deny it.
So you're making a motion to deny, not to table it and move it to another date, which if we tabled it and moved it to another date, that's the same as denial basically anyway, because it has to be, it's time sensitive.
yes, but the comment that was made was, bring it back at some point in time. We've had
Oh,
some
yes.
more time to consider it. So I just wanted to confirm with Councilmember or Board Member Gogan that that is in fact what you wanted to do.
Sure.
So
Can you make a restate what your motion is?
Well, my motion is to bring this back at a later date when there's more consideration given to the board, me and myself as a member. I heard about this Saturday morning after coming back from the fair Friday nights. I got 22 pages of this Saturday morning. Are you kidding me? I mean, come on. This is ridiculous. I mean, this is just not fair. I don't know why we're even sitting here talking about this. So there's just no way ever would I want to put this thing through good intentions or not. And I don't see a lot of great intention in there. This is absolutely ridiculous. And I don't want to put anybody down, but I just have nothing that I read in this thing that is going to come out good of this thing. We need to have input from the entire board, not just giving me this thing on Saturday morning to look at. I'm aghast at that to start with. And then the text within it is just ridiculous. So those are my reasons.
So you're asking that be brought back at a later date. And Supervisor Cox, is that that's not what you're, all right, so we either need a motion.
I'll second it, bring it back at a later date.
All right, so wouldn't you like to make that a date specific?
No.
How far out can we go?
Today.
Well, I mean, I'm thinking about,
You've got 2 years.
okay, I would like to go out past the general election.
Well,
If we
if today,
don't
if
do
we
it-
don't do it today, we're past the general election. and
You're
then-
going to 20, and that's the rush.
Fair enough.
You're going to 24.
Let's bring it back at a later date. Let's bring it back at a later date of the choice of the county.
So we have a motion and a second. That's only requires a majority vote, not a super majority. And any further discussion, further motions? All right, go ahead.
So the motion that as I have it is to bring this item back at a later date. I did not hear a date specific time in
Nope.
there.
No date specific.
Okay. Supervisor Groves.
Sure.
Supervisor Gogan.
Sure.
Supervisor Cox.
No.
Chairman Frazier.
No. And seeing that we have no other motions, I think item 5.3 will also die for lack of motion. And well, we got the momentum going, I guess. Should we take a short break and find Supervisor Brown? We'll come back he's here. Quick, this guy's on the roll. All right. We'll just jump right into item 5.4 then. And this item is slightly it's missing a word on our agenda. It's discuss and or provide direction to staff regarding pre-licensing inspections for cannabis activities. So, and this, I had this put on the agenda after or during our ad hoc this past Thursday because Director Connell had asked, he would like to have further direction on this, and he has been directed by the board to concentrate on doing inspections to get the inspections done, and he's run into some issues with that, and I'll let him elaborate on that, and we can discuss and give guidance.
Since, excuse me, Sean, Mr. Chair, since we had another issue that I think will fit under the same title, I did not realize that it was just over the inspections. So when we finish the inspection part, there's another question we have of the board that still fits under this category that.
Okay, that is also for direction to.
For direction from the board on pre-licensing activities.
Okay. We can, anything we can give direction to solves issues.
Thank you, Chair. Members of the board, County Council, CAO Garza. I'm Sean Connell, the Cannabis Director here in Trinity County. We're here today because there has been a consistent and large push for inspections. As I brought to you before in the department head update, we have completed 187 inspections total. While I know that earlier we talked about the sheriff's numbers of complaints received, my staff did a dive on the last 30 days that we have received complaints within our division. We've received 18 complaints within the division for illegal cultivation. 12 of those complaints are active license applicants in our program. 6 complaints have been verified this month, meaning that we are finding active applicants engaged in cultivation without the benefit of a local permit. We believe, and my staff believes, that this is tied because of the way the court order mandates that we do pre-license inspection as a basis of approval. It's almost as if people believe that once they've been inspected, because we're only required to be on your site one time, that they are then able to cultivate their product because we won't be back. Given the paradigm of Trinity County, while I understand it's a complaint-driven process, our division has now been loaded up with those levels of complaints. When we receive a complaint, we verify whether or not it's in the program or not. If they are not in our program, we refer those directly to code enforcement. If they are in our program, we perform a verification inspection. Those are not requests, those are mandated. We tell you when we are coming out, we expect that you are there to see these things as they are followed by up on a complaint. So what we're looking for as far as direction is to make sure that we are being true to what we're saying. In that, what I'm actually asking from this board is to maybe help direct me if we are still supposed to be doing inspections as tied to approvals, or if you would prefer that we just carte blanche do inspections as they're available, with the back end of knowing that we are receiving more and more complaints as we get better, as we have more staff, we're able to service it, but it does create a little bit of a conflict for our division, for my inspectors, for people out on the ground. And so that's really why we're here this morning. Well, this afternoon, now at almost 3 o'clock.
All right. So, and then Supervisor Groves, do you want to have, do you need Sean to address the other issue you want, or do you want to do them at the same time?
Well, so the other issue that we have to discuss and get direction from the board is through the transition plan.
Yes.
And that is, we have people that have completed the CEQA and are ready to get licenses, but they are new to the program. And so we had prioritized previous licensees in the program. And Sean mentioned this, and he probably wasn't ready for me to bring this, but I think it's important to bring fast. Is so we have X amount of licenses that they're ready to get their licenses, but since they're a new license, they would be jumping ahead of people that are in the CEQA process that are old licenses. Now, some of those may be because they did a better document. Some maybe it is an easier document. It doesn't really matter. But those people are being held up from going into business while they're waiting for the rest of the CEQA process to go. So that's the question we need to get direction from. Do we issue those licenses or do we hold those licenses up?
All right. Quick question, because this is a discuss and give direction. Do we not have to open public comment on this item, or do we have to take public comment on this item?
You should take public comment on this item
Okay.
because it's a matter for your consideration.
All
The
right.
agenda item also specifically says discussion re cannabis pre-licensing inspections, as does your requested agenda action. So make sure you tailor your discussion to that.
Yes, our discussion, that's what the board is.
Say what yours says again.
The one I'm looking at says 5.4 discussion cannabis pre-licensing inspections, and the requested action is discuss and or provide direction to staff regarding pre-licensing for cannabis activities.
That's not what your agenda title is.
No.
My agenda title says
Pre-license.
discussion cannabis pre-licensing inspections.
All right. All right. Well, I was just curious if I get some of these ones that are public comments is or not. And so those two items, that the one Supervisor Groves brought up and the one Sean has addressed, we need to provide direction to staff on those items as a board. So
Chair, if I may, kind of understanding the light of this item, I feel like I need to recuse on this as well because I am in licensing process. So I'm going to go ahead and recuse.
All right. And sorry, I didn't have that language better for you. So with that, we will open public comment on item 5.4.
I guess it's a point of order. I have a question before we begin.
Oh, you want a technical question? You can just ask a technical question. Go ahead.
I don't know that it's technical.
All right. Well, it is now. I said so.
It doesn't. There was no way to do any homework on this.
No, there was not, but that's why it's a discussion.
Okay.
That
So we're not going to take any action.
the action we're going to take would be direction to staff. He wants our input on how he's supposed to progress, because we gave him direction to do something and he would like us to either affirm that or change it as we see fit. But we need to have that discussion. So
if I may, through the board, what I'm looking for is, as I talked about earlier, in April, we were given the priority to do inspections. That inspections would help the approval process. Where we're at now, we're starting to see that, as I said, some applicants are using their inspection clearance as the ability to know that they can cultivate because we are not mandated to go back out and do a secondary inspection. So what I'm looking for from this board is whether or not you would continue to allow me to process inspections based on approval, meaning that when an applicant makes it into technical review and is a significant way through technical review, meaning the county knows that we will be getting an approval recommendation from the environmental consultants, that would be our trigger for inspection. That way inspections are tied to approval, and so that we don't have to worry about anyone back planting after we've done an inspection to where my staff has to go back out to verify whether or not there are plants in the ground. That's what I'm looking for here. The ask of this community over the last couple of months has been for this board to give me the direction to allow them to schedule their inspections at any point in time after they've submitted an Appendix C. So where this breaks down to is, are inspections tied to Appendix C submittal, or are inspections tied to approval? That's what I'm seeking direction for from this board.
all right. Thank you for the clarity. And we will open the public comment. And let's try to stick to the item
I will 100%
on the agenda.
stick to the item.
Jake Grossman, Chris Hayfork. I will just throw it out there because luckily feeding my children is not waiting on an inspection. I don't know that anybody's actually confused whether they are allowed to plant after they're inspected without their license. They have just been forced now that we're July, 18th, 16th, whatever the date is. They're forced 19th. They're forced to choose whether they plant and feed their family and afford to keep paying Trinity County or not. We sat in, I believe, an ad hoc meeting and listened to people ask if they could schedule their inspection in December because they would rather grow without a license this summer and feed their family than not grow at all. And if it wasn't a 5 to 7 month gap between your inspection and getting issued your license, this wouldn't be a problem. I think that everybody in this program would like to see the county maybe take as laid back a position and as lackadaisy a position on inspecting and stopping people who have been in this program for 6 years from growing as they did with settling with TAA and getting us in this position.
Here we go. Where's the 2 months worth of the 200 files that weren't properly given to the advisors? 2 months worth, at least, or 200 files. So that means like mine and my mother's files never made it over to the agency. I'm number 8. My mother's number 27. You're looking at a call to the Department of Justice for elder abuse. You guys have been bumming my mom out and freaking her out over this for years now. Probably the oldest license holder in our industry. You guys are beyond ridiculous. Listening to this direction for a guy I don't even know what you're paying this guy. Seriously? Do your job. Are everyone planted? We're all planted, or you're done anyway. I don't know why anyone here would think you're not planted at this point. Illegal, legal, whatever. Everyone's done if they're not planted. You can't feed your family, as Jake just said. This is real. You had a person in here a couple months ago crying. Do you not remember that lady? She had me crying. Okay? Do you guys forget what you have created here? Seriously, it's embarrassing. Never going to a dispensary and you're on an ad hoc committee. You're talking about things you have no idea about, and it's our livelihood, and I'm disgusted by it. Yeah, exactly. You should go inspect what you're talking about. Don't come in here and make rules when you don't know what you're talking about. That's what you guys have been doing on the ad hoc. You guys come up with stories. You don't even know what you're talking about at all. It's pathetic. I know my attorney had to straighten you out in a room one time over it. Discussing things you don't know what you're talking about. It's a sign of lack of intelligence, actually. Ignorance at the highest level. Seriously. Don't know what you're talking about here and discussing and ruining people's lives.
Just that. Sorry. I didn't think we had any new information, really.
I gave up on that a long time ago. Stop. Sorry.
John Brower from Junction City. This county finds itself in one heck of an awkward position here, where we've got thousands of commercial operations, up to 530 licenses, 20 licenses currently. Over the years, we've had hundreds of people fall out of the program. This the mismanagement of this cannabis industry here is really reached a boiling point, and it does come down to people feeding their families, and the county should try to encourage participation in the program, try to create a program that actually functions and works and would attract participation. That's not what we have today. This thing is a mess. The fact that the county, did just seem to lose 2 months worth of Appendix C applications it is a little ridiculous, especially right now, but the county has never kept up on their end of the licensing agreement. When an applicant signs the application and pays their fees, they're paying for a service, but that service is rarely provided in a timely, fair fashion. So when a brand new property that is only applied for the only thing they've done is a 3-acre timber conversion. They're not in business. They're not operational. They're not pre-existing. When they get shoved to the very front of the line ahead of hundreds of small family businesses for their Appendix C review and their license review and approval, that is something you guys can adjust right now. You can prioritize the pre-existing, previously licensed operations to shove to the front of the line, especially the pre-NOP licensees that were operational prior to the notice of preparation date for our programmatic EIR. They're part of the baseline. They should be at the very front of the line. They're the people that have paid their dues. They jumped in the earliest. They've stuck with this program through thick and thin. They've supported your program through thick and thin, through its various stumbles and failures. So please direct staff to honor the transition plan and prioritize existing operations and especially pre-NOPs. And it's going to become a bigger deal when we get to the cumulative impact and density issue later on in this process.
Thank you. Your time's up.
Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I agree fully with John Brower. TCA had submitted comments with an outline basically describing exactly that. I'm license number 15 in the county. I am pre-NOP. My site has not been altered since the NOP. Sites like mine, sites like everybody else who is in the program to begin with, should absolutely be prioritized. How else could even an accurate assessment of cumulative impacts be performed? If somebody who hasn't even done anything but a 3-year conversion gets in line in front of me all of a sudden, and you know why I haven't changed my site? Because I was told that was the right thing to do. I'm not even at my 10,000 square feet. As soon as the CEQA approval comes through, I will be able to actually achieve the canopy that I was told that if I wanted to be first in line, this goes back, 3 planning directors, 4 planning directors. I was told that was the process we were supposed to do. And now I was blown away when we heard in a meeting ad hoc, I believe, that licenses from that period of time last year when they opened up applications again, and there were 80 slots, that those were even in consideration. While we're still sitting on pre-NOP licensees. People, how about this? I have paid disproportionately, as have most of these people in this room, paid into this program disproportionately to a new application. $25,000 in licensing fees over the years, $1,000 of that each year being contributed to the general fund, versus somebody who just walks in, drops the first $5,000 on the table and they're in business. How is that equitable? How is it that I have contributed these funds and have been waiting for so long? And it's just heartbreaking. It really is. And all of that rhetoric about people not being able to feed their families and such is true. I know that there is a lot of preconceived notions about cannabis cultivators. They're about as accurate as any preconceived notion about any other group of people that exists. And I'm certain that people have preconceived notions about some of the members on the board. They're probably inaccurate. So again, it's really disturbing, trying to be a good citizen. I didn't have time to do as much of a deep dive into this either because I was volunteering at the fair all weekend long, like I've done every year for years. It's part of what I do in my community. And it's getting harder and harder. I had to step out of Rotary this year because of the psychological stress being imposed on me by the mismanagement of this program. So you're not only losing financial capital to the government, you're losing it in our communities. You're losing it. Okay, I'm done. My time's up.
All right, let's try to focus on direction regarding inspections and
Yeah. You should have mercy on everybody who is in the program. You shouldn't hold them accountable for having plants. You're the one who put them in the spot. They've been ready to plant. You've had a year to get it together. Please have mercy on them. Let them have plants. Do your inspection. Turn your eye. You told me to move my plants off site, which broke state law. Don't force this on people. It's so unfair. You created this position. Don't make it worse. This is your chance to turn a blind eye and let people plant.
Board, Lauren from Hayfork. I just wanted to say that there is zero confusion as to what is allowed and what is allowed or what is not allowed before your license is done or before and after the inspection. That's been made very clear. And the reason there is confusion with some of it is because county council and the sheriff's office have said they are not going to prosecute or go after anyone. So if that's the case from that end, then you really cannot put Director Connell taking away time processing licensees who have paid into your program last year, and now you're going to ask them to pay again this year for the full fees. And you cannot do that as well as taking away their ability to do anything. Thank you.
Any Zoomers?
Yes. We have Carla Avila.
Hello, this is Carla Avila. Hi, guys. This is Carla from High and Palm, Trinity County Agriculture Alliance, Executive Director. We did not have time to properly vet this direction because it didn't have a lot in the staff report about what the direction would be before today. But from what I understand, it's about, there's a couple things. Should people who are brand new licenses be put in front, or if they're ready to be inspected, be put ahead of people who have been in the program who have not yet come to that point in their technical review for whatever reason? This is so complicated. There's 100 and something Appendix Cs that were misfiled or lost or whatever for a few months. There's, in my case, I'm license number 38. I have had my inspection. I was told at my inspection that they had no idea what the timeline would be thereafter. I have not planted my garden. I guess I'm the only idiot following the rules here, but I am having trouble feeding my kids. And I have been in the program for 7 years, and I have disproportionately paid into the program compared to brand new licenses. I'm also pre-NOP existing facilities that have not been in any way, shape, or form modified. So I don't understand where what is the real problem here? And so how can you give direction to such a muddled situation? Well, we spent over a year on the transition plan, getting nowhere except for discussing it. So what was the whole point of us deciding during the transition plan that we would prioritize pre-existing licenses and pre-NOP licenses if we're not even going to follow through on it? So please follow through on that as best as you can. Do your best to figure out what happened with the lost ones, put them in some sort of order. Then if you need to tell people, look, you're license number 3, but your situation is really complicated, so we can't get you in as the third person. Well, maybe some communication would help. And I understand that your staff has very little capacity. I know they're doing everything in their power. So I'm really not saying this to accuse anybody of not doing, their best, very best effort in a really messed up situation. But the direction needs to be clear. And I think it needs to be that prioritize licenses by how long they've been in the program. After that, go in layers of complication, use communication to tier people and communicate to them if they are being held for some other reason, and give accurate timelines. And then please let us know if we can plant so that we can feed our freaking families, because this sucks. My husband is on a volunteer he's actually on the South Fork right now counting fish for the Watershed Center. There's about 11 salmon left. He goes out every year. He volunteers to count them. That's why I don't have a vehicle today, because we have one vehicle for our entire family. I can't get to there, so I could show you how I actually look right now. Maybe I can start my video. But anyway, the point is, thank God my kids stopped crying right before I was going to say this comment. The point is that you need to stick to the transition plan. You need to help Director Connell achieve this, and you need to go back and clean up the messes, and don't put people in front of other people. It's very unjust, but make sure they all get streamlined.
Next, we have Hayes Family Farm.
Awesome. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Good job, Carla. I appreciate your voice on this. This is Steve from Junction City again. My advice would be the direction to staff would be to continue processing applications and Appendix Cs with all haste. If somebody is not following the rules, you have enforcement measures, follow the enforcement measures. I don't know why the director of cannabis is spending any time worrying about this. Inspections should be expedited. Processing of applications should be expedited. In my opinion, as I stated at the ad hoc, as soon as someone is done with technical review, I believe they should receive their license and have a timeline for any county side ordinance issues that would be completely in compliance with the lawsuit settlement. Issue the license as soon as the environmental review is done and the site inspection is done. Gives people a 1 year time at next renewal. They need to have all of these, building code issues and ordinance side issues dealt with. Nobody is confused about, anybody who's in this program is not confused about when they are allowed to plant and when they are allowed to have plants on site. I don't know who's coming up with that excuse. I also question that there are 18 complaints so far over post inspection when we had 9 complaints all of last year. If we're counting the same person complaining every few days, that should be 1 complaint, not 15 complaints. The direction to staff is move this thing forward, process applications, communicate with people. That's been one of the biggest complaints so far, is lack of communication. It is a complete communication black hole. If the cannabis department communicates with licensees, you're going to have less of this confusion. I had 0 communication the whole way through the process, except for 1 email to correct a building code issue. That was the only communication I had until it was time to pick up my license. After I emailed several times, when can I get my license? I finally got an email saying, hey, you can come Friday and get it. Communicate, process licenses, give them the licenses as soon as technical review and inspection are done, and quit worrying about the other stuff. Thank you.
Next, we have Veronica.
Hi, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. So no one is confused, but there are issues with people putting plants in the ground before they have their license. And people wonder why sometimes non-cannabis folks don't trust that everybody within the program are going to follow the rules. I want to thank Director Connell for working hard in his department to create a level of trust that many residents that are not working within the industry are starting to develop, to know that the ordinances that have been put forth are actually being followed and being considered with all of this. If the trend is that many are confused because the inspections come very quickly because they've been given direction to keep things moving, which I think if you take a look at the track record from when Director Connell came on board to where we're at now, because everything was stopped. He has been moving things forward in a responsible, conscientious manner, at risk of all kinds of verbal and whatever abuse for him and his staff. And I think that these inspections need to continue in a way as things move forward. If everything's ready, there we go. There's an inspection. That's how businesses work. And, it's about the business and they talk about feeding families, and that's important. And that's why I think Director Connell and his staff have been working so hard to meet the goal of how many inspections they do each week so that they can provide a solid way for cultivators to have their license and their business and be successful within Trinity County. I believe Supervisor Frazier said this earlier during the ad hoc report, that there have been no appeals so far on the ones that have gone through. I think that's saying something, like you said. People are starting to build that trust that things are being addressed And the 18 complaints that come in, I'm sure it's not from the same person. People are just starting to step forward because they're starting to feel like something could be done to protect that balance and for those that are being the bad actors within the program. I'm not talking about illegal cannabis. That's a whole different issue that really does need to be tackled 100%. But I think keep on these inspections, get these people, get the cultivators into a realm that is solid and makes them successful. So that I think is the priority and the direction that should be given. And I commend Director Connell and his staff and the Board of Supervisors for getting all of this moving. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Rhoda Kane.
Hi, this is Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center. I guess my input on this would be, why is the Cannabis Division going out to deal with these complaints? Isn't that enforcement's job? Maybe we should leave it to the Sheriff's Office, and maybe we should direct the Cannabis Division to issue licenses. Thank you.
Next, we have Walter Wood.
Hi, this is Walter Wood, Salyer area. Most people have had some really good points. Communication, that would be one of the biggest ones for me. Personally, I've not been able to find out whether even it's been received, whether my application or appendix, all that stuff's been received. There's been zero response from anybody. I've even tried going through other channels to see if I could, through the planners that you guys have hired, these other places. Nobody can tell me even if it's been received yet. Months and months and months ago. I don't know. It's just, this is crazy. We need to get this on with. We need to get going instead of having him sitting here in meetings for all day. How about him calling some guys back, letting us know what's going on? Be really awesome. That's all I've got. Let's move forward with this. Let's get this taken care of. This is too crazy. You guys know what needs to be done.
Okay. Next, we have Ryan.
Ryan Tarbell, Hayfork, good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors. I agree with many of the other speakers that the pre-NOP applicants, pre-existing operations that have been doing the same thing for many, many years now should really be processed first. And then I'm wondering how even a new application, Appendix C, is even up for determination right now. It seems like only 3 or 4 weeks ago, new application Appendix Cs were even accepted. So we have applicants that had their Appendix Cs lost for months, and now we have a new application that's jumped ahead of those in the last 3 or 4 weeks. I would just like a little background and information about how all that's being handled. And as far as, complaints to the cannabis department about code compliance issues, I don't even really understand why this is an agenda item that should be, inspected by the code compliance officer and dealt with. And I think the current policy of inspections is working, and we should just stay the course. Thank you.
Tyler?
Yeah, hi, good afternoon again. Tyler Thompson, Burnt Ranch. In regards to the direct question of whether to continue doing inspections as originally directed back in April, which was determined in October, or potentially changing course. I unfortunately thought in October and still feel this way that, we'd be lucky this year to have the licenses issued that have already been inspected. So the super unfortunate misplacement or non-review of Appendix Cs while they were waiting in queue with the county, they weren't going to get reviewed had they been moved forward. I mean, the whole thing, I've used the oversold flight analogy, and we're talking the Weaverville Airport, so it's a two-seater and one of them's the pilot. So, you know, no, we're not all getting on, and unfortunately, you know, tough decisions are going to have to be made on prioritizing what happens. I do have a hard time with new licenses being issued first. At the same time, you know, the county wants revenue, so I'm sure that they would rather see taxes from new people and leave those of us that were sunk on the ship when it went down a couple of years ago behind. I think there's going to be massive problems without dealing with the problems of the past, though, as this program moves forward. So, you know, for those that need an inspection, if the policy is changed now, it's going to be a tough swallow to change it if it doesn't work out for them. So, I unfortunately think that staying some stable course is necessary, and by moving things around now, it's going to create just more problems. There's a lot to improve, but giving the direction that was originally intended from the transition plan may be what is needed at this point, unfortunately. Thank you.
Chairman Fraser, I have no additional raised hands and no chats.
All right. Try to make it quickly.
Brian Gossman, Hayfork. Do you guys have the data on the 18 complaints that were made? Is there a difference between a complaint and
That's not really the issue at hand. We're trying to give direction to staff, not to determine who complained about their neighbors. That's not on the agenda.
All right. Well, it's how to figure out how, when you're talking licenses and things of this nature, it's important to determine.
The direction is whether or not we're going to continue prioritizing inspecting all sites or to prioritize moving forward with the licensing side. That we can't prioritize both at the same time, even though that was one of our suggestions. It's difficult to have two priorities. So with that, we will close the public comment. You're not public. You can comment. Go ahead. You're not the public. You're part of the staff we're directing. Okay. So if you have questions or whatnot too, that's.
Okay. Well, Ed Presley, Interim Deputy Director of Building and Planning. I wasn't actually asked my opinion on this yet, so I figured I would go ahead and give my opinion. 187 total inspections that was given by Sean earlier. I think that's a significant number. So when I think about how many licenses have actually been through the wickets and everything actually signed out the door, 20. And I think about 187 inspections that have been done. I just don't know, in my opinion, if that should be the highest priority. It seems to me with the 3 environmental compliance that's been hired on, we could let one environmental inspector continue to go out doing inspections. We're at 187. We got 167 theoretically that we could be jamming through Appendix Cs and get those completed. So if we took those 3 environmental compliance people and put them over to doing the Appendix C work, we could probably move some of these Appendix C through a little bit faster. So I would say, in my opinion, if I was given the ability to just make the decisions for the division, I would say it looks like we've got a crap load of inspections that are complete in the hopper. Why don't we just keep one of those people continuing on? Maybe one that does 5, 6 in one day. I mean, every day, every time he goes out, he gets 5 or 6 inspections completed. I would have the other 3 people working on the Appendix Cs, communicating with the applicants back and forth, because every time we come into one of these meetings, that's what we hear over and over and over. But if we did have those 3 extra, not counting LACO and Helix, those 3 extra people in-house that are able to communicate and then step through the Appendix C, I think it would make a difference. So I just wanted to give that.
All right, well, we will bring this back to the board for discussion. So that discussion, questions?
Yeah, so I'm going to give a little more background.
Could you be quiet in the audience, please, for our discussion, so we don't have to listen to you? You
Well,
can
then-
leave. You can leave.
Our money. That's fine, I will leave. You took our money and this is enough. You owe us a job done properly with ethical behavior.
That's what we're trying to do, and you are
For the truth, I'm out here. You don't have to worry.
good.
All of us first year license holders, some prioritization. That's a fact. Keep up with your unethical behavior. You're just gonna get more lawsuits. I don't care.
Right now.
So for the background information on why, that the question really wasn't, do we prioritize the new ones? It was that we have new ones that are done.
And
And
what do we do
so
with them?
that's,
You have old ones though, and I will leave.
Please do not speak on Zoom either.
so the direction is how this happened, as far as I can see, is that we did not pre-look at Appendix Cs. We sent them off to the consultants. They didn't know the priorities. We had Appendix C put in there that was in an opt-out zone. And so, because our staff, we didn't have staff, and we're trying to get them moving in this process. Now, from the priority, I believe, and I hope this is what's happening, is now that we have people doing the initial review in staff, that they can prioritize who's who. But we have these people, the question is, do we say, nope, you don't get a license until next year? You've made it through the process. Or do we issue those licenses, fix what's coming in? And so those priorities get fixed going in. I think that's the choice is, I think everybody within the ad hoc agrees that priority list should hold, that we made that that list. It's just that we have, through lack of personnel, we have issues within that. So does the board feel that we need to issue those licenses, that the number's low enough that we're not going to push the cap, and then we shove priorities into the system? Or do we just hold those people out until next year or later?
And that's some of our discussion also, and that was with David, I believe, where they did put some in that they hadn't vetted, just so they could fill the numbers up so that we could try to work with our consultants. So there's no telling what we have. I do think that that's going to be an issue.
My recommendation on that is that we issue those licenses, and maybe there's another 10 more out of the 140 that are new. Once they're into LACO, I don't really, and Sean can, I don't know how much the priority works once they're in there. It's kind of first come, first service, the way that it started. And then how they get mished around in there, I don't know. And I don't know if anybody knows. But then also to strongly make sure that we're not putting new ones into the system. That's my recommendation. And then I can talk about the transition or the inspections after we decide this.
Yeah. So I guess, I think Ed made perfect sense. The way that we're going now, we have 187 inspections.
Well, let's before we get to the inspections part, let's deal with the part that Keith already started talking about, so we can give Sean some direction. With the licenses that are new applications that have actually made it through the process, that are sitting there ready to be noticed, what should we do with those? And do we hold those back and not notice those and not issue those licenses until the other people that are in the queue are licensed, or do we issue those licenses knowing that they kind of somehow managed to jump to the front of the line and then just try to get back on our priorities now that we have staff that can vet that?
So I guess my answer would have been a kind of a dual answer to that, in that we do have 187 and growing, at the end of the week over 200, I would imagine, the way that Ed said. So of those 200, why don't we take the lowest numbers first, prioritize those, take the 3 back that Ed was speaking about, have them look over their appendixes and move forward that way, the way it was brought forth in the transition period.
Well, most of those appendices are all beyond the point of us really having much control over them, because they're in technical review. So we can't prioritize who gets through technical review faster because not all documents are created equal. So that the only way we can really prioritize is who gets in line, which we've had this issue from the time we started with the transition plan. It's like, oh, we're supposed to go by the lowest numbers and stuff, but we can't force people to apply. So somebody who had the lowest license number might not have applied and submitted Appendix C until 6 months after everybody else did. We can't wait until they apply. So that once, I don't know, it's really difficult without being able to go out and tell people, you have this number, you have this many days to apply, and if you don't, you're out of the program. We have to give staff some leeway. We can't just prioritize by CCL number. So.
And if I may, I think what we're talking about is equity of outcome or equity of process. That's how I've boiled this down. Do we want to have an guaranteed outcome that if you were applicant 01, or in Adrian's case 015, or in Carla's case 038, well, then Carla can't get her license no matter how good her documents are, no matter how fast it's gone through, until Adrian has received his. And he can't get his until the first applicant has received his because of the priority established. So it is about, do we want equity of process, meaning that this process has been established. This is how we will do these reviews. We will take in all of your information, all of your application document, your environmental document. We will review it for consistency with the EIR. And as those projects are found to be consistent and able to move forward, do we move them forward to approval and to issuance? Or do we move them forward notifying them that their CEQA document is compliant, but that we cannot issue them a license based on their application date? That's what I'm looking at as far as the priority level. Some of this could be that I am contacting applicants and I am saying you are no longer part of the original priority because there has been X amount of time and the documents haven't been submitted. You have expired building permits. You're out of compliance with seller, like I've said before, back taxes to the state franchise tax board, out of compliance with the water board, notice of violation from Fish and Wildlife. All of these things could be a myriad or multiples of. So it's really about what do we want? Do we want equity of process, meaning that if you're an applicant from day one of the inception of this program or tomorrow, that the process will be the same for you regardless? Or do we want equity of outcome, meaning that if you were here first, you will get your license first? That's what that conversation is about, which is separate from how we're handling inspections.
Is there a way to notify the lowest numbers up that they need to apply for the license, or that they will in a certain amount of time not be considered at this time for licensing?
It's a two-part question, right? Because you have some applicants who were in this program prior to the lawsuit shutting everything down that have still not applied with an Appendix C document. So at this point, I know that they're out there, but they're not in my pool. They're not in my tracking pool. I have 325 applicants who have submitted an Appendix C document. Now, to those 325, do I tell number 325 that based on his date of submission and his previous activity within the county, that he can't get his license until all 324 have been issued before him? Or do we continue to process licenses as the process allows. So if your Appendix C document codifies everything that you have to do and it is tiered under my EIR and I get a recommendation of both staff and environmental consultants that this should go forward and be issued, do I issue that license regardless of its CCL number? Or do I hold that license, letting him know, hey, you've been approved, but you will not be issued anytime soon? Do you understand what the weird position that as the division we are now put in? Because I do have multiple licenses that could be issued, which would give us more permits in the system. However, my transition plan requires that I issue them in a very certain way. My ask of you is to help me understand how you would like that to be done from my division and from my seat.
Sean, is it possible that from now going forward, that no new licenses enters the consultants until we've weeded out all the old licenses? And I'm not asking to, like, I'm sorry, there's one guy left that hasn't made it through, but we have a lot of people legacy in the program that we need to get those running through. So is there a way that the Appendix C is going into technical review are only previous holders, as the transition plan says?
Correct. As of now, yes. And not only that, I want to caveat that what is decided here, I will be relaying to LACO and Helix at my Monday morning meeting. So that way that their priorities are established by this division, meaning what we decide here, they will be asked to do that work. So if we are holding to this transition plan, meaning no one before license number X, they will be asked to do the same thing, which means they're no longer going to process the ones that are in the pool. They're going to start focusing on those identified numbers as it was set out. So that way that we're not having an issue where I've got a new, quote, new applicant that's ready for approval and issuance that I got to tell, hey, I cannot give you a license because of this transition plan. There are people that were here before you.
Understandable. So what you're saying is if you didn't give out license number 4, license number 5 would never go out.
That's my understanding of how this transition plan is set up, that there is you have pre-NOP, you have secondaries, people who are not issued an extension letter, and then you have new applicants or as first-time applicants, first-time licensees. So it is about kind of resetting and re-strategizing how that priority was set. It is in our transition plan, and that's why we're here today.
Well, I'll say that's not really my understanding by number. It's that by classification. So people, you could have been number 712, but you're still in that first group of 280, whatever we had, that have the same priority as number 3.
Yep. Because license with an EU extension letter.
Right. Yep. And then we have the ones that missed that letter. And then we have the new. So I wouldn't really get hung up on that number as much as the grouping.
Correct.
And I do think that we should do everything we can to try to process in that way to try to move those people through that were in the program first. But to whatever extent that's feasible I see one of the issues is we haven't got any submissions from people who meet that first group that had an extension letter for, say, 3 weeks. And then you take in a whole bunch of the next group, and then somebody submits an application, they're in the first group. It makes it difficult if it's like, am I supposed to sideline these 32 applicants that came in between? I mean, we just heard a whole bunch of public comment about what happens when you get lost in the middle. So it's got to be, I think one of the things we need to cooperate or concentrate on is trying to clear out the people who have been the latest or have been in the pool the longest. The people who submitted their Appendix Cs in March and April, those are the ones we need to concentrate on. Let's get those guys out of here. And then because it's hard to prioritize somebody who hasn't even applied yet, who hasn't submitted yet, over people who are waiting and ready and just be where they set in the program. So that, I guess that would be my direction. If the board would agree to that, or could somehow add to that to.
Well, the one question is, do we issue those permits for the 4 that have made it through?
Well, and not just these 4, but
the other
the future
10
4.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really where we're talking about, is because, like I said, I understand where that transition comes from. I understand where the thought process is behind it, is that if you were one of my original applicants, as a fiduciary responsibility, we would want to process you forward. However, this is not a ministerial permit process. So this is not your building permit. This is a environmental document review for tiering off of an environmental document that we, the county, have accepted. So it's slightly different in the fact that it doesn't exactly go linear. There are some applicants who require multiple iterations of incomplete letters in order for their document to ever get to the point of it being considered approval. So that's my kind of why I phrased it the way I did. Are we talking equity of process, meaning everybody gets the same exact process, or are we talking equity of outcome, meaning that we're going to try and guarantee people the results regardless of the process? And that's really the sticking point for my position and for my division and for my staff and for this county as a whole, is how do we properly do that? It is not my intention to throw shade or slight to the legacy farmers who have been a part of this process for multiple years. I am not trying to dilute their payments, their participation, and their commitment to seeing this thing go forward. What I am trying to do is understand, how do we want to issue licenses? Because the constant question of me is, how many do we have and how many more are we going to get? So under that paradigm of what I'm being asked on a daily basis, not only by board members, by county members, but by public and applicants, it is, when can I have my license and when will I get it? I'm trying to figure that out as well, because I can't guarantee them a process. I can't guarantee applicant number 2 that his project will get all the way through the review process before we turn on to another application. It's just not how it's working. It's not been feasible. And that's not how normal county government would work. We would be wanting to facilitate those projects.
Can I just break this down to a yes and no for this is not a motion, but just a yes or no question, that we give direction, that we prioritize Sean on those 3 groups and entering the consultant realm. That the first one is the legacy growers with license, the one that got the letter, the ones that, then secondly, that didn't get the letter, and then any new. Secondly, the 145 that are in there in initial review, as they come out, then they get licenses if appropriate as they come out, no matter what their order was. Yes or no? And if I need to clarify that.
You might have to.
Yeah, could you please?
So there's 2 questions in this. One, I hope we're all in agreement that what we put into initial review goes back to the transition plan. And we don't skip new people in that. But we have 145 in the technical review, which we don't know their order of their legacies or not. But as they get completed, do we sign their licenses no matter what their priority was? Or do we let them just sit there and wait for a year or 2? So I'm asking to sign those licenses to get at least them in the program and keep moving on.
Is that all there is to do when he says sign a license? Is it just a signature?
That's once it gets through the whole process.
You said there's so many of them that are sitting there waiting to be signed. Is that literally what we mean?
No, I mean, so
not 145 waiting to be signed. There's
not 141 sitting on my desk to be signed. Otherwise, I would not be here. what happens is that I get two recommendations. I get a recommendation from my environmental review team, which is Halo and
Helix and Laco.
I call them Halo because I just talk to them all the time together. So it's Helix and Laco. I get a compliance memorandum saying that the environmental document is certified under our EIR. I also have staff who does file completeness review, looking at all of their attachments, documentation, water board registration, payments to sellers permits. I mean, we literally look at everything. And then we do a file completeness review. Those two meet together as recommendations. The compliance memorandum comes as a recommendation. Staff recommends approval. I review both memorandums, look for any inconsistencies. I usually verify against zoning code. And then I create an approval memorandum that's what staff uses in order to notice them to the paper. So that's kind of how the process flushes through the office. When I get a compliance memorandum, in this case, if it is, just going to throw out a hypothetical number of 1,400, because I don't think we ever had that number in our application pool, right? So if it's number 1,400, he's never been issued or she's never been issued a license, they're recommended for approval. Staff has done an inspection, staff has done a completeness review, staff has recommended approval. What do I do with that license? Do I approve it and issue it? Or do I hold it back based on the transition plan that states that the legacy initial people with a license and an extension letter would be given priority over everyone else? How do I do with license number 1,400? Do I notify him that your project has been approved, but I cannot issue your license based on this transition plan because of where you fall in the system?
So that's your question on, do you lean into process or do you lean into outcome?
Yes, ma'am.
And
We have, my understanding is we have 4 that were supposed to be noticed in the paper this week, but are not because he's waiting to decide on our decision. So those 4, which would have been gone through that process of notification, are now waiting another week to get decided if they move forward.
Correct.
And the reason that this scenario ended up our current reality is because of how much time any of these other licenses that are still kind of sitting and still kind of worming their way through this process took for a myriad of reasons. And these just finished.
Correct.
And so they surfaced to that finished part. What does it benefit a lower numbered license holder to hold another one back? I mean, is somebody going to be frustrated at that?
Yes, 100%. Yes, ma'am. They will all be frustrated at that. I think you've heard it in resounding through public comment, is that we should keep with the priorities. There is
with the priority of process, but you can't control outcome in this process. Is that correct? Or you can?
Well, you could. The biggest issue is we didn't have anybody at the county doing the preliminary check of these. They should have never been submitted to our consultant, basically. But now they've already been through the process. And the question is, do we issue them or not? Because we've heard it in public comment, people that have been paying into this program for several years and they haven't gotten a license yet. And then these people, that's in their initial application. Well, I don't.
So you're asking how to judge your current decisions based on a past mistake, really? True. When they fed into the consultants, they weren't fed in an orderly way. Is that the case?
That's my understanding. Yes, ma'am. I wasn't here when the first iterations went through, but I do know that, essentially as we receive Appendix Cs, they get pushed directly over to our consultants for review. I can't speak to the exact methodology or what was given to staff at the time. I can just speak to what I've experienced since I've been here. And so that's why we're where we are.
So the mistake, I wouldn't necessarily call that. We didn't have the ability. So it was either to have those sitting on our desks here waiting for somebody to send them or get them over to the consultant. we originally were going to try to sort them, but we couldn't. So it's just like, let the consultants deal with it. And so that's an outcome, not having enough personnel to sort those up front.
Did we let the consultants deal with them by lowest number first, or did we just say, hey, here you go?
No, we just gave them.
We just send them
batches.
stuff and they take them on as they get them.
And there was no direction given in that.
I'm
I'm
not,
sorry, I'm asking you and you don't know.
Basically, I don't think they really even had the capabilities to know if that was a new license or not, my understanding.
They got the appendix C, not
Just
the
had
license
appendices, the
application.
project descriptions and move forward.
Well, for me, I don't really know all of the ins and outs of all of this. And so in more of a 30,000-foot view, if you told somebody you're going to do something, then that's what you have to do.
So
However that helps, that's my direction. Do what you said you were going to do.
it's the problem with that is that he's not even the one that said he was going to do it.
No, he's
We're
not.
so we need to come up with some kind of a consensus from the board, though. And Supervisor Groves did ask us if we could answer yes or no to do we issue those licenses, or do we make those people wait? And that is something that we're just going to have to do.
Well, what in that particular scenario, how does that fit into what people were originally told was going to happen?
They would be after everybody else.
So I understand what Jill is saying completely. So you have 4 right now that have been completed and should be accepted into the program. And we're at 20 licenses, correct? Correct. So now we would have 24. So let's just start there, 24. So can we from here on out get hold of Lake or Helix, let them know of the whatever they have on their desk. This is license number 19. Start there, the lowest one, on out. Now they will all come due at a different time. Some will take more time to review, some will take less. But if we show bias towards the legacy farmer and his number, and we get that across to Lakeland and Helix, as they come out, since we are nowhere near the 530 mark of having this program full, is there anything else that we can do to help the legacy farmer?
I don't know a way around CEQA. CEQA is the requirement. It's
Right.
why we're here. It's why we're in the position that we're in. It's why we're dealing with the issues that we're dealing with, because there's no way around CEQA. There's no fast way around
understand that.
CEQA.
I'm not asking for a way around CEQA.
So as long as, I mean, from what I'm understanding is like, if we stick to what is said, my direction to our environmental consultants is that, I mean, I'll do the hard work with staff to make sure that I get the entire list. And if I need to get actual CCL numbers that associate to that initial 300 and say, this is your new priority, nothing else till it's done, I have no problem doing that. That's why I'm here. I need to better understand what is the direction of this board so that I can relay it to those other additional services that we have as staff. And so that's really the kind of the guidance I'm looking from you, is so that you can help me so that I can relay that all the way down to the lowest level.
All right. So with the 3 extra people that Ed talked about and giving preference to our legacy farmers and getting the CCL numbers over to Lakeland and Helix, you would think that the outcome would be preferential to the legacy farmer. As far as due process goes, having their stuff looked at first by Lakeland or Helix and their number being noted by Lakeland and Helix as some of our lowest numbers, correct?
Correct. In theory.
In theory.
CEQA, not theory.
Say again?
It's CEQA, not theory.
No, I
So-
understand. Then you're in the CEQA review. Then you're in this limbo land of when you pop out.
But, and if I want to make sure I'm understanding, right? So if we've codified it down to those original licensed with the extension letter, if they're all in CEQA review and that's all the consultants have to look at, that's the only approvals we can really get.
How
So
many
then
can they
after
look at?
that happens, then it would go to those people that had a license without an extension letter. Those would become the next priority. The only people that we would be looking for approvals out of that are people that had a license without an extension letter, because everyone that had a license with an extension letter would have already been served. Then we would get to where we are with the 4 that are sitting on my desk, never been issued a license, no extension letter, new applicants. Then we would be issuing theirs. And those would be the only ones that would be viable, because the precedent would have been set that these originals need to be looked through first before anything else. Then license without a letter. And lastly, new licenses outright. That's what I am literally here to understand and to find out, because that's my question. Do I process them as they were received and as they were referred? Or do I use this transition plan as it's codified to hold back any license that doesn't meet that first initial grouping, and then process them as it's written in our transition plan? Or do we process them as they become viable for licensure?
We can't let Liam hold up as license number 15, Adrian as license number 19. So that's not as viable as we would like. So I think that the first 3 recommendations that you just had, and I do need to ask you, how many can Lico and Helix review at one time? Is it 7, 17, or is it fluid? Are they moving through as bunches? Are they moving through certain steps at a time?
I would say that they're moving through pretty fluid.
Okay.
Since I've been here, I get about 12 to 26 incomplete letters every single week based on their reviews for environmental documents. I get very few compliance memorandums. So, I mean, if that leads to anything, it lets you know that the document level of submission is lower than where it should be, based on the amount of incomplete letters to recommendations for approval.
All right. So with that being said, and we do have a bias towards putting our legacy farmers first, Laco and Helix, and letting the CEQA process sort itself out, we'll say, in this process, knowing that we're not at, and of course, biased towards our legacy people. With this licensing program being nowhere near full, 530, the way that they spit out, the only thing is the way that they spit out is I have a problem with, duplication or not duplication, but cumulative effect. I think that if we have a lower number, we'll say agents for no other reason, and then 3 others before him, and he becomes into his cumulative effect, although it takes him a little longer to get his Appendix C approved. He is now not able to because of cumulative effect. That's something that obviously is complex. That makes things a little more complex. And it's tough. That's tough. There's a lot of moving pieces here. I obviously give bias to, the legacy farmers. I would like to see it shown. I'd like to see the outcome be that way. Can it be that way? I'm not exactly sure. Do we need to have, do we need to give direction today? We didn't have much time to think about this. This is absolutely direction today. Can we go back and talk a little more about this and try to get more direction? We've had a lot on our plate since Saturday, Friday night. And as complex as this is right now.
Ultimately, that's a decision for your board, Supervisor Gogan. I'm here because I need this direction in order to tell me how to drive my job. I have 4 licenses that should be issued. The question is whether or not we issue those. If you were to flip the script and you are that person that's sitting with an approved license that could be issued, and I call you and I let you know that we can't issue your license for an undue amount of time, what happens there?
I understand all sides.
And so that's why we're here. That's what I'm trying to bring forward. And that's what I'm looking ultimately for your help with. I am staff. I can do so much, but there are certain things where it does take supervisor level board approval and board direction. And that's what I'm seeking here, is how do I prioritize these properly, knowing that these are the situations that we're running into. It's not easy. It's none of us have an easy job when we're making this decision, but we all have that decision that has to be made. And I have to come to you for that.
So in this entire time, 4 licenses spit out prior to any legacy growers.
I'm sorry, one more time.
4 licenses have come out ahead of license number 14,000 came out ahead of our legacy growers.
Yes.
4 only.
So far. That's not to say that there's not more, Supervisor. There could be more. But as it sits right now, I have 4 that I can confidently say, and that's what brings me here.
And that issue of cumulative effect then becomes a real problematic thing, because where those are located, who knows? And then you've got a legacy grower whose site inspections and whole process is going to stem on what exists around him because those licenses are issued. Is that right?
If we're talking about cumulative impacts under
I'm
CEQA,
sorry. Yeah, I am talking about that.
you know, yes, I really would love to break through my transition. I mean, not my transition, my EIR, and see what it codifies as far as cumulative impacts, because it should be the total county that was evaluated. So I'm sure that it probably deals with density and things of that nature. Without having it, I can't really source kind of some of those comments. But the EIR should have already taken into account the cumulative impacts of 530 licenses anywhere in this county.
So that shouldn't hurt anybody.
It should not. Now, I can't speak to that because I don't have that EIR in front of me. And so there could be assumptions that are made that are codified differently. But under CEQA, we would be doing a total evaluation for cumulative impacts, meaning even our EIR would have addressed what cumulative impacts we would have had at 530 licenses, 15 being, medium, that would have been evaluated, or there could have been assumptions that are built in. Without having that on me, I can't speak to it.
What I think I hear you saying is there's risk of having another mistake as an outcome for not having seen a prior mistake based on this decision.
Yes.
You can't let that happen.
Try not to now.
Well, I mean, that's what you're asking for. You're asking us to help you figure out how to not let that happen. And as painful as it is to say, I can't sign those 4 licenses, it seems like that's what you have to hear us say. Because if you sign those, there's an unknown amount additionally that could come and continue to hurt the numbers below. And not only the numbers, but this order of priority. Is that what I'm hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
Well, I don't see how you can do that.
Sean, back to cumulative effect. Is it a fact that if we had 530 licenses, no matter where they were in this county, cumulative effect would not impact any of those licenses?
Well, he said he couldn't tell you that for sure without looking at the.
So there is a possibility that.
I would just have to reference our EIR and see if it makes any assumptions based on that. It should have already addressed the cumulative impacts of your entire program when it was analyzed. And that's for cultivation, for every area under CEQA. That's what you're doing. You're looking at every part of this project that could have an environmental impact. And then you're adding all of that together. That is the cumulative impact of your program. So our EIR should either address that, or it should have what are known as assumptions. And then that's where those would be as well. Without having that book in front of me and having a few minutes to source it and make sure I'm actually saying the right things, I would rather not go into it.
The reality is that the cumulative impact is taken in for county-wide, but the bigger issue would be coming into a cumulative impact, say for the water board, that you could be a watershed. So from a road standard or other standards, there's probably no risk, and there's probably very, very little risk because the legacy growers have already had a water board permit and they have these other issues. But I'm not going to say that there's no risk.
There was, true or not true from your perspective, there was an accidental oversight of equity of process early on that lands us here.
Yes, ma'am.
So then our job is to fix that, as I see it.
So now, can we answer that question? Yes or no question? Do we direct Sean to issue these licenses?
Well, there's going to be a yes or no. They're both hard, right?
Yeah, well,
Do you have a different?
well,
Any input would be good.
it's your decision to make. It's your hard decision to make. So, yes or no would be, we can at least give staff direction.
What did you have anything you wanted to say?
If I may,
Certainly.
recommendation to allow the 4 license to go through. Again, I'm looking at it from, of course, a tax revenue perspective, but also understanding the situation, but allowing these 4 to go through, but yet from then on, reevaluate, as you've discussed, taking a more clearer approach on ensuring that those legacy growers get
I have
processed.
no problem with that.
But just my thought.
Now we have 24.
So, we need to have a board consensus of some sort. So Liam said, yes, we can issue those licenses and fix our problems going forward. Jill, what say you?
Well, the other piece is concerning is there was public input of people whose perspectives say, all you care about is the money, you don't care about us. Well, I care what those people are feeling when, particularly those who have diligently waited to plant. That's not fair. And yet there's just no good answer. But to me, if a mistake was made, when you say I'm sorry to somebody, what you're really saying is, if I had it to do over, I wouldn't have done it that way. Okay, so there was an inequity of process. If we had it to do over, we wouldn't have done it that way. We are sorry that happened. And the only way to put your money where your mouth is to not issue the licenses, to say, we're sorry, that shouldn't have happened that way. At the same time, it did happen. They are sitting there signing them into existence. And so I don't see a good answer. But if I have to give one, then I would say that you have to hold to the best integrity that you can, which is sorry has to mean that. And so I would say that no, you don't issue the licenses.
What say you, Supervisor Groves?
Well, I understand what Jill's saying there, but I'm not so sure that you would have done it different. It's the consequences today are better than the consequences if we wouldn't have sent them off to LACO. So we would have been people would have been screaming at us, why do you have 150 stacked on your desk and you can't get them through? So, I mean, there was a cost to speed the process up, and this is the cost. So I say sign what's in, what comes in out of this group, and fix it on the entering side, so that problem doesn't, once we weed through, won't happen again.
And I have a quick question, and you can answer this simply. Is there any feasible way you can look at the ones in initial review and determine if any of those are new applications?
Yes.
Perfect.
So if we say, go ahead and just take what you've got in technical review and run with it, sign whoever comes out. Don't let anybody else go into technical review that isn't.
Got it.
That would be my direction. Are you all right with that, Keith?
Yep, that's exactly what
You okay with there's direction?
I just want to make sure I'm going to say it back to you just so that way we're all on the same page and everybody hears it clearly. So what I understand is that I will issue those 4 licenses. On Monday, when I talk to our environmental consultants, my staff prior to that meeting will do the hard lift of finding out what is in the system that should not have been referred to LACO. And then I will reestablish those priorities to be licenses with an extension letter first, licenses without an extension letter second, anyone that follows third.
Okay, sounds good. And then I'm sure we'll find some other hiccups along the way because it's still cannabis. The other question on this is, inspections. And my suggestion on this would be to let Director Connell go with it how he suggested, which would be to do the inspections when people are in technical review and they're about to be issued a license, and concentrate on issuing licenses. We had a whole bunch of public comment that said we need more licenses. I think that only makes sense. And if anybody has any other take on it.
Well, I would be a little more broad on that. As you catch up, you're almost has everything that's in technical review, or as of last Thursday, there was only 12 left to do.
Correct.
So I would think that once you catch up, that as soon as somebody enters technical review, that just triggers them to get an inspection. And if you have extra people, then maybe you could go, that's kind of a funny thing to even contemplate, but not waiting till they're almost out. It just, as soon as they enter, then they get their site visit.
But to prioritize.
Caveat, that's roughly 100 days between enter technical review to recommendation for approval.
I understand.
Okay.
So when you're
Shows-
caught up.
To me, it shows good faith. You're okay. You've hit this process. We actually now have a set time. When am I going to get my thing? Well, the day you enter technical review, we'll schedule your list, or not the day of it. So what a lot of people have asked for is try to understand, when do I get it? Well, that's when you get it.
I'm good with that too.
Does this incorporate what Director Presley had suggested, is that you have one inspector doing those and you put your 3 new environmental compliance people over on those Appendix Cs so that the process is?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
I would agree. Absolutely.
All right. Do you have clear direction?
I sure do. They will start getting inspected at transition to technical review. Thank you so much.
All right.
I'm not going to go far.
Okay. Well, anyone need a break?
Yeah, I
before-
need,
I'm having loads.
Yeah, you,
Okay, sorry.
okay, so we are gonna have county council?
Yes, Scott McLaren from our office has said that he can get on Zoom. Susie's going to be watching for him because I have that other meeting I have to be in Red Bluff at. So he's going to jump on and do the last item 5.5.
Okay, so that's good. We're gonna take a short break till, let's call 4:15. Is that short enough for you, Keith?
You do it yourself. Yeah, you've done this. Thing. Sit over here for a bit.
I got you covered.
Start banging that thing a little bit.
And we don't have any closed sessions, so.
Holy crap.
Going through withdrawals?
We're missing Supervisor Gogan.
I'll go try.
Oh, Susie, I imagine if you really pulled it up,
Yeah, put your.
you would do that just fine.
Mom hat on. All right.
Slight boundaries.
All right, Supervisor Gogan's back in the room, so we will reconvene the July 19th Board of Supervisors meeting. And do we have county council online to keep us in line if we screw something up terribly?
Yes, we do.
Okay, sounds perfect. Cannabis, item 5.5, take the following actions regarding the establishment of a cannabis storefront retail ordinance. 1, find the adoption and implementation of this ordinance to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15061B. 3, the common sense exemption, which applies to projects where the activity will not result in a significant effect on the environment. 2, waive the reading and enact an ordinance establishing Trinity County Code Section 17.43H regarding cannabis storefront retail and amending Trinity County Code Section 17.41 regarding marijuana, cannabis dispensaries, and 17.42 regarding medical cannabis cultivation regulations. And 3, direct staff to file a CEQA notice of exemption within 5 days of this action. Go ahead, Director Connell.
Thank you, Chair. Board members, County Council on Zoom, CAO Garza. Thank you. I want to make sure that I say this up front. Heidi Shuden texted me earlier. She is trying to be fiscally responsible and stay within her budget, so she has signed off. So if we have any immediate questions, I can pull her up via text message and she'll jump on Zoom to be able to answer those. This morning, it is the second reading of the retail ordinance. At our previous meeting, there were some amendments that were requested to be made. So as you see in your discussion item, section 1743H020 now separates highway commercial into 2 license types. If you flip to your ordinance, highway commercial for retail uses in highway commercial zone that include the provision for ancillary services subject to a director's use permit. Cannabis storefront retail uses in highway commercial zone that do not include the provision for ancillary services that accommodate the needs of traveling public will be subject to a conditional use permit. That's reflected in 1743H020 A1A and A1B. The additional request was, 1743H030E, which is related to the prohibition of retail storefronts in the Weaverville Historic District. So that is reflected in that spot as well, which will be on page 4 of your ordinance, which will be E, location limitations. Cannabis storefront retail establishments are not allowed in the following areas: Trinity jurisdiction of the Whiskeytown Shasta Trinity National Recreation Area, Rush Creek Estates opt-out area, Lewiston Expansion opt-out area, Weaverville Historic District. That's all I have. Thank you.
All right. With that, is there any technical questions of staff before I open the public comment? Being done, we will open public comment on item 5.5. I believe. 5.5.
Hello, board. I'm Dr. Tammy, Douglas City from the Red Barn. Please pass this ordinance real fast, real quick.
Any other? Any other public comment?
You want some water?
Is there any other public comment from the room?
John Brower from Junction City. I also encourage passage of this ordinance. I'm supportive of the change to allow for DUP and highway commercial with ancillary highway type services. But also something important is this was brought as one component, the first component of 2 phases of retail licensing in the county. The other component was supposed to be providing for licensing on farms and agricultural zoning, things like that. So the cannabis community has been promised this other component for a long time also. In 2019, there was a series of workshops held throughout the county where the top comments at that time were that there had to be some retail available on site of some farms, and it could be via conditional use permit and things like that, and have a high bar. So they're good projects. But it's absolutely something that is necessary for Trinity County economically and helps put us on the map. And while most currently licensed farms are probably not appropriate for retail, some are and could operate much like Supervisor Grove's winery. It's a benefit to the whole community. And so I would like you guys to also provide a date certain or at least direct staff to also prioritize the development and presentation of this second component to this retail ordinance that would allow for farm sales and a tasting room type experience in Trinity County, ancillary to licensed cultivation. Let's not forget about that. It's an important part of the program.
Thank you. All right.
All right, Adrian Keys from Hayfork. I'll be super quick. I'm just gonna ditto Tammy. Let's get this done. Thanks.
Pretty much. Revenue on Zoom. I saw hands going up on Zoom.
Yes, we have Veronica Kelly-Albies.
Veronica Kelly-Albies, Douglas City. I just want to really urge you to reconsider the smoking or vaping on site with any consumption. It has a possibility of creating a lot more issues than we really want to have in the community. California has one of the strongest anti-smoking laws throughout the state. And yes, there can be smoking in public businesses. If there's 5 or less employees, all have to sign agreements that agree with it. They're not required to go into an area. But other than that, it has to be outside, and mitigating that odor is much more difficult. There are indoor lounges throughout the larger urban areas that could be considered, but those also require that the smoke be sent outside. It cannot be recycled. Again, that can be maybe mitigated through the carbon filters and other things that have been talked about previously. But I gave an example. I did send out an email to each of you, over by the Weaverville post office. If one of those suites became available and wanted to be used for retail, it's in a proper zone. They're very small suites, so they might want to have consumption on a patio out back. The only requirement is that you have a fence that you can't see it. The residents that are directly behind that would be affected by that. So, if maybe it could be considered to either remove smoking as one of the options for consumption on site, or restrict it to indoor consumption areas only, might be a good option. Retail license is needed, but there are still some things about this particular ordinance that I think need to be tweaked, but I'm not sure that will be listened to. But this is my strongest one. HRN has spent years trying to create an anti-smoking environment throughout Trinity County. And I believe the county may even have some agreements with them along the way. So it's just something to consider, and I appreciate you listening. Have a good day.
Next, we have Walter Wood.
Hello, Walter Wood from Salyer. Yes, I agree. Let's pass this ordinance. Let's get it done, and then let's move on to farms being able to sell too, because that is critical also. Thanks so much.
Next, we have Rhoda Kane.
Hi, Rhoda Kane, Trinity Center again. I am going to agree with everybody, and I really hope that we can pass this. The success of the industry in Trinity County may very well be hanging in the balance. The only one thing, I'm going to bring it up again, I'm wondering if the supervisors and citizens of Trinity County are okay with opt-out zones being created willy-nilly at the Board of Supervisors based on one supervisor's personal bias as to whether or not this is moral or right thing to do. But with that, I just would say, thanks for bringing this up. Please pass it and just, let's use findings when we create opt-out zones. Thanks.
Next, we have Carla Avila.
Good afternoon, Carla Avila from High and Palm and Executive Director of Trinity County Agriculture Alliance. We are definitely strongly for approval of this item. There's definitely a glitch with why a historic district would be an opt-out zone, because a historic district is an architectural requirement on the buildings being protected. And so this whole discussion last meeting was very discouraging with the fact that the Weaverville Chamber of Commerce had put forth a written letter from the businesses. And so I am concerned that, Margaret Long used quote unquote the word flavor, community flavor. I question the legality and the actual fairness, the potential bias or prejudice in that, and in claiming that a historic district architectural buildings need to be protected somehow from a cannabis retail business that would have to comply with the historic district's architectural requirements. And what that has to do with the other, I'm confused about. I think, we need to protect the fact that our citizens deserve the right to have safe access to medicine in their community more than we need to worry about a bias that is maybe not accurate as to what in reality would be happening. So, regardless, we really need to pass this. I really hate to see historic district cut out for reasons that I don't find satisfactory, but I do think we need to pass this today. We do have overwhelming support from our membership to pass this, and urgently. We do look forward to on-farm sales in the future, and I'm sure that will be its own whole topic when that agenda comes up, but we will be here strong for it, and it is definitely needed. So please prepare yourselves for an optimistic future for cannabis. We're not going anywhere, and please pass this today. Thank you.
And I have no addition. Sorry, I do have some raised hands.
Last second.
Chris.
Hi, Chris Williams, Weaverville. I just wanted to kind of echo what Carla had said. Once again, I felt that the Weaverville Chamber of Commerce was ignored by District 2 Supervisor Cox. And once again, was the historical district protected when the 2 bars came in and the various liquor licenses that exist in a quarter-mile strip? I think not. So once again, these opt-out areas have to go back to real sound findings and land use, and not just based on the opinion of a supervisor who has clearly shown bias. Thank you very much.
Next, we have Amber.
Amber Carmen, Weaverville property owner and business owner. I would also encourage you guys to pass the item in front of you as is with, oh, excuse me, my dog, somebody knocked on my door. My dogs are going off. And to please listen to your constituents. It sounds like we have a very big base that is in agreement here that the way it's written right now is some progress moving forward, and to further restrict it or convolute it with other things we need to think about would just inhibit the process. And so hopefully we can move this along and we can see some great economic growth in our area, and that will affect our small businesses, the one like such as mine and other ones in our communities, and hopefully kind of revive the slump we're in. Don't know if you guys are all aware, but there's definitely an economic slump here that most families are feeling pretty heavy right now, including my own. So thank you for your consideration and for fighting for the future of our county.
Okay, next, we have Hayes Family Farm.
Steve Lyon, Junction City. I'm going to echo a little bit of what some of the other folks said.
including the historic district seems redundant and unnecessary. Most of the historic district is within the setbacks from the Head Start High School and Weaverville Elementary School anyways. So including the historic district for the reasons that have been mentioned doesn't seem like that's the way we should be doing things. It's redundant, for one thing, to be redundant. And as Carla said, it's an architectural issue. There were no findings included in this. I don't remember the historic district. I believe there's like a association even weighing in on this. And the historic district of mining areas, there were probably opium dens, brothels, bars, and saloons historically. And I can understand consumption not being allowed in the historic district, but just to ban retail seems inappropriate. Is what I'm trying to say. It seems like an inappropriate, and I hope you guys take action today to strike that part from the retail ordinance. Thank you.
Okay. I have no additional raised hands and no new chats.
All right, with that, we will close public comment and bring it back to the board. So.
Move to approve as presented.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, I took a couple notes here. We did get a lot of public comment about the historic district. Steve Lyon from Junction City is the one that brought up one of the main reasons I was supportive of adding that as an opt-out area. I stated that last time. If there's no place that it fits, why not just list it as opted out in our ordinance so nobody tries to go through the process? That was one of the main reasons why I thought it should be listed, as because there's no way to make the setback requirements. So make it simple for people to understand that. Other than that.
Yeah, in these matters, I acquiesce to the supervisor that has their finger on the pulse of that zone. And take great weight on that. Secondly, to answer I'm digging through here looking for my priority list that we presented the board for the next phase. I believe it's scheduled for next spring. There's no way that we could come up with a time date. We have in the priorities, we have the cleanups of the ordinances, which was given by the cannabis to especially the personal growth ordinance to be the highest priority. Then Heidi is going to be leaving us and we're going to have to find somebody else. So realistically, it'll be next spring before that comes up.
You have to speak into your mic.
Oh.
People on Zoom can't hear you.
Anybody want to listen to me ramble on again?
All right. Do we have any other?
I think you talked loud enough.
Any other discussion before we vote on this item?
It seems to be softer.
All right. You can go ahead and call the vote.
Okay. Supervisor Brown.
Aye.
Supervisor Groves.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox. Aye. Supervisor Gogan.
Aye.
Chairman Frazier. Thank you.
Okay, and since we have no closed session or anything, we are adjourned. Get some lunch now.